The dragon made a strange expression once it heard Sungjin's words. A face that seemed to say, "What kind of bullshit is that?" While Sungjin wordlessly looked at him, the dragon suddenly opened his hand towards Sungjin. Sungjin was incredibly nervous that some kind of spell would appear from it. However, the dragon then said, "Then should I read it?" "What?" The moment Sungjin tilted his head, he was suddenly overcome with the feeling that he was being pulled towards the dragon's hands. Sungjin tried to jump backwards in order to prevent being pulled towards the dragon, but at that moment, the feeling disappeared. When he looked downwards, he was at the same place. What was that? Dizziness? As he did this, the dragon lowered his hand and then suddenly grinned. "You aren't someone from this dimension? You died, and then repeated the same thing." It seemed that in that short moment, the dragon had looked over Sungjin's past. Sungjin wordlessly looked at the dragon. It truly is a tragic fate. Is that why Ariane helped? The dragon muttered to himself. Sungjin saw a little bit of hope from that. Regardless of how the talks went, it was fine as long as it was not a direct confrontation. However, "Your situation is pitiful, but I still have to receive the gem and the ring. Those items are absolutely necessary for my magic research." It seemed that this dragon's personality was quite different from that of Ariane's. "It's rather regrettable. You struggled diligently, only to reach this conclusion. If you hand over the ring, you lose the chance to overcome your fate. If you don't hand over the ring, you lose your life. There are only sad endings remaining for you. Still, I'll give you the freedom to at least choose the ending. That's why, tell me. Will you hand over the ring and survive? Or will you not hand over the ring and die?" Sungjin briefly considered the dragon's words. Was it possible to win if he fought against it with all of his strength? It was likely that he did not have a chance. If that was the case and he handed over the ring here and survived, how many chapters more could he clear? After all, Sungjin had become the last one alive even without the ring. It was possible that he could somehow clear the final chapter even without the ring and become the savior of humanity. Sungjin grasped the ring of the great sage in his hand. However, he felt that he would regret things if he handed this over now. Until this point, he had never once run away from a fight against a boss monster. He did not want to do so, no matter how strong the opponent was. Not to mention, he couldn't help but dwell on Ariane's words. She had obviously said that this ring was a ring that would let him overcome his fate. Sungjin wordlessly stood there for a moment, then shook his head as he said, "There isn't a choice among the ones you've given that I want to choose. I won't give you the ring, and I'll survive this place, . Those words, do you mean that you'll resist me?" Sungjin did not reply and took out his swords. Seeing that figure, the dragon smirked as he said, "That's fine. Then I'll end your tragic fate here." After he spoke, the dragon took a step towards Sungjin. Soon, the operator's voice could be heard. "Warning! Hidden boss. Magic researcher Archiard has appeared." It was the operator's warning that he had heard countless times until now, but Sungjin was startled. "Ah, wait a moment." At Sungjin's cry, the dragon stopped walking. "What's this? Weren't you energetically coming at me just a moment ago? Did you change your mind now?" Sungjin asked him. "You're going to fight as you are? In human form?" "That's correct. I lived for a long time in the human world. That's probably why. A human's body has become more comfortable. This form seems to be a bit more admirable aesthetically as well. It might be a bit strange to say this, but I dislike returning to my original form." It seemed that he was a bit of a strange one. "Okay. Regardless, give me a moment to prepare myself for the fight." "About a minute." You can give a human who was about to fight against a dragon that much time, right? Okay, sure. A minute. I'll prepare a bit myself as well. He pointed to an empty space as he said, "Summon." Soon, a staff was summoned. The staff had a body made of gold and a bluish sphere embedded in it. When he closely examined it, the bluish sphere seemed to be of the same material as the hidden piece that Sungjin had acquired. Is it that he already has some, but requires more? While Sungjin considered this, he quickly took out the items that he could take out. He first threw Kane's wooden figurine and Regenta's egg into the sky and rubbed Soldemer's lamp. The summons looked at the dragon that stood right in front of Sungjin. Kane and Regenta did not know how to speak, but it seemed that they could instinctively feel that this was an incredibly strong opponent. They both cried out threateningly, "Woof woof! Kaiawak!" The dragon looked at them without much thought, but the moment Soldemer, the only one of the summons who could speak, saw the dragon, he flusteredly spoke to Sungjin. "Good God! Master, this time. Is it a blue dragon?" Sungjin glanced between Soldemer and the dragon. Things like scales could not be seen. The one thing that he could find out was that the dragon's eyes were blue. "Ah, that guy's a blue dragon?" "Yes. You can tell by looking at the color of their eyes. Originally, there's an unspoken rule that dragons change the color of their eyes to match the color of their scales when they polymorph so that they can recognize each other." "I see. A blue dragon. Then he should be proficient in blue magic?" "Of course." Sungjin briefly examined the dragon. He was holding his staff, and the operator had even described him as a magic researcher. Sungjin wordlessly placed Blood Vengeance in its sheath and took out Artemio. Soldemer added, "Be careful. It's not obvious because he's naturally strong, but that dragon. I think his magic power is stronger than the red dragon you met last time." Sungjin's nervousness returned in full at those words. Stronger than Ariane. Doubts about whether he had a chance to win began to rise. However, there was nothing to be done. He had already decided to put his life on the line and fight. Sungjin said to his summons, "Kane, Regenta, Soldemer. This might be my last fight. Please do your best." They each replied to Sungjin's request. "Woof. Kyung. Understood. Though my ability is poor, I'll do my best to protect Master." Sungjin continued and spoke to the two ghosts. "Biscoro, Moonspectre. Please do your best until the end. What are you saying? Your last will? Are you planning to die here? Don't say such things. Master, I'll help you to the best of my ability." "No, I don't mean that, but it is possible that this might be our last fight." "Don't worry, you're stronger than that big lizard." "Of course, Master." Sungjin grinned as he heard the two ghosts' encouragement. He then prepared the last item. "Operator, will you take out Yanhurat?" Sungjin took off the necklace he was wearing and wore Yanhurat on his neck. It had been a while since he had last worn it. Yanhurat began to rapidly whisper to Sungjin as if it had been holding back until now. "Kill! Kill! Kill! Kill!" Sungjin did not ignore the voice this time. If there was a single chance, then he would not ignore the voice. Sungjin then took out the Star of the Nameless. This took some consideration. Should he boost his stats with Master Hunter or increase his damage with Dragon Slayer? In truth, he could not estimate which was better. However, the length of time he had asked from the dragon was just 1 minute. Sungjin did not ponder for long. Renamed to Master Hunter. It was possible that Dragon Slayer was better, but he had fought until now with the optimized stats from Master Hunter. Whether it was swords or spells. In any case, it was probably better that he fought with the setting that he was most used to. Also, he did not know why, but he thought that it would be better to die with the title Master Hunter equipped if this truly was his last fight. After having changed even his title, Sungjin finally took out and held Romance of the Three Kingdoms. He then said to the dragon, "I'm ready." "Really? Then let's begin." Then, the moment the dragon finished speaking, he suddenly added another sentence. "Pierce them to death, ice spear." Soon, an incredibly immense icicle flew towards Sungjin. Sungjin's eyes opened wide as he raised Artemio high. However, before the icicle had reached Sungjin, the dragon added another sentence. "Freeze to death, blizzard storm." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157. Chapter 157, Great Plains of Barastan, 8. An enormous gale raged once the dragon finished speaking. A gust where it would be difficult for a normal person to remain standing. Kane, Regenta, and even Soldamer could not move properly in that gale. However, Sungjin regained his footing and was able to precisely hit away the ice spears that came flying towards him. Absorb magic. Soon, an incoming ice spear was absorbed by Sungjin's Artemio. Artemio briefly shivered on its own before giving off a violet light more fiercely than it had ever before. It was as if the spell it had absorbed was too much for it to handle. The power of the spells that the dragon had shot out was simply that much stronger. The problem was that these abnormally strong spells were sent flying one after the other. Even the chants that he used to cast were completely different as well. Be cut to death, wind cutter. Even though the dragon was speaking nonchalantly, the many emerald-colored blades flying towards Sungjin were enormous. Sungjin ducked his head, jumped, and bent his waist as he avoided them acrobatically. However, his shin was lightly cut by the last blade. Cook! He thought that he had avoided it but hadn't been able to because his body had become slightly stiff from the violently raging blizzard. Sungjin slightly bent his knee. He couldn't afford to be attacked one-sidedly any longer. Substitute reading. For now, he activated Romance of the Three Kingdoms as he simultaneously rang Manyata, Master's bell. Ring ring dot. Once it rang, Kane and Regenta, who were cowering before, now began to move quickly. At the same time, Gourmet's monocle started reading the book. At that time, when Sima Yi reached Xiqing like a storm on his horse, Zhuge Liang was sitting on top of the gates by himself as he played the zither. Woof woof! Kai-ar! The dragon's gaze turned to the two beasts briefly. The dragon held out his hand and drew a small circle in the air as he said, "Freeze, frozen." Kane and Regenta froze in place when the dragon finished. Sungjin was taken aback, but even still, he did not miss the slight gap that was created by their sacrifice. Expel magic. Sungjin swung Artemio. Soon, the ice spear that he had absorbed previously shot out. The dragon seemed to be slightly surprised when the spell that he had cast before began to return towards him. Ho! However, the ice spear that Sungjin shot out was sucked into the dragon's hand with a single word. Return. It was just like Artemio's absorbed magic. While Sungjin was surprised, Soldamer spoke up from behind him. Master, blue magic does not work on that blue dragon. TCH. Sungjin bit his lower lip. His own specialty was naturally blue magic spells, but since he could not use blue magic, Sungjin decided to run towards the dragon with his two swords in place of magic. However, at that moment, Regenta, who had been frozen next to the dragon, broke free of the ice and charged at it as well. Kiang, dot. Seeing that Kane was still frozen, it was likely that Regenta was able to regain mobility because of the Royal Griffin's inherent magic resistance. Under the influence of the Master's Bell, Regenta charged at the dragon with incredible speed. However, in that instant, the dragon disappeared from that spot. While Regenta was puzzled, the dragon appeared above Regenta's back. Regenta was unable to see, but Sungjin was able to barely perceive the dragon's movement. The moment Regenta was about to swoop down on the dragon had quickly jumped and landed on Regenta's back. Royal Griffin. Is it the bloodline of the imperial family? At that time, the crimson energy that surrounded Regenta dissipated. The period of invincibility from Manyata had come to an end. Sungjin urgently ran towards the dragon, but by that time the dragon had already used his staff to strongly strike downwards at Regenta's head. Regenta collapsed on the spot with his wings and legs spread apart. Grind. Sungjin ground his molars as he ran at the dragon. In rush current. Soldamer held lightning in his hands as he ran towards the dragon together with Sungjin performing a simultaneous attack from both sides. The dragon stabbed his long staff towards Sungjin as he held out a hand to Soldamer and said, "Begone, spirit." Sungjin barely avoided the staff that abruptly came flying towards him by ducking his head. At the same time, Soldamer suddenly became transparent and passed through the dragon. The lightning that Soldamer held still continued to crackle, but it looked as if it was no longer a part of this world. Only Sungjin was left. He could not let the sacrifices of his allies be in vain. Sungjin elaborately swung his two swords at the dragon. Even this dragon, who had blindly shot out spells with short chance, could not use magic once Sungjin's swords were flying at him. He could only swing his staff to defend himself. Clang! 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 Sungjin swung his swords more intensely than he had ever before. However, just like with Ariane, the dragon blocked his every strike. Sungjin waited for the substitute reading of Romance of the Three Kingdoms to finish. If he received the buff from that, then the battle would turn in his favor. Soon, the sound of completion of the substitute reading could be heard. Whereupon, fearing Zhuge Liang's schemes, Sima Yi retreated. Seance of Zhuge Liang activated. If it's Zhuge Liang, then it'll be a civil servant. However, civil servant typically increased stats related to magic. Passive skill, rapid cast, 3, increased mana, 3, applied. Active skill, desperate maneuver, I, available for use. As expected, skills related to magic were applied to Sungjin. Why couldn't it give me Zhang Fei? Like it did against Ariane. When Sungjin briefly complained in his mind, the dragon, who had been only defending, attacked Sungjin with the end of the staff. Sungjin avoided it and launched an attack at the same time. He attacked simultaneously with both Moonspector and Artemio, but the dragon avoided the trajectories of the two swords with a strange movement. Sungjin chased after the dragon. However, the dragon then grinned. Sungjin continued to swing his swords as he thought, "What's with this guy?" He continued to swing his swords even as he wondered. However, the dragon, which had originally been using both hands to hold the staff to block Sungjin's attacks, now held it with just one hand and blocked all of Sungjin's attacks. While Sungjin was surprised, the dragon said, "Your sword skills are rather impressive." Sungjin was angered when the dragon appraised him. However, no matter how he attempted to create a gap, the dragon did not allow a single attack to land on itself. CLA clang. 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 The dragon continued to speak even as the staff and swords clashed countless times. "But, I have already fought against many swordsmen that had reached the pinnacle." Incredibly incensed, Sungjin thought, "Let's see if you can block this." He swung Moonspector from top to bottom and Artemio from left to right simultaneously. An attack that was difficult to perform without the ring of the Siamese twins. However, the dragon inserted his staff directly into the intersection point of the cross slash. Clang! Sungjin's two swords and the dragon's staff interlocked in one spot. The dragon grinned as it said, "You're just one of many." Gug. When Sungjin attempted to pull free by force, the dragon pointed his empty left hand at Sungjin. "Master, danger." The moment Moonspector gave a warning, a wave of incredible strength could be felt from the dragon's hand. Explode. Energy bolt. Boom! With a thundering noise, Sungjin was sent flying far away once he took a direct hit from the spell at close range. He was dazed by the incredible impact, but he was able to recover mid-air and land on his feet. Cooloo! His abdomen agonized him as if it had been pierced. He looked down and saw that the armor made from dragon scales had been ripped apart. If he did not have that, then it was possible that he might have simply died on the spot. However, he did not have the time to think about that because the dragon was now slowly walking towards him. Sungjin quickly considered his options. Should I use Yanhurat now? However, if he used that, then rational thinking became impossible. If it did not work, then he would die immediately. He would have to consider it after first using the Ring of the Great Sage. Sungjin decided to find a way out using magic instead of physical force, especially since the man most famous for his intellect in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Zhuge Liang, had been chosen. The passive skills were Rapid Cast and Increased Mana. And the active skill was Desperate Maneuver. For now, Sungjin shot out a spell towards the approaching dragon. Fireball! And quickly followed it up with a second shot. Fireball! 2 spheres of fire were shot out one after another. The dragon that had been walking towards Sungjin briefly stopped and created a wall of ice. Arise, ice wall! The first flame that Sungjin had shot out popped once it hit the wall. Boom! It stopped after melting a circular shape in the center of the ice wall. Boom! The flame that came afterward did break the ice wall, but it did not hurt the dragon at all. It was possible that the dragon had used his spell to match the size of the approaching fireballs. Shit! While Sungjin clenched his jaw, the dragon asked, HRM? A human with rapid cast. Weren't you a swordsman? This time, Sungjin shot out a stronger spell together with Biscoro. Inferno! Inferno! He cast 2 more spells right behind the first spell. Inferno! Inferno! For gigantic flames over 5 meters tall burned the land as they flew towards the dragon. This time, the dragon just pointed below his feet and said again, Arise, ice wall! A wall of ice nearly as big as a building was created below his feet. The dragon watched the approaching fireballs from on top of the wall. The 4 flames that Sungjin fired hit the ice wall one by one. The ice wall melted quickly once hit by the fire, but the dragon that was on top of it smoothly rode down the melting ice with frustrating casualness. As expected. With magic he could not inflict damage on the dragon even after borrowing the strength of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Actually, it might have been his hubris to have attacked the dragon with magic in the first place. Once he reached the ground, the dragon tilted his head. How are you able to use magic like that? As the dragon asked, he saw Romance of the Three Kingdoms floating next to Sungjin and turned towards it. Ho, this is the power of a legendary omnibus, interesting. For the dragon to look somewhere else even though Sungjin was standing right in front of him, was a spectacle that was an immense blow to Sungjin's pride. However, Sungjin had to take advantage of even opportunities like this. After killing you, I will take this as well, human. I will have to use it as a research material. I came searching because I heard that there was a sky gem in the human army, but there is more loot here than I expected. During this time, Sungjin began to think quickly. In accordance with the situation, Romance of the Three Kingdoms recommends the most appropriate hero. Even if the passive skill doesn't do much, the active skill should do something. After using it, I should use all of my means right afterwards. That's the best I can do. After organizing his thoughts, Sungjin put Artemio away and took out Ariane. Then, he used the active skill that he had received from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Desperate Maneuver. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158. Chapter 158, Great Plains of Barastan, 9. Active skill, desperate maneuver applied. Sungjin kept his gaze fixed on the dragon as he kept an ear open for the operator's voice. He would decide his strategy based on what the active skill was. Desperate maneuver, when MP is completely exhausted, consume HP instead of MP. What? Sungjin was surprised but did not let it show. Consume HP instead of MP? Then when I use magic. All sorts of plans appeared in Sungjin's mind. However, he did not have the time to review them one by one. Instead, Sungjin made a simple decision. In any case, I can only win by using magic. For the moment, Sungjin threw out both of the spells stored in Artemio. Expel magic. Expel magic. Giant ice spears flew out from Artemio. The dragon held out his hand and absorbed them just as he had done before. However, that did not matter since, from the beginning, Sungjin was only aiming to buy time. Pa! After expelling the spells, Sungjin shot Artemio at the dragon like he did earlier at Commander Zeratar. The dragon struck the approaching Artemio with the end of the staff and deflected it high into the sky. Clang! Afterwards, he grasped Artemio, which was spinning in the sky, by its handle. This was impossible unless you could read its trajectory and velocity, and precisely read the amount of strength required when parrying it. The dragon glanced at Artemio and examined it closely. As befitting his nickname Magic Researcher, he seemed to have a lot of interest in magic-related items. Ho, this. Is this a sword that can absorb the power of magic and then expel it? This too. I'll have to take it with me and study it. Saying that he'll take someone else's sword and whatnot, the dragon was maintaining quite an arrogant attitude. Arrogant bastard. Let's see you stay cocky after this. Cursed Sungjin as he took out and held Ariane with his empty hand. Though the dragon did not know, taking out Ariane was no different from indicating that Sungjin would use the Ring of the Great Sage. Sungjin first ordered Ariane to handle half of the mana cost. Mana flow. Ariane, the sword made from a dragon's heart, began to quietly cry out. Ooh! Sungjin continued and initiated the active skill of the Ring of the Great Sage. Amplify magic. Soon, the Ring of the Great Sage gave off a bright light. The dragon saw Sungjin doing this, yet still looked at him with eyes filled with curiosity and not fear. Ho! So, you know how to use that? Sungjin immediately launched a spell at him. Fireball. It was not just a fireball. It was a fireball after Sungjin's magic power had been amplified by 5 times. This incredibly huge fireball had completely destroyed the ice palace of the Ice Witch. The dragon Archiard, who had been relaxed until just a moment ago, showed a flustered expression for the first time after seeing the fireball. What? Arise! Ice wall! Arise! Ice wall! It seemed that the dragon was not satisfied even after creating 2 layers of ice walls as he cast a defense spell on himself. Protect me! Anti-magic shell! The dragon's calculations were right for the most part once again. The flame that Sungjin shot broke through the dragon's ice walls one by one and then crashed against his anti-magic shell. Boom! The dragon Archiard was astonished. Even though he had been able to roughly guess the power of the fireball after seeing its size, it had been several hundred years since his magic defense had been damaged. No way! Had there been a time when a human's spells have been this strong? While the dragon was surprised, Sungjin charged at it with an unbelievable speed. Flustered, Archiard urgently held up his staff and began to block Sungjin's attacks. Clang clang clang, dot. Having perfect proficiency with both hands thanks to an item allowed Sungjin to make unpredictable and flashy dual sword style attacks. If it had been an inexperienced dragon, then he would have already turned into minced meat. However, Archiard was different. He had already regained his composure before even a few seconds had passed. Clang clang clang. This was because he had already received Sungjin's attacks dozens of times. The dragon Archiard was a scholar. Having read thousands of books on magic and combat and having fought tens of thousands of times, he was akin to a living avatar of war. The level of Sungjin's attacks was something that he could perfectly defend against with his experience. However, he had a small lingering doubt. Why did he stop using attacking with magic and return to hand-to-hand combat? It was obvious that the spells cast using the sky gem were threatening even to him. But the human came charging back with the same swordsmanship which had previously failed to work against him. Now that he thought about it, he really began to wonder. However, shortly after, Archiard was able to come up with a reason. This guy. He doesn't have enough mana. The fireball that he had just shot out was a spell that was obviously beyond what a human was capable of. Even if he used the ring embedded with the sky gem to drag out his magic power, he was incapable of doing anything about his mana. Since he can't use it many times, it seems that he wanted to create a diversion to end it with his sword. With this in mind, Archiard began to look for a chance to counterattack as he used his staff to block Sungjin's swords. His sword technique was impressive, but there were still portions that were somewhat predictable. At the perfect moment, he would stop the human's attack with his staff and counter with magic. This was the dragon had planned. Meanwhile, Sungjin was doing his best to try and memorize every swing of their weapons as they continued to duel. He never counted on defeating a dragon with a mere fireball. It was used to draw its attention away. The real fight begins after the time reversal. That was Sungjin's true aim. Because the opponent was a blue dragon, he was worried that the dragon might notice his time reversal magic. He had only one chance. Even with Zhuge Liang's increased mana and desperate maneuver, it probably would not be possible to use a class 10 spell twice. So once the close-quarter combat progressed to a certain extent, Sungjin resolved himself and intentionally pushed himself away from the fight. Illusion. He used magic to create clones. With 5 times the magic power, the total number of illusions reached 20, which left the dragon Archiard in shock. For one thing, he still had more mana? The fact that he still had mana at his disposal was surprising. The other was the effectiveness of the spell. No matter how familiar he could get with the opponent's sword style, that only applied in a one-on-one situation. If 20 of them were to attack at once, he could face serious danger. The dragon hastily chanted a spell. Go away, gust wind. 5 of the clones were blown away. They rose high into the air and disappeared with a poof upon landing. But there were still 15 Sungjins remaining. Archiard chanted another spell. Fry. Chain lightning. Of the 15, 7 disappeared with a poof. Unfortunately, the original was not among them. The dragon frowned and cast the final spell. Return. Dispel magic. Now only 4 out of the 8 remained. But that was it. Even with shortened incantation, there was no more time remaining to cast more spells. The remaining 4 Sungjins charged at the dragon and surrounded him. And together as one, they attacked. The dragon prepared to face the clones. Even Archiard himself was forced to guess which one was real. He swung his staff and knocked away the Sungjin on the right as he dodged the sword from the front. He was forced to take the attack of the Sungjin to the left and the one in the back. The swords found their mark, but no sounds were made. Only piff. The sound of a sword hitting the ground could be heard. The real one was directly in front of him. Archiard quickly used his staff to knock the sword away and grabbed Sungjin's now empty hand. He then confirmed by touch that this one was real. Ha ha ha. A reverse psychology. I had guessed that you would choose to come from the front or the right where my staff is. Sungjin looked into his eyes and said, How smart of you. But the moment you made that guess you already lost. Dragon grinned at his words. What is this? Bluffing when you're caught by me? The moment the dragon spoke, Sungjin recited a spell greatly condensed by the power of the romance of the three kingdoms. Time reversal. Sungjin began to travel back in time. The dragon let go of his hand, then Sungjin began to be hit by magic that the dragon had cast in reverse order. Dispel magic. Chain lightning. Gust wind. Each time he was hit, his clones increased. This was the side effect of playing the video backwards. And around the time Sungjin cast the illusion spell, he stopped the time reversal. Stopping at his convenience rather than be taken to the limits of his mana, he was able to learn that he could control when to stop going back in time with the help of Soldemir's experiments. If he wants the time to resume moving forward during time reversal, the spell ends there. Once arriving at the frame of time of his choosing, Sungjin recited the spell again. Illusion. But unlike last time, he felt his body strangely ache. The operator said, "Mana at 0%. Desperate maneuver. Health will be consumed instead of mana." It seemed that he had used all of his mana with Fireball, Illusion, and Time Reversal. Regardless, Sungjin attempted to recreate the exact same situation as the past. 20 copies of Sungjin. The real one stood at the very back to prevent himself from being hit by magic. Go away. Gust wind. Fry. Chain lightning. Return. Dispel magic. After 3 spells had passed, Sungjin sent the 3 fakes towards the right, front, and left of the dragon, while he himself went to the back. Then, they attacked the dragon as one. The dragon, the same as before, avoided the swords of the copies that approached him from the right and in front. The original Sungjin, which had circled behind the dragon, struck out heavily with Ariane towards the dragon's right hand, which held the staff. Snick! The dragon's hand was cut away, and the staff that the hand had been holding fell to the ground with a thud. The dragon looked behind him with wide eyes. His eyes seemed to scream, Not the front, but at the back? Sungjin continued and swung Moonspectre. However, the dragon held the other hand towards the Moonspectre even as it approached and shouted, "Let go!" Sungjin unconsciously dropped Moonspectre that he had been holding. However, he could not let go of this opportunity. Time flowed as if it was in slow motion. At the same time that he dropped Moonspectre to the ground, Sungjin grasped the sheathed Blood Vengeance and once again raised Ariane towards the sky. The dragon was about to shout something, but Sungjin's Ariane was faster. The Black Sword, whose damage had been upgraded by several times with the activation of the Ring of the Great Sage, swung down on the dragon's shoulder without mercy. The dragon's mouth, which was about to chant a spell, let out a shriek instead. Quack! At that instant, Sungjin was certain that he had grabbed a hold of a chance for victory. He took out Blood Vengeance from its sheath as he shouted, "Viscoro! Frenzy! Yanhurat! Let's kill him!" TL note. Just an interesting side note. When the dragon catches Sungjin, he says this. Hoo. It was. With Korean phonetics. Hoo shilshilaguna. Hushishilshil is a tactic/strategy used to disguise the valuables by making it appear as though it is devoid of content. Empty fort strategy used by Zhuge Liang is actually a subset of Hushishilshil. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159. Chapter 159, Great Plains of Barastan, 10. Once Sungjin shouted, Viscoro immediately activated Frenzy. At the same time, Yanhurat's voice began to urge Sungjin. Kill! 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 Sungjin's blood boiled uncontrollably as he swung his sword at the dragon at the speed of light. But still, the dragon was able to display his fearsome dodging abilities that came about from his experience and instincts. However, even that was not enough. Kill! 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 Sungjin, who grew more and more crazed by Yanhorat's shouts, wielded his swords even faster and struck the dragon's arms and legs. As he did so, he used the synergy of Biscoro's frenzy to make his swords move even more rapidly. It was the combination he had used to lay many foes to rest, beginning with the genius swordsman Kallian. Amidst this, the dragon attempted to withstand the pain and chant a spell, but Sungjin's furious blades did not allow him. Star. When Sungjin regained consciousness, a warning came out from the cube. Danger. HP below 10%. Sungjin caught his breath as he took off Yanhorat that he had worn around his neck. Hook! Hook! When he turned around, there was an unidentifiable corpse. Incredible! K. Biscoro's congratulations were followed by Moonspector's compliments. Good work, Master. However, even then, Sungjin could not put his mind to rest. Hook, hook, dot. As Sungjin caught his breath, he looked at the slab of meat for a few seconds, then finally relaxed. Hook. Ku. Ham. He had used all of his active skills, and his HP, MP, and stamina were all exhausted. He had truly used everything. If the dragon got up again now, then Sungjin would not be able to deal with it. Phew. Sungjin let out a sigh as he collapsed on the spot. He couldn't help but grin. He tried his best to hide it from the ghost to keep up their morale, but earlier when they were exchanging spells and blows, he kept thinking to himself that it was impossible and it could not be done. But in the end, he had done it. I did it. Sungjin clasped his hands together and shook them once. However, it was at that moment that a bright light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. A dark blue, almost navy, light. Chiefy Rying. Sungjin was startled as he looked at that light. When he looked closely, he found that the light appeared from the corpse that he had previously cut up. The light became brighter and brighter, and then seemed to become a sphere. Sungjin turned his head and gazed at the operator's cube. The cube which had previously warned him of his low health was silent. It did not announce the customary hidden boss clear. No way. As Sungjin trailed off, the sphere finally began to steadily grow bigger. The sphere slowly changed into a spherical figure. A gigantic lizard with wings. That is to say, the figure of a dragon. Even Biscoro, who was always in high spirits, was at a loss for words. By God! Moonspector, who always had positive things to say, could not hide her thoughts. How in the world? Of course, the most surprised was Sungjin. He had poured out everything in one, no, he had thought that he had one, but everything was for naught. Sungjin wanted to deny what was happening. However, a dragon of incredible size, one with blue scales, soon appeared in front of Sungjin. Even by roughly estimating the size, he was at least twice as big as Call Gal. Sungjin looked up at the dragon. Then, he used Moonspector to help himself up and said, "Thank you, Biscoro and Moonspector." The two had nothing to say in reply to Sungjin's words. It seemed that even those two had realized that now there was no chance for victory. The dragon's immense eyes flickered downwards and gazed at Sungjin. Sungjin muttered to himself. Then, the last fight. He said this to the two phantoms as well as to himself. Sungjin held up his two swords. Even if he was to die, he would put up a final resistance. However, at that moment the dragon said, "Polymorph, self." Soon, that gigantic body began to coalesce into a single light. Sungjin glared at that light as he continued to hold on to his swords. It was during this that the operator's voice suddenly rang out. "Congratulations! Hidden boss. Magic researcher Archiard cleared." Sungjin blankly looked at the cube. Then he looked back towards that light. The coalescing light had returned into the form of a human, to the form right before they had started their duel. He picked up his staff that had fallen to the ground, and said, "Return." the staff soon disappeared. Then, the dragon made its way towards Sungjin. Although he had heard the clear notification, Sungjin was still nervous as he watched the dragon. The figure approached close, then suddenly began to applaud. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of his applause spread throughout the vast plains. Sungjin looked at the dragon up and down. Biscoro muttered. Is he no longer going to attack? At that time, the dragon spoke. Amazing. Very impressive. You're the first human to forcefully undo my polymorph. What is your name? The dragon raised his hand and held it out towards Sungjin. Instantly, Sungjin lurched, as if he was about to cut that hand. The dragon then said, Ah! The fight is over. Human, I no longer have any intention of fighting. However, Sungjin did not let down his guard. The dragon looked at his own hand, then took it back as he said, But it seems you also have no intention to shake hands with me. Sungjin did not say anything. The sound of clearing did come out from the cube, but he could not move rashly in front of the opponent that he had attempted to kill until just a moment ago. They did not make a promise from the very beginning like he had done with Ariane. The dragon continued to babble on in front of Sungjin. Incredible. Exceptional sword technique and borrowing the power of a legendary omnibus, well. Those were indeed impressive, but more than anything, your tenacity was amazing. That glint in your eyes that you shot at me, who had returned to my original form. If it was a normal human, then he would have fallen into despair. To think that you thought of fighting me even then. I had been curious why Ariane had given you something like that. But it seemed like that there was reason to do so. Sungjin did not feel particularly happy despite receiving this dragon's praise. While Sungjin kept glaring at him, the dragon suddenly asked, By the way, how did you use time reversal? Sungjin was startled by the dragon's question. In time reversal, the time flowed backwards only from the user's perspective. Because of this, others would not be able to remember anything. However, the dragon knew that Sungjin had used time reversal. At this time, the dragon spoke up, as if he had read Sungjin's mind. You do not have to be so surprised since I am someone born with the blue scales. Furthermore, for the past 1,000 years, studying magic has been my main diversion. The dragon did not explain in detail, but it was enough to understand a little. According to Soldamer, originally magic had belonged to dragons. Blue, red, green, white, black. He had said that the 5 colors of magic had originated from the color of the scales of dragons. As such, if it was this dragon, who was a blue dragon, then it was natural that he would know some parts of the greatest blue magic, time reversal. Furthermore, the operator had said that the dragon was a magic researcher. As expected, was it because of that ring? The ring that Ariane gave you? Sungjin did not say anything, but the dragon was able to ask and answer his own questions rather easily. As expected. That ring was not a ring that simply increased your magic power. What effects does it have? Sungjin simply blinked as he stood there, this time as well. The dragon did not ask again. He simply held his hand out towards Sungjin and muttered something. Once more, Sungjin staggered. No, he did not stagger, but it felt as if he had staggered. Oh. That's how it is. Sungjin had felt this before as well. Though he did not know how, it seemed that the dragon was able to use the palm of his hand to read Sungjin's memories. I see. Incredible. To be the item of the great sage, Anatole. It truly is. An envious item. The dragon's eyes shone as he looked at the ring of the great sage that Sungjin wore. Despite his handsome appearance, at this moment his expression transformed into an epitome of greed and avarice. Upon seeing this face, Sungjin, who had just let go of his anxiety, became incredibly tense once more. Though in truth he did not have any chance of winning if they fought for real, but he couldn't just hand it over without trying. However, the dragon soon gave up on the ring. However, as promised before, I will leave that to continue shining on your finger. As Ariane had said, that is an item that is directly connected to your fate. In truth, to me, it is simply an antique and does not have much use. The dragon, who was enthusiastically carrying on the conversation alone in front of Sungjin, suddenly decided to leave. Then, farewell. Undergoing time reversal was a rather refreshing experience for me. Though I did not particularly desire for it, but thanks to you, I was able to study something good. Snap. The dragon snapped his thumb and middle finger. Then suddenly, a long elliptical portal appeared. A portal that looked as if someone had attached a zipper to the air and then opened it. The dragon extended a leg into the portal. Sungjin kept looking until the end to see if he would leave or not. However, Biscoro then spoke up. What, is this guy leaving without giving anything? Now that he had thought about it, this dragon had not given anything like Ariane had. However, even so, grabbing the dragon, who was entering the portal, was a laughable thought. Sungjin stood there, torn in hesitation, when the dragon suddenly said, "Ah, right. Before, when I read your memories, there was something that I was also curious about." The figure stood there with one foot in the portal. Sungjin tilted his head as the dragon continued. Why did Edward, at that time, shoot spells at his allies? Sungjin unknowingly opened his mouth. Did this dragon truly look at his entire life in that instant? The dragon brought back the foot that had crossed into the portal, and once again rambled on. There is a topic that I was thinking about recently. If you can know the past in its entirety, then could you not also predict the future in its entirety? Something like that. With that in mind, I'll give you this. He held his hand in the air and said, "Come." Soon, above the dragon's hand, a pair of sunglasses that seemed to have slightly thick lenses appeared. The dragon tossed it towards Sungjin. With both of his hands still holding his swords, Sungjin unexpectedly had to hug it. And perhaps you will also need this. Come. This time, the staff that the dragon had used earlier appeared. He tossed that to Sungjin as well. Sungjin briefly put down blood vengeance as he received the staff in his hand. Having given Sungjin two presents, the dragon vaguely said, "If it's these two, then it should be enough for you to overcome your fate. That is, according to that past of yours that I read." Sungjin lowered his vigilance towards the dragon after having received two presents. He looked at the staff that the dragon had tossed, more specifically the blue gem embedded in the staff, as he asked, Didn't you need this gem?" "Ah. I do indeed need it. But I don't particularly need to obtain it here and now. I'll need them about 300 years later. And there will always be wars. Those gems will go around and then return to me. Even if you put that in the cube and take it to 99 nights. It seemed that the dragon even knew about his circumstances in other dimensions. It briefly looked at the cube. That truly is a foul thing, isn't it? Sungjin, of course, looked at the cube as well. It was possible that this cube and the operator that could be heard from inside it was his tragic fate. However, that definitely a type of. Then the dragon muttered to himself as he stood there, and then said, "Come." As expected, something appeared in the air. And, after seeing it, Sungjin was incredibly surprised. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160. Chapter 160, Great Plains of Barastan, 11. The third item that the Dragon Archaeard took out was a cube. What was particularly surprising was that the cube looked exactly the same as the operator cube, except for its size, which was just big enough to fit comfortably in one hand. I've made something like this as well. But with the materials being what they are, I could not make one as big as the one you're carrying around. Sungjin's mouth opened slightly in shock. You can make cubes? The dragon tossed the cube into the air as if it were a ball and then caught it. He continued to toss it into the air as he spoke. The first two items that I gave you before. If it's those, they'll be of help in helping you overcome your tragic fate. The dragon said the exact same thing that Arian had said back then. However, Sungjin did not know if the dragon had repeated the words that he had said previously, or if the dragon used the same words that he had received by reading his memory. And this. The dragon tossed the cube to Sungjin, who clumsily received it as he was caught unaware. Is keeping tradition. Tradition? When Sungjin tilted his head, the dragon replied. That's right. Tradition. The dragon continued to say incomprehensible words. Sungjin asked. What do you mean by that? The dragon answered. You know as well. Humans who defeat avaricious dragons. They rescue the kidnapped princess or take the treasures in the dragon's lair. Stories like that. Sungjin pushed out his lower lip a little. For a main character in the stories to speak of himself in the third person was quite strange. Human. Since I lost, I'm giving you a reward. Sungjin looked down at the cube. A cube, roughly 5 centimeters in length. If there was something different about it, it was that there was a drawing of a blue dragon letting out a breath on the top face of the cube. Sungjin said to the dragon. I have a bigger cube. Just where am I supposed to use this one? The dragon's eyes shone once he heard Sungjin's question. He gestured to the operator's cube as he said. That cube is something you're using, but it's not yours. Right? Sungjin looked slightly behind him and gazed at the operator's cube. If he thought about it, the dragon's words were right. He was using that cube, but it did not belong to him. Sungjin turned back and was about to nod his head. However, before Sungjin could nod his head, the dragon continued to speak. However, that cube that you're holding, that one is yours. Do you understand what I'm saying? What? Well, just know that this is the case. Anyways, when the time comes, you'll understand. According to my calculations, that is. And my calculations aren't often wrong. I'm a true genius after all. What? Sungjin once more said what, but the dragon did not give the answer that he desired. Instead, the dragon asked for his name. Ah, right. Now that I think about it. You. What's your name? The dragon was incredibly self-centered. Angered, Sungjin once more attempted to keep his mouth shut. However, at that moment, the dragon asked once more. This time, with force. What is your name? Sungjin attempted to keep his mouth shut, but abnormally, it opened, his tongue moved, and his vocal cords reverberated. Sungjin. The dragon nodded his head as he smiled in satisfaction. Ah, I see. Human Sungjin. I don't know if you heard previously, but my name is Archiard. Today was an interesting day. Farewell. I do not know if we will meet again. No, it's likely we will never meet again. But I'll probably recall this meeting once more before I die. The dragon continued to talk by himself like this as he disappeared into the portal that he had opened. At the same time, Biscoro muttered. So your name is Sungjin, . Sungjin simply stood there, since Biscoro was someone who could not speak to others. It did not matter if Biscoro knew his name, and furthermore, Biscoro seemed more pleased with Sungjin's alias than he was with Sungjin's real name. Sungjin. But it's easier to pronounce K. I'll continue to call you K in the future. Sure, go ahead. At this moment, having been released from the spell, Kane and Suldamer urgently ran towards Sungjin. Woof woof. Master. Kane, who had been frozen, looked around the area with a slightly nervous look, while Suldamer examined Sungjin up and down as he asked. Were you hurt anywhere? Sungjin reassured the two summons. Ah, well. I'm fine. Kane, I'm fine. That dragon from before left. Kane seemed dejected about the fact that he had been frozen the whole time. Coon. Woof. Suldamer spoke as if Sungjin being unhurt was enough. I see, what a relief. To fight a dragon. When I saw him back then, he was incredibly large. Sungjin asked about their conditions in turn. What about you two? Are you okay? Kane vigorously cried out twice. Woof woof. Suldamer said. Yes, as I was only briefly ejected into the spirit world. I could not exist in the real world temporarily. I'm fine now. Sungjin looked over them. Back then, Regenta had been dismissed immediately in one blow. However, it was obvious that when he would return to 99 Nights, Regenta would act cutely with his large body while crying. Kiang. Sungjin now began to examine the items that the dragon had given him. A pair of bizarre sunglasses, the staff that the dragon had used, and an incredibly small cube. If it were any other time, then he would first put them away and then go through their abilities in detail when he had the time, but right now he was too curious to wait. Sungjin first held up a bizarre pair of sunglasses above his head and looked at them. These sunglasses had odd parts attached to its body, like those VR devices that were trending recently. No, now that he looked at them, it felt like that they were closer to VR devices than sunglasses. What was as strange apart from its appearance, was its weight. It appeared that the outside and inside of the sunglasses consisted of some kind of metallic substance, but it was light enough that its weight could barely be felt. Soon, the operator's item description appeared. Ever Dream, View of Fantasy. Legendary Accessory. Passive Skill. View of Fantasy, shows what you want to see from inside the gaps between time that has flown past. Only activates when sleeping for longer than 7 hours. If reality is a dream, and dreams are reality, then stories are the only thing remaining to humanity. Some rather peculiar conditions were attached to it. It can only be activated when sleeping for longer than 7 hours? What a stupid condition. It looks like it only activates when you're sleeping? In response to Biscoro's words, Sungjin replied, Indeed. I'm going to take you off for a bit, Biscoro. Sungjin held his hand to his head and said, Remove. Soon, Biscoro's skull, which had been covering half of Sungjin's face, appeared above his hand. Sungjin now held those sunglasses as he said, Equip. Suddenly, it became dark. Nothing could be seen. What's this? Sungjin raised his hand and took off the sunglasses. The wide Barastan plains came into view once more. He then put the sunglasses on again. It became dark. The sunglasses had a permeability of nearly 0%. Sungjin soon realized this, rather than sunglasses, or a VR device. Isn't it just an eye mask for sleeping? In any case, he was unable to use it now. Sungjin placed the eye mask inside the cube. What he picked up next was the long staff, the staff that the dragon had used. The blue gems that were called sky whatever were attached on one end. Sungjin held it up and looked at it. Cereburf, Undull Staff. Legendary Staff. Passive Skill. Reverse Mana Flow, 10 seconds after using a spell, receive 30% of the mana consumed. Active Skill. Empower magic. 3. Temporarily increase magic power by 3 times. Feelings of inferiority and superiority arise from comparison. Do not think highly of someone who acts conceited after obtaining something. For that person is someone who has already felt inferiority. Sungjin looked over the staff. The staff had the same empower magic that the ring of the great sage had. But, instead of rank 5, it was rank 3 and only increased magic power by 3 times. This, if it was upgraded to unique legendary, it should be similar to the ring of the great sage? The passive skill of the staff seemed to be better than that of the ring of the great sage. For me to use it is a bit. But if I give it to another chosen one? When Sungjin thought this, he recalled the chosen ones that he had forgotten about for a while. Ah, right. Are they doing well? This raid was not easy. If they did not perform the infiltration mission properly in the beginning, then they could fall into danger. There had not been a request for summon yet, but he should still go and help them as fast as possible. Sungjin put the staff into the cube as well. I should quickly eliminate the surviving soldiers and then go through the other dimensions. But still, he felt that he should check the last remaining mini-cube. Of the 3 items that the Dragon Archiard had gifted him in the beginning, the cube was what he was most curious about. Sungjin quickly held the cube up. Plasmic cube. Normal accessory. Passive skill. Possession. I keep the item that is inside the cube. I, Archiard, was born a genius and was able to understand the logic of the world when I was 100 years old. And when I was 1,000 years old there was already nothing that I did not know. At this time, I just had a single dream. What is this? Sungjin looked at the cube with incredibly disappointed eyes. A normal accessory. There was nothing in particular to explain. He already knew about the passive skill. Furthermore, the dragon bragged about himself in the item description at the bottom. Before, when he took this out and said it was tradition or whatnot, he made quite a big deal about it. But with this, how is it any different from my cube? Sungjin thought as such, but he did not have a lot of time to ponder on the issue. He had been delayed far too long by the dragon's rambling and by checking the items that he had received from it. Sungjin placed the mini-cube into the operator cube and then re-equipped Biscoro. Afterwards, he went over to Kane and said, Kane, it's time for you to take an active part. Call your subordinates and find the remaining enemies. The moment he finished speaking, Kane let out a long howl. A woo-woo. Soon, the figures of his subordinates appeared in Barastan Plains. Woof! Woof! At Kane's command, they spread throughout the area. After watching them, Sungjin said to Soldamer, Soldamer, take me up. I used all of my mana in the previous fight. Soldamer lifted Sungjin into the air without delay. Defy gravity. Flight. Sungjin's body soon rose into the sky. He then watched Kane and his comrades running through the plains from above. There would be enemies in the direction that they headed. As he followed behind the wolves while flying slowly in the sky, Sungjin thought, I'll finish this quickly, then go help my allies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161. Chapter 161, Great Plains of Barastan, 12. Phew. Saran breathed in deeply, then pulled back the bowstring. The target was a large demon in the middle of a team of demons. It appeared to be the leader. Though he seemed to be 2 heads taller than the other demons, it would not be easy to hit him because the distance between them was too far. By her estimation, they were about 200 meters apart. It was a distance that was 3 times that of the farthest distance used in women's archery, which was 70 meters. Even if it was her, she did not know if she could hit the target with one shot. Saran briefly looked around. 9 hunters and their 18 eyes were all fixed upon her. She had completed numerous raids until now, but intense moments like these were rather rare. They had successfully completed the guerrilla warfare, and it was now time for the fight against the main encampment. However, the size of the main encampment was larger than they had imagined. They had racked their brains for a way to start the fight, before all agreeing to have the incredibly skilled archer Hassan, who Saran had transformed into, start things off by wounding the enemy commander. That is why things had turned out this way. Saran aimed towards the enemy commander and pulled her bowstring taut. The arrow quivered as if it were going to be fired immediately. However, after a brief moment, Saran lowered her bow and shook her head. She did not have any confidence. Ha! She unconsciously let out a sigh. At that moment, Edward, who was standing next to her, patted her shoulder as he said, "Don't be so nervous. You'll be fine with your level of skill." Saran stared at him. Edward often spoke encouraging words to others. He sure seems like a rather decent person. However, Sungjin would not say something like that without reason. By the time they killed a regular boss and try to find the hidden piece, Sungjin would have finished the entire raid and would definitely be looking to see if the other hunters were doing well. Also, he would certainly be able to recognize Edward, who was standing next to her. Regardless of whether Saran called him or not, the chance of Sungjin coming here was high. Well, it should be fine if I find out the details when they meet. Saran kept this in mind as she once more pulled back on her bowstring. The target was definitely far away even when she looked at it again. However, she had to erase all thoughts of it being far away in order to land a shot on it. After a few seconds of concentrating without any distracting thoughts, Saran let go of the bowstring. Phew! The arrow that flew from her bow drew out a long curve. Her arrow was rather fast, but because of the distance, it still flew for a relatively long time, for about 2-3 seconds. Gulp! The sound of someone swallowing their spit could be heard. After a brief moment. Thud. With a sound, one of the demon's head was knocked backwards. It was a headshot. Soon, a voice rang out simultaneously from the hunter's cubes. Warning! Boss monster Zeratar has appeared. Now it was a head-on fight. The hunters fell into their formation. Amongst the hunters, Saran was still the busiest. Over there! She shot an arrow into the mouth of a demon who was pointing at them and shouting. Pew thud! The other long-range attacker, Edward, began to chant a spell. I beckon the god of destruction from far reaches of space. Come! Meteor strike! When he finished the spell, another sun appeared in the vast skies. It steadily came closer, until it finally revealed itself to be a meteorite flying at incredible speeds. Spell! It's a spell. Soon, a few anti-magic shells were cast above the enemy position. The gigantic meteorite fell on top of them. Boom! And massive amount of dust flew into the air along with the enormous explosion. Cough, cough. Each of the hunters in the front held out their hands in order to block the dust. Saran also briefly let go of her bowstring and lowered the goggles that were located on the top of her head. The name of the goggles was Rokrua. It was an item that had a passive skill that allowed one to identify the movement of living beings through their body heat. Countless Crimson's figures could be seen scrambling about inside the chaos. They had to reduce the numbers of the enemy as much as they could before they clashed head-on. Saran aimed at them as she continuously released arrows. Pew! 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 However, the enemy steadily came closer to the hunters. Saran took off her goggles after firing arrows for a while. The dust that covered the plains began to clear out, and the approaching demon army could be clearly seen. There were hundreds of soldiers. Even after being hit by the meteorite that Edward summoned, there was an incredible number of demons remaining. Saran wondered. Can we win? It had been a while since she had thought like this. The last time was way back when she had met the hidden boss of the dragon's lair, a scary lady with crimson eyes. Unconsciously, Saran found herself looking at the other skilled person, Edward. After casting Meteor Strike, Edward had sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Meditation. Saran turned her gaze back towards the enemies. When she was about to draw back her bowstring, she recalled Sungjin's words. Don't aim for the hidden boss. That's too dangerous. You should utilize everything you have in the boss fight. She took out 1001 Nights from under her clothes. When she opened the book, a new passage was written. Saran began to read it aloud without hesitation. The rock was a bird large enough to be able to cast his shadow on an entire valley. It fed mainly on elephants. At that time, the sound of someone reading next to her could be heard. Thor, the god of thunder, was a peerless warrior. He wielded Mjolnir, the hammer of thunder, and Megingjord, the belt of strength. Two members owned legendary omnibuses in a single party. As Saran read the final sentence, she felt a little relieved. Star. Woof. Woof woof. As he flew while following Kane's voice, Sungjin was able to see a team of demons that were gathered together. They were already fighting with Kane's wolves who had run in front. Woof. Woof. What's with these damned mutts? Where did they come from? Upon seeing this, Sungjin simply said. Soldemir. Soldemir snapped his fingers, and Sungjin, who had been flying at low altitude, began to freefall. He landed on the ground and rolled once. What? What's that? It's that guy from before. Upon seeing Sungjin, the demons were split between those who stood their ground. Revenge for the commander. And those who wanted to flee. Rue. Run away. There was already a rule that had been set for this. Sungjin fought the demons that wanted to fight him, while Kane and Soldemir fought against the demons that wanted to flee. Woof woof. Hand of Dead. There was a total of 4 demons that charged towards Sungjin. However, Sungjin had already fought against an enemy force of over 100 demons, as well as an old dragon just a short time ago. To him, these 4 demons were like eating a cake after having eaten the main dish. Sungjin easily dominated the demons and moved forwards. He sliced the throats of the first 2 demons that approached with one strike. The third demon that came just had a single chance to attack, but Sungjin leaned backwards and used Moonspectre to block it. Clang. Afterwards, he fluidly turned once and used Blood Vengeance with his right hand to pierce through the demon's heart. Coup. The fourth demon, who saw all of this, lost his will to fight. Though he was one of the 4 demons that had enthusiastically charged, he revealed his back and began to flee. However, Kane appeared out of nowhere and swooped down on the demon. Woof. Aya. Kane pinned down the demon's arms with his front paws, before gruesomely tearing out the demon's throat with his teeth. With that, the nearby demons were annihilated. In order to maintain the current speed, Sungjin immediately said to Soldemir. Soldemir, let's go. However, Kane called out to Sungjin. Woof woof. HRM? When Sungjin tilted his head, an alarm rang out from the operator's cube. Congratulations. Raid 100% complete. Beginning reward distribution. Monsters slain. Demon. Ah, we're finished. Kane, Soldemir. Great job. At Sungjin's words, Kane approached Sungjin and rubbed its head against him, while Soldemir bowed his head. It's my pleasure. Atron, the prince's flag. Luio, the blind man's lost shoe. Sungjin took a brief glimpse at the items that appeared before placing them inside the cube. Congratulations! Legendary item. Each of the items that he received was of the legendary tier, but Sungjin did not find anything that seemed to be worth using. Rather using them himself, he thought about his allies as he picked them up. This Mahata should be able to put it to good use. Last but not the least, you will be awarded titles you've earned on this raid. Executioner, deal 3x damage to enemies that have less than 10% HP remaining. It was not likely that decent titles would appear now. It might be because even though he had a similar level of performance, he had already received all the better titles. After having finished distribution, the operator's voice could be heard. Returning to the Hunter's Hall in 1 Sungjin spoke up before it finished speaking. Operator. I'll return at the original time. The operator then changed the time. Returning to the Hunter's Hall in 1 hour and 52 minutes. If it was 1 hour and 52 minutes, then he should be able to help the other hunters safely finish their raids. And if he had some time left after that, then he could also go troll hunting. Having finished everything in his own dimension, Sungjin took out the scepter of the warlord from the cube. He was curious about how his allies were doing. Inspection. Soon, the figures of 5 hunters began to appear in front of Sungjin's eyes. The hunters were still engaged in guerrilla warfare. They were doing well. The guerrilla warfare, in the beginning, could decide victory or defeat in the boss fight. He had also told them, proceed as carefully as you can. However, when he looked closely, one party, Saran's, seemed a bit strange. Instead of being on the lookout for demons, they were searching along the riverside where he had previously met the dragon. This appearance suggested that they were searching for the hidden piece after killing the normal boss. No way? Did they already kill the boss? Saran's party was usually the fastest to clear the raids. Not only was she incredibly skilled, but she also held one of the 3 unique legendary books, Arabian Nights. If you included a good party, it was not an impossible thing. I guess. Things turned out well. It seemed that he did not have to worry about Saran from here on. Though she still had the hidden boss remaining, with his current condition he was unable to help her. Also, it was likely that nothing would happen since he had told them, if you meet the hidden boss, don't challenge him and just run. Since one member had safely finished the raid, he could concentrate on the other 4 members. Sungjin was about to leave her alone and turn his attention to the other hunters, when at that moment, he sensed that something was out of place. What was that? He looked once more at Saran's monitor. And at that time, he finally discovered it. The person standing next to Saran, Edward. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162. Chapter 162, Great Plains of Barastan, 13. Caw. Caw. Above the battlefield, a single immense bird was flying around. It was a rock that had been summoned by Saran through Arabian Nights. The book's description of the rock being able to grasp an elephant with one claw was brought directly to life as it flew around the skies. The bird's beak pecked at the demons, and its claws grasped a handful of them and dropped them after flying about. The demons that fell from the skies died after breaking their hips and twisting their necks. In the middle of the battlefield, the figure of a man could be seen shouting, "Wow!" The name of the man was Thor, the god Edward summoned by using myths of Northern Europe. He wielded a lightning-clad hammer and was sweeping away the enemies. On occasion, 1 or 2 demons would stab the man with a spear or slice him with a sword, but he would continue to slaughter the demons without a single wound. Thanks to the 2 summons, the enemy army could not maintain their formation. During this time, the hunters charged at the enemy commander Zeratar. They believed that if they could kill the enemy commander, the remaining enemies would lose their will to fight. Saran was the only one to stay behind as she continued to shoot arrows. Pew! 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 Saran was unable to rest even a second between each arrow since the fight had begun. She had shot tens of thousands of arrows since she started archery from a young age. However, this was the first time she had shot so many arrows in one sitting. Her breath became ragged, her shoulder began to ache and her arms burned. However, she could not rest. At the front, the hunters had begun to fight with the boss monster. Her job was to prevent the other monsters from approaching. If her arrows stopped, then the hunters would be surrounded. With this in mind, she shot arrows while falling into a near trance-like state. Finally, a long-awaited sound could be heard. Boss monster Commander Zeratar cleared. The moment the enemy commander died, the demons were all busy fleeing away. Nevertheless, Saran continued to shoot arrows without taking a break. Pew! Every time an arrow flew through the air, another demon would collapse on the spot. It was only after that the demons had nearly disappeared from view that her arm stopped drawing back the bowstring like a machine. Just when the fight was finished, and she could finally let go of the tense anxiety, an urgent voice could be heard from amidst the hunters. "Hey, over here!" She turned her head and saw the hunters gathered at one spot. Saran shouldered her bow and ran towards them. There, the hunter juggernaut lay collapsed. Though there were no wounds to be seen, he was unconscious. Is he dead? The moment Saran thought this, the man's cube said, "Warning! Low HP below 20%. He was not dead yet." When she looked closely, there was a small dagger that was stabbed into his side. Back then, the boss stabbed him before he died. Now that she looked at it, the wound was tinged with a strange purplish color. Someone said, "The dagger is poisoned. We have to remove it." A hunter grasped the dagger, then pulled it out. Soon, blood began to gush out from the wound. As this was happening, one of the hunters took out a potion and held it to the juggernaut's lips. A special grade HP recovery potion. It was an expensive potion that cost 1,000 black coins. However, despite this, the cube's voice could be heard once again. Warning! Incredibly low HP below 10%. Someone added from behind. It's an extremely deadly poison, just using potions won't work. Does no one have an antidote? Saran took out an antidote from her belt. This was, of course, a special grade antidote. It was an expensive antidote that could neutralize nearly every kind of poison. The hunter who received it threw it into the mouth of the juggernaut. However, at that moment, he began to cough up blood. Cough. He's bleeding too much. He'll die at this rate. While the hunters were unable to do anything, Saran unconsciously looked for Edward. If it was him, then there might be something that he could do. When Saran turned her head, she found him slightly apart from the hunters, meditating with his eyes closed. Saran wanted to shake him awake and say, "This isn't the time for this." However, when she approached him, he opened his eyes. When Saran hesitated slightly, he rose up from his spot, moved past her and said to the hunters, "Please move aside." When Edward appeared, the hunters wordlessly moved aside for him. Edward looked at the wound, then touched his ring once as he said, "Specialize, white." Soon, the color of the ring that he was wearing became white. He placed his hand on the juggernaut's wound and chanted a spell. "By the power of God, save this one." God's hand. Soon, a brilliant light began to shine from his hand. Star. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Edward. Truly, thank you. It was nothing. Don't worry. While they were searching for the hidden piece, the revived juggernaut kept expressing his thanks to Edward. He had been unable to move because the poison was a type of paralysis poison, but he was able to see what everyone was doing. He kept bowing his head as he said, "When we receive the raid distribution this time, I'll reimburse you no matter what. You don't need to do something like that. Nonsense. You saved me even though your raid rewards would be reduced." There was a reason why the juggernaut was so truly thankful to Edward. In this raid, until they killed the boss, they were allies who had bled together. However, after killing the boss, they were people who split the raid reward. In truth, there were a few who were going to leave him alone when they saw him dying. But in spite of this, Edward had sacrificed this chance to save him. The Juggernaut also approached Saran and expressed his thanks. Mr. Hassan as well, I saw you give me an antidote. Thank you. Ah. No problem. Saran just nodded her head a few times. In truth, she was focused on something else. Should I be calling Sungjin Appa now? Saran called out to the operator and checked the remaining time. Operator, the remaining time? Returning to the Hunter's Hall in 2 hours and 20 minutes. There was a total of 3 hours and 30 minutes for the raid, so the amount of time that had elapsed was 1 hour and 10 minutes. Exactly 1/3 of the time had passed. This was way past 1/5 of the total raid time, which was when Sungjin had said that they could call him. In fact, it was strange that Sungjin hasn't already come by this point. Saran thought about it in detail. If it's by this time, then even before I call him, he should have already arrived. Did he not finish the raid yet? When she thought about, this seemed to be the case. Not only was there the difficulty of the current raid, but the Great Plains were incredibly vast. Because of this, no matter how Sungjin tried, it would take time for him to obtain 100% completion. Saran finally came to a decision. If Appa had finished the raid, then he would have come here before I could even call him. Because of this, she decided to wait for Sungjin to come instead of calling him. If he finished his raid, then he would immediately use inspection, and then quickly appear here. Now, she had to consider what to do when Sungjin arrived. Mr. Edward seems like a rather good person. Why would Sungjin Appa hate someone like Edward so much? While Saran was pondering the issue, one of the hunters in the front shouted, "Hey! Look here, Dot." Saran lifted her head and looked in front. 2 of the hunters were dragging out a corpse from the edge of the stream. Isn't there something strange about this corpse? Indeed. There was a total of 4 with the title Treasure Hunter among the 10 hunters. After the raid was over, they naturally searched for the hidden piece. Their efforts finally bore fruit. Hey, inside his chest, you can see a blue light. Let's cut open his stomach. Saran stood slightly apart from them as she watched the scene. Soon, a voice could be heard from the operator's cube. Congratulations! You have obtained the hidden piece. Elendil's final preparation. Oh! It's a gem. We actually found it, Dot. However, while the hunters were excitedly celebrating after finding the hidden piece, a person suddenly appeared from the sky. Thud. Saran briefly looked at him. Is it Sungjin Appa? However, the man that appeared was about a head taller than Sungjin. An unknown handsome man. The hunters' gazes were drawn to the man. At that moment, the man spoke. Look here, humans. Hand that over. The hunters were briefly bewildered but soon prepared to fight. Even Saran took out her bow. However, the man then added, Are you wanting to fight me? You'll die. We'll die? With just one sentence, Saran could feel that her body had suddenly begun stiffening. However, despite this, she took out an arrow and knocked it on her bowstring. Afterwards, she glanced at the other hunters from the corner of her eye. The hunters were simply unable to move. Of them, only Edward was moving slightly backwards. If it was like this, then they wouldn't be able to fight. At this moment, the man looked towards Saran, then said, Put down that arrow, pretty one. If you don't want to be hurt, that is. Saran was surprised. It was as if the man could see past the mask and see her true self. When she unconsciously lowered her bow, the man continued on saying, Humans. I'll say it only once, so listen well. If you hand over the gem, I'll let you live. If you don't hand it over, you'll die. Which do you choose? It was then that the other hunters realized that he was not a normal man. Seeing that he called them humans, it could be that he might be the hidden boss that was talked about in the opening verse. The hunters turned their heads and looked at Saran and Edward, since these two were the strongest. It seemed like they were asking the two to make the decision. Saran recalled what Sungjin had said during every breakfast. Don't fight against the hidden bosses of 10-man raids, she said to the hunters. We'll hand it over. Edward also nodded his head wordlessly. The hunters handed the gem over to the man. HRM, good. What smart humans. After approaching the hunters and snatching the gem away from them, he bid them farewell. You did a good job finding it for me. Then, I'm off. The man opened a blue portal in the air. Open, and then disappeared inside of it. Phew. The moment the man disappeared, all of the hunters let out a long breath. Although it was for just a short moment, it had been difficult to breathe even though they were just facing him. One of the hunters said, "That guy was the hidden boss, right? He should be. That oppressive feeling. I don't think he's human. But that guy took the hidden piece. I know, right? What a despicable person." While the hunters were conversing, suddenly a column of light appeared from the sky. The hunters who were startled by the hidden boss just a moment ago were alarmed once again. What's that? Except for Saran. This was because she had already seen this several times. Soon, Sungjin's figure appeared in the column of light. However, his two swords were already unsheathed, as if he were about to swing them right now. Saran saw this and thought, what do I do? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163. Chapter 163, Great Plains of Barastan, 14. Sungjin was teleported to a new dimension along with a bright light. Far away, he could see Edward and Saran among the hunters. Sungjin rotated his wrists while holding two of his swords. Moon Spectre and Blood Vengeance cut through the air. Sungjin waited for the lights to disappear, like a sprinter at the start line waiting for the gun signal to begin. And as soon as it disappeared, he ran towards Edward. When the hunters saw Sungjin charge towards them at high speeds, they were greatly shocked. What? While the hunters were still stunned and unable to react, Sungjin immediately targeted Edward. But, the only person who knew what was going on, Saran, tried to stop him. Please wait, she shouted. Sungjin ignored her and charged against Edward. Whoa! The other hunters didn't know what was going on, but they moved out of the way first. Edward himself was also unaware that he had become a target. He backstepped because Sungjin was running aggressively in his direction. Sungjin used Beskoro to recite an incantation. Frostbite. Edward's feet became rooted. Sungjin planned on splitting him in half then and there. Edward must be eliminated, even if that means he must become a troll. But moments before Sungjin's sword was about to reach his forehead. Bolt charge. Someone had jumped in to knock Sungjin away. Sungjin had been too focused on Edward that he was caught off guard, but spinning midair, he landed on his feet and saw that the Juggernaut was standing next to Edward with his shield like a personal guard. It's already after distribution. What a strong sense of camaraderie, Sungjin had thought. Edward aimed a spell towards him. Glacial wall encase the enemy. Ice cage. Soon a tall wall of ice surrounds Sungjin. Back to formation. Thanks to the moment's respite, the hunters reorganized themselves and decided to worry about the reasons later. It was an instinctual reaction to being attacked suddenly without knowing what Sungjin was doing. The barrier around Sungjin did not last long. Pow! Two swords came through the wall of ice at the same time. Creak! Then with an ominous noise, it cut a circular hole through the ice. Boom! The circular portion fell forward and landed on the ground. Sungjin himself walked out of the circular exit he had created. Before him was a line of hunters in battle formation. Tanks in the front, damage dealers in the second row. Magician Edward was naturally in the back, a textbook formation. Only Saran, who knew Sungjin, was hesitating, standing off to the side. Sungjin addressed them. "My target is the magician in the back. If you do not stop me, I will not attack you. But if you get in my way, be prepared to die. Choose." The hunters turned to look at Edward. Edward looked just as confused as the rest of them. The hunters then briefly exchanged glances and turned back towards Sungjin. It seemed right to protect their comrade, but they didn't understand why this was happening. It was then. "What are you? Are you a troll?" The juggernaut who had saved Edward earlier walked forward and demanded. "Why have you tried to attack us?" Sungjin replied. "I will repeat myself. My target is the magician in the back. I don't care about the rest of you. Who cares about what you think? We are a team. If you wish to attack Mr. Edward, you will have to face us all." Sungjin glared at him. And lifting up both his swords, he stated, "Do whatever you want, everyone who stops me will die." The juggernaut scoffed. He turned his head to look at his team as he said, "Everyone? We're 10 people." The juggernaut had spoken with confidence. They were a successful party that completed a 10-man raid perfectly. The opponent was only a single hunter. He was no boss nor hidden boss, simply another hunter. He was certain that if they were to work together and fight, then they could definitely win. Especially because their team had the unbelievable magician Edward and expert sniper Hassan. But then he noticed that Hassan was not in formation. It was as if Hassan didn't think that this fight involved him. The juggernaut did think something was strange, but he nevertheless returned his gaze and said, "Do you really think you can face all 10 of us?" Sungjin crossed his blades as he said, "Why don't you try?" The battle was imminent. "Appa! Please don't do this." It was none other than Saran's voice. All the hunters turned to look at Saran, who was in the appearance of Hassan. The voice was that of a man, but the speech pattern was that of a woman. Noticing strange gazes upon her, she pulled the beard down as she said, "Unequip." The skin on her face peeled off and Saran returned to her original appearance. All the hunters were shocked. Firstly, because a person they had believed to be a man all this time, even though the silhouette of the body had been quite feminine, turned out to be a woman. Secondly, because the woman was unbelievably beautiful. Saran put away the Hassan mask she had purchased from the raccoon merchant and said, "Appa, please wait." But Sungjin was in no mood to listen. "Stay aside. It's dangerous. I've had a chance to speak with him, and he's a very reasonable person. If you just speak with him." Saran tried to calm the situation down, but Sungjin didn't even want to listen. "I know." He cut her off mid-sentence. "I know that if you speak with him, he will seem alright. But there is something you do not know. Obey me and stay out of it." "No, wait, Appa." It was at this moment when Saran had Sungjin's attention. "Yeah!" One of the hunters, Master Chef, appeared in the air behind Sungjin. He had a dagger in both hands. His assassination skill was so great that in the first guerrilla phase of this round, his contribution was on par with Saran and Edward. When Saran saw him appear, she shouted, "No!" But it was too late. He aimed for Sungjin's neck and swung his daggers. Stab. His daggers ended up stabbing Sungjin. But even the master chef who had launched the attack was shocked. The master hunter had been facing away from him until a moment ago. But what he hit wasn't his neck but his forearm. He couldn't believe his eyes. To him, it had appeared as if an arm grew where the neck had been a moment ago. Wah! While he was still reeling in surprise, Saran said to the master chef, "Run, Curtis. He's not someone." But it was too late. Red aura enveloped his body. Sungjin did not hesitate in swinging his sword. Spa-pat. Along with the sound. Ag! A cross-shaped wound appeared on his body, spewing a stream of blood. Saran shouted at Sungjin once more. Appa! For the first time, Sungjin spoke to her with anger. Do you intend to join the side of my enemy because you've been in a party with him just once? Saran wasn't able to respond. It was then the Juggernaut readied his shield and mace. Urea! He shouted and charged towards Sungjin. The other hunters hesitated for a moment more, but they followed Juggernaut's lead to attack Sungjin. Most of them were probably thinking, "It's 8 versus 1, how can we possibly lose?" But their thoughts were ruthlessly shattered in just a few seconds. The Juggernaut at the front who had charged at Sungjin suddenly lost sight of him. Where? And the moment he was thinking so, he saw the sky spinning. Sungjin had kicked his legs out from under him. Bam! He fell with a sound. He tried to get up quickly when... Clang! There was a loud sound. When he looked up, his mace was broken. The master hunter had tripped him and broken his mace with the sword at the same time. He stared at the mace that was reduced to just the handle in disbelief. No way, my legendary mace. But seeing the next few moments of the fight, this was nothing to be surprised about. The mountain who freely used a giant two-handed sword swung his weapon down towards the master hunter. The master hunter didn't even try to dodge it and blocked with his thin weapon instead. The mountain's two-handed sword was more aptly described as a lump of steel than a sword. It was a gigantic and fearsome-looking weapon. The Juggernaut expected the master hunter to become flattened by the weapon just like that. Clang! But, after a loud collision, the only thing that remained was the master hunter's thin and red blade. The mountain was so shocked that he couldn't move. The master hunter used that timing to kick the mountain's groin. Splat! Along with a strange sound, the mountain fell while holding his crotch. The serial killer and elite samurai charged against him as well. They were the fastest members of the team who wielded a sword and an axe. The two of them attacked the master hunter faster than the other members could see with their eyes, but... Clang! 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 Shing! After just a few hits, both of them dropped their precious weapons and moaned in pain. Ugh! Ooh! They stepped back, holding the arms which held the weapons earlier. Blood dripped from each of their wrists. Now the only ones defending Edward was Hawkeye with a crossbow and Royal Guard with a spear. Things were getting dangerous. Juggernaut abandoned his stump of a mace and picked up his shield to join the others when a powerful gust of wind materialized below the master hunter's feet. Edward must have begun an incantation while the others were fighting. Cyclone! Master Hunter lost his balance due to the sudden wind. The cyclone grew in size until it flung him somewhere far away. Edward quickly said, "Please gather here." The others were already used to following his commands. Edward quickly addressed the hunters who assembled next to him. "What I've used just now is simply a control magic to throw him away. He will return for sure." The moment he finished, he followed up with a spell. "Sprouting life force, to me. Rejuvenation." With Edward at the epicenter, a bright green light radiated outward. The wounds they sustained from the master hunter were healed in moments. The now healed hunters all Operator, potions. Operator, what weapons do I have? Called upon the operator to rearm themselves and prepare. But then Edward shouted. Here he comes, he's coming faster than expected, And just as he said, the master hunter who had been flung away by wind returned without a scratch and walked up to the hunters. The hunters reassumed their formation. Master Hunter Sungjin frowned as he addressed them. There's 8 of you. Even I cannot win without accidentally killing you. I will say this one last time. Everyone with the exception of Spellmaster, get lost. Or you will die. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164. Chapter 164, Great Plains of Barastan, 15. At Sungjin's sharp words, the hunters took a moment to give each other glances. It was for just a few seconds, but they could already know instinctively. This man could kill all of us if he wanted. The reason why he hasn't already is because of his own reasons. And because of it, they felt less and less inclined to protect Edward. Reading the hunter's body language, Sungjin repeated himself assertively. One more time, I have no interest in anyone other than that magician. I don't wish to create collateral damage. Get out of my way, and nothing will happen to the rest of you. Now Sungjin's words caused a divide among the hunters. The will to fight plummeted and the hands that held the weapons were loosened. Sungjin smiled inwardly. But then he heard Ed's voice from the back. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Sungjin didn't give much of an answer. Sins of your previous life. It wasn't like he could give that reasoning. Please let's talk it out. I don't want to cause trouble to other hunters. Please put down your weapon. Sungjin found himself relaxing hearing those words. Edward wouldn't have remembered what he had done in the last life, but there was a thing or two he had wanted to hear before killing him. Roar! There was a sudden roaring of a beast. Sensing something was going on, Sungjin quickly made his way towards the hunters. Seeing Sungjin suddenly dash forward, the hunters couldn't react and just stood in place. Sungjin gritted his teeth. So annoying. He put away the moonspector and pulled it back out as he said. Ghastly wail. Kya! Moonspector began to screech once freed from the scabbard. Like Moses splitting the Red Sea, Moonspector scattered the hunters and revealed Edward in the back. He was mounted on top of a great Siberian tiger. His request for talking it out must have not been out of his desire for peaceful resolution, but to buy time to summon the tiger. Sungjin quickly ran towards him. But just one hunter, Juggernaut, stood in his way. He stood stoically in spite of the screeching Moonspector. He must have some sort of defense against fear as a tank. He completely gave up on attack and had only the shield in his hands as he stood in Sungjin's way. Sungjin was going to ignore him and go around, but then the Juggernaut took out a strange stone statue. It was a strange helix-shaped twist coming out of a flat plate-like surface. And on it was a smear of blood. Sungjin had thought the statue had a curious appearance, but he had no time to be wasting on it at the moment. Damn it, move! But then the Juggernaut used the timing when Sungjin moved past him to say, Guidance of the old gods. The active skill was activated, and then the stone statue began to sprout octopus-like tentacles which came flying towards Sungjin. Sungjin cut the tentacles apart with a single strike, but he accidentally let one pass his guard, and it wrapped around his heels. Sungjin shouted. What is this? He cut the tentacle in irritation, but the severed tentacle continued to hang on as if it was still alive. Sungjin was filled with wrath, and he completely cut it down to pieces. But the stone statue continued to spill forth more tentacles. Enraged, Sungjin cut away all the tentacles trying to grab at him and effortlessly broke the statue. Hee hee. The statue gave off a strange cry. Once the statue was broken, the tentacles holding onto Sungjin lost their vitality and withered on the spot. Sungjin glared at the juggernaut as if he were going to kill him. Juggernaut, who even withstood the shrieking of Moon Spectre, found himself instinctively backtracking when he saw Sungjin's expression. Sungjin turned to look at Edward. While Juggernaut was buying time, Edward had managed to put a large distance between them with the help of the tiger. Sungjin paused to look down at his belt, but there were no more items available for himself to use. He had already consumed them all during the fight with Dragon Arcade. Sungjin began to run towards Edward on his feet as he called Saran. Saran! He only said her name, but Saran knew why Sungjin was calling her. He had wanted her to shoot down the tiger Ed was riding. But Saran did not raise her bow. She just pretended to play dumb. What is it, Appa? She asked. Sungjin looked at her and said, "Shoot that." But when he saw the conflict on her face, "Fine." He stopped. Sungjin turned and watched Ed run away on the tiger, dazed. The tiger was very fast. It wasn't possible to catch up to the tiger without Cane Regenta or Shadowrun available. And this Barastan plain was a very large area. Even with the map limitation, it was likely that he would not be able to locate Ed before the time got over. Damn it! Sungjin kicked the ground in anger. The hunters began to edge away from Sungjin when they saw this. Even Juggernaut, who had put up resistance until the end, slowly moved away in fear of being attacked in retaliation. Only Saran remained behind and walked up to him. "Appa, maybe there was some sort of misunderstanding." Sungjin cut her off. "The one misunderstanding is you. That guy, he's the one responsible for completely screwing up the previous raid. But there could have been. No matter his reasons, it's safer to cut the problem at the roots before, is it not?" But what? What are you going to do if he fires a spell at you from the back during the middle of the fight? Saran couldn't say anything more to Sungjin's words. Sungjin was about to say more to Saran when the operator spoke from the cube. "The Chosen One requested your teleportation." And soon, Baltron's image appeared from the cube. He urgently called out, "Kay, please come and help. Right now." But he couldn't continue to speak because he was too busy blocking someone's spear. Sungjin saw Saran, who was silently looking down at the ground, and said, "Let's have a conversation when we get back to 99 nights." And then he said, "Accept." Sungjin moved to the other dimension. Baltron's dimension was in a mess. It appeared as though someone must have screwed up the initial guerrilla warfare phase because the main demon army was present at the scout camps. The hunters were putting up resistance with Baltron as the anchor, but the odds were overwhelming to begin with. Few hunters were already lost, laying on the ground. Quickly grasping the situation, Sungjin hastily ran in to help the others. Whoop! He cut down all the demons that approached him. Ka-ah! Even as he watched the demon cry out in pain, Sungjin was recalling Edward's face from earlier. It was such a good opportunity. And each time he had that thought, anger would fill his mind. One by one, the hunters who were surrounded by the enemies were saved by Sungjin's efforts, and the tables were turned. But in the middle of it all, the Chosen One requested your teleportation. Nada had called in this time. "Hey Sungjin, we are planning on fighting the main force soon. We lost a hunter during the guerrilla phase. Would you please come and help us out?" The situation on that side was much better. Sungjin said to her, "Here, let me finish with the boss on this side first." "Wait for me." "Alright, okay." Sungjin moved dimensions where Nada was waiting after he had finished helping Baltron defeat the leader Zeratar. When Nada saw Sungjin, who was bathed in blood, she asked, "Will you be okay, Kay?" She knew it was likely that none of that blood was his, but she thought that perhaps he might be physically exhausted. But Sungjin nodded and said, I am okay. I'm okay, so let's get going. Nada thought that he was acting slightly strange, but she still turned to the other hunters to tell them. Then let us begin. One of the hunter faced the main army and chanted, "Fireball!" and let loose a spell. Boom, dot. Flames erupted with a loud bang. The enemies came charging in. It was a staggering number of foes. The other hunters had looked upon the army with fear, but Sungjin actually welcomed their sight. Ever since he lost track of Edward, he felt like if he didn't swing his sword, he would become angry. So once Sungjin ended his third raid, he spent the remaining time to search for trolls. The raid this time did not yield all that much. He had spent a long time assisting the Chosen Ones, and searching for trolls in other dimensions proved to be difficult, for the same reason as Edward. Either way, Sungjin used up all his time, and he was summoned by the operator to the Hunter's Hall. Star. Wung. Sungjin arrived at the room with endless rows of columns along with the sound. The Hunter's Hall, which had been filled as far as the eye could see, was now looking empty with only a few hunters standing interspersed. Sungjin turned his head to look around, hoping to get a glimpse of Edward. Of course, it wasn't like harming someone else was possible in this room. There was no way the operator would allow that. Congratulations! The hunters in this room have successfully cleared 14 chapters. Of the 7,310,067,613 hunters who had participated in the first raid, there are currently 6,710 hunters still remaining. Sungjin thought about it carefully. 6710? There were more left alive than he had thought. How many was it last time? I think there was a lot less alive by this point. He was right. From this point onwards, he began to run into hunters he met before more and more often due to the decreasing number of hunters still alive. But 6710 was far more than last time. He didn't remember the exact figure, but it didn't seem likely that Sungjin would run into his old teammates anytime soon with such a large crowd of people. Everyone is among the top 10,000 people. And have proven your own strengths. Please survive until the end and prove the strength of humanity. And become the savior of the species. After the operator's words, Sungjin was teleported back to the black market. Sungjin sat down at the tea shop as if collapsing onto it. What should I get for you, Sir Hunter? Sungjin replied to the owner. Anything cold. Understood. Sungjin mulled over the events of the raid. Lots of things had happened, but Edward was the first thing on his mind. Sungjin gripped his fist and slammed on the innocent table. He had hunted the hidden boss solo and earned many items. The raid itself was a success, but not being able to kill Edward was most disappointing. I have brought your order. She soon brought a cup of iced tea half filled with ice. Sungjin didn't worry about the cold and drank it all in one go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165. Chapter 165, Black Market 14th Shopping. Sungjin checked the loot he obtained from the raid at the first drop as he always did. The items he decided to keep were 4 in total. The blue gem obtained as the hidden piece, the blindfold given to him by Archiard, the staff, and the cube. Sungjin was filled with expectation when the blue gem was identified as a crafting material. He was planning on bringing it to Cargos. If the blacksmith was able to make an item of the same class as Ring of the Great Sage, then it would dramatically increase his own power. Sungjin then picked up the blindfold that he had mistaken first as a sunglass and second as a VR headset. It had a very peculiar appearance. I'll test this out tonight. He put the blindfold in the cube after making a decision. The next was the staff. In truth, there was no use for the staff. Even though he had a large repertoire of spells, it couldn't be compared to his 4 swords, Moonspectre, Blood Vengeance, Artemio, and Ariane. But even so, Sungjin decided to hold on to the staff without sending it off to the auction house, as even the dragon archiard had most definitely said. And perhaps you will also need this. The last item was a cube that looked just like the operator's cube. It was much smaller in size and looked like it wouldn't fit very many items. But the dragon had said many strange things. Is keeping tradition. Human. Since I lost, I'm giving you a reward. That cube is something you're using, but it's not yours. Right? However, that cube that you're holding, that one is yours. While handing it over, Sungjin took a small sip of the iced tea as he inspected the cube. The cup was mostly melted ice water because he had drained much of it earlier, but Sungjin gave it no mind. He was too busy observing the cube. It looked like putting sword or shield into it would be impossible based on the size. It would hold a necklace or ring at most. Sungjin was holding it when he absent-mindedly said, "Hey, operator." The operator's cube approached Sungjin when addressed. Oh, right. Now that he thought of it, the cube was not under the control of the operator. The operator then asked Sungjin, unsure of what to do. Please name the desired service. No, it's nothing. The operator's cube returned to its original position with Sungjin's words. Sungjin looked back to the small cube. I can't help but think this thing needs to be operated manually. It was an equilateral cuboid. Thinking that the only side decorated with a blue drawing of a dragon was suspicious, Sungjin took a closer look when he accidentally pressed the side and then click. With a sound, the side of the cube lifted up and opened. Sungjin was startled for a moment, but he calmly inspected the interior. The inside of the cube was very dark, like the operator's cube. Ooh, so the inside is limitless too, right? Sungjin took a look at his hands. Many of his fingers were decorated with rings. And among them, he selected the oldest ring of them all, the Lich's finger. Unequipped. Soon the ring wrapped around his finger unraveled and crawled away like a caterpillar and reassumed a ring shape upon the table. Sungjin picked up the ring and dropped it inside. Clatter. But he heard the ring hit the bottom. What? Sungjin checked the inside. The Lich's finger was laying just inside. Wait. Sungjin carefully put his finger into the box. He first extracted the Lich's finger again and placed it on top of the table and then tried to touch the walls of the cube with his hand. As expected, his finger reached the bottom of the cube. The inside of the seemingly bottomless cube was simply painted black. What is this? It's not unlimited. Although Sungjin had thought it was like the operator's cube, it was actually not all that similar. As it was right now, it was no better than a small locker. Sungjin cursed the dragon in his mind. Wow, he spent all that time trying to act like he did something amazing, and this is what he gives as a reward? Sungjin stared at the little cube for a bit more before he threw it into the operator's cube. He was telling himself there will be a time where it will be useful, but he couldn't quite figure out what it was used for just yet. Well, at least it doesn't hurt for me to hold on to it. Sungjin concluded his thoughts on the matter and began to inspect the rest of the items. The ones remaining were items he had obtained from troll hunting. All of it was slated to be auctioned off. Sungjin took a napkin and pen and began to jot down their prices. Appraisal of the items was finished much earlier than usual. There was only one round of troll hunt this time around, so he ended up getting fewer items than last time. And truth be told, the trolls were probably going to continue to diminish in number as the raids progressed from this point forward. According to the operator, the number of hunters remaining were 6710. If it's divided into teams of 5s, then it meant there were now 1342 parties remaining. Now there weren't many trolls or opportunity to troll left. Sungjin took out the Troll Seeker marbles he had, which still had charges remaining on them. I guess, this part is starting to come to an end. Soon he wouldn't need to go charge 5 marbles at a time at darker than black. Sungjin twirled the pen in the air as he recounted the total again. 6,710 hunters, 1342 parties. In truth, this raid at the Great Plains of Barastan was actually a high-difficulty raid where even the slightest mistake could quickly lead to a wipeout. Especially considering the fact that the final battle against the main army was essentially a small-scale war, it was very difficult for any party to come out intact. Before regression, he had just barely survived after he sacrificed a few of his teammates, and even most of the chosen ones lost a few comrades during the raid despite the 20% bonus from Sungjin's stats. But considering the difficulty, the number of people that survived this raid was actually fairly high. I am sure now, the number of surviving hunters is higher than before. Why is that so? Sungjin thought of it carefully. He couldn't really think of anything that stood out to be different from before, so why was the result so different? If anything can be said to have changed, it would be that this is my second time around. Now that he thought of it, Sungjin felt he had contributed to the change. First, he directly saved many hunters. Saran was a prime example. If it weren't for him, she would have died at the canyon. Not only her, but Sungjin also tried to keep everyone he met alive as much as possible. He did cause trouble in the beginning by taking a large percentage of contribution points, but he did restrain more and more as the raids progressed. So there would have been a great number of people that didn't die thanks to him. Second, he actively killed a large number of trolls. Trolls may power up themselves but inevitably lead to an overall decrease in the number of people. But because he had hunted so many of them, the would-be victims were indirectly saved by his actions. And finally, he himself handpicked chosen ones and created a format where they safeguard the hunters and carry them to the end of the raid. A fair number of people had been saved by their efforts. But it can't be all that many. Sungjin couldn't really figure out the cause, but he didn't dwell long on it. It wasn't like he could recall an exact number from the last time, so it would be difficult to make a comparison with any certainty. Sungjin stood up and headed towards the Pig Brothers auction house. "Welcome, Mr. Hunter." Sungjin placed the items he received this round into the auction and then asked about the items still not sold from the previous days. "So any items with bids?" "None, Mr. Hunter." "Not one?" "There is not one, sir." The number of items that won't be bought or bought at their minimum listed price was increasing. This is also due to the decrease in total population. There were now very few buyers remaining. "Then please take this, and this off of the auction. I will send it directly to your cube." Sungjin recollected the items that remained unsold for few rounds and placed them into his cube. Next, he visited the pawn shop. "Welcome, Mr. Hunter." Sungjin sold the non-auctionable items for few coins. It was a far lower price than he could have potentially demanded from an auction, but it was better to have something rather than continue to hold the item in a deserted auction house. Sungjin headed to Cargos' smithy once he was done with his business. Cargos was sitting on top of the anvil smoking a cigarette when he noticed Sungjin approaching and waved his hands. "Yo, owner of 4 swords, how are things?" Sungjin nodded in response. Cargos held the cigarette between his teeth as he rubbed his hands and asked, "So, what do you have for me this time?" Sungjin took out the hidden piece of this round, the blue gem that wouldn't look amiss floating amongst the clouds. "Do you recognize this, Dot?" But Cargos' jaws dropped, and the cigarette fell to the ground. He stared at the gem agape. "Just, where did you find it?" Sungjin thought about it for a moment. He had seen a similar reaction to when he produced the dragon's heart. But like always, Sungjin's answer was the same. Of course, the raid. Cargos accepted the gem with trembling hands. Sungjin said to him, "I think the name of this gem was, what was it, Elendil's final preparations. It has many names. Blue sky, final preparations, worth of universe, beginning of the end, said Cargos, who for the first time was acting like he was holding a truly precious gem in his hands. Sungjin then replied. Anyway, are you able to make this into something? Something that I can use, Sungjin was expecting the usual of course as a reply because Cargos had been able to complete every request successfully. But Cargos gave an unexpected response instead. Maybe. And he had such a small unconfident voice as he said it. Sungjin then said with a disappointed voice. Maybe? Cargos replied as if he was making an excuse. It's because of the nature of this thing. Whether you burn or freeze it, you can't predict how it will turn out. Sungjin was now sure that Cargos had never touched this item before. So he asked. So, does that mean you can't use it? Cargos looked away from the gem for the first time and turned towards Sungjin. No, I do want to give it a go at least. His gaze seemed to indicate I may fail, but please give me a go at this. Sungjin gazed at him with his arms crossed for a moment. Truth be told, the answer was predetermined from the start. There was no one else at the black market he could ask for help with. If he were to go to Meridian's store he could sell it, but it couldn't possibly be as worthwhile as crafting it into an item to take with him. Then, good luck. At his words, Cargos looked astonished. Really? Yes. You've always done well until now. I'll just have to trust your skill. Okay then, I will put my heart and soul into this, I will give it my best. In return, I won't charge you anything for it. Okay, well, it's not like money is an issue. Cargos muttered to himself while holding the gem as if he couldn't hear Sungjin anymore. I will have to call my cousins. Cousins? Yes, my cousins. They're all blacksmiths like me. I feel that I will need their help to make an attempt. So how long do you think it will take? Probably 3 days. 3 days? That's the minimum. 3 days. He had said it would take 1 day to make something out of Dragon's Heart, but this would take much longer. Since this is a 10-man raid, 1 day is for resting. I will probably be able to see the result after the end of the next raid. One way or another, he had no other choice. Then I'll leave it to you. Got it. Sungjin bid his farewell and left the smithy. On the way back, he turned to see, and Cargos was still staring at the gem while holding it as if it was a divine artifact. Well, he's a craftsman through and through, so he will do the best that he can. Sungjin returned to bed at 99 nights and collapsed onto the bed. It was a long raid, and he felt exhausted. Sungjin wanted to take a nap until dinner time. But once he closed his eyes, he recalled the face of Edward he had failed to kill earlier today. Even his voice from the distant past. Sungjin. He couldn't fall asleep now that he remembered. So Sungjin lay there on the bed until dinner time. Without falling asleep. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166. Chapter 166, Black Market 14th Shopping, 2. Here is the Chicago pizza that you ordered. Where shall I place it? Baltrin raised his hand in response to Daliopin's query. Here. A whole Chicago-style pizza covered deep with yellow cheese and pepperoni slices was placed before Baltrin. Upon seeing this, Franz swallowed his saliva as he said, "Ooh, that looks delicious. Baltrin, can I have a slice as well?" "Of course. Here." Baltrin picked up a slice of pizza. The cheese on the pizza stretched an incredible amount. Franz deliberately spoke in a loud voice as he saw this. That looks great." As he did so, he took a quick glance around. 99 nights. It was the dinner time for Master Hunter K and K's chosen ones. As always, a sumptuous feast was laid out on top of the table, but the atmosphere was different from usual. The mood seemed to be more solemn than before. Even as they ate, the others did not say much. The only one who was excitedly talking was Franz. The reason for this atmosphere was because of Saran and Kay. It seemed that something had happened during the raid, as the two people did not say a single word. Furthermore, even if Franz did not know what happened, there was a chilly atmosphere that surrounded the two. Franz was the only person speaking at the table. Baltran and Nada did not speak up as they were mindful of Saran and Kay, and Mahada's was reserved from the beginning. Did something happen? Franz stole glances at the two, but he was unable to obtain a single clue about what happened between them. Nevertheless, he tried to bring up feel-good topics to liven the atmosphere. Though this raid was incredibly difficult, it's a relief that everyone finished safely. Since it seems that there's not much left until the end, hang in there everyone. When the raids are over, we'll be the world's heroes after all. Baltran reacted to his words. Hero? Of course. The operator said it when the raid was over that there are 6,000 people remaining? That means that, excluding these 6,000, everyone else is trapped inside the purgatory. If some people are able to free them, then wouldn't they definitely be treated as heroes? HRM. Baltran nodded his head as he chewed his pizza. Not just any heroes, either. We'll definitely become heroes on a global scale. Global popularity is natural, and we'll probably earn an incredible amount of money? Money. This time, Nada showed some interest. Of course. Companies all over the world will be anxious for us to be in their commercials. Don't you think so? For example, sports companies like Dyke or Idas. No, we'll become VVVIP commercial models for all businesses. Nada placed her elbow on the table and supported her jaw with her hand as she said, HRM. That sounds likely? When the raids are finished, everyone will probably become incredibly busy, since you'll likely be invited to places all over the world. And you might also have to prepare an autobiography of your experiences, since they'll probably sell like hotcakes. Even Mahadas, who had silently listened up until then, said something. If it's writing a book, then I'm a bit interested. Since in Buddhism, it is said that spreading Buddhist doctrines is one of the methods that accumulate the most virtue. I believe that a fairly decent book could be written if I combined the experiences I've obtained here with the teachings of Buddhism. As the conversation continued, the stiff atmosphere became slightly relaxed. Wealth and fame. These two topics are topics that everyone enjoys. If this happens, what do you guys want to do? I want to travel around the world. I want to see all of the attractions while eating great food, seeing great places and staying at great locations. Since we'll be welcomed wherever we go. We'll probably be received very warmly. Whether it's hotels or restaurants. They might even want us to come. Baltran had more humble dreams in comparison. Travel? I don't enjoy going to places. If I become that rich, I want to buy a building in Manhattan. A place where I can clearly see Central Park. There, I'll drink some whiskey as I look down from the top floor. Though in the past I could only look from over the police car. Baltran grinned as if he was happy simply imagining it. Nada, as expected, seemed to have interest in real estate. I want to buy an old castle in France. After buying one, I could be like a queen every vacation. No, if it turns out like that, then there wouldn't be any need to work, right? Ah, right. When I quit, I want to slap my superior on my way out. And then chuck my exit compensation envelope in his face. I always wanted to do it. She slapped the air twice with empty as she spoke. Mahadas did not have any desire for physical possessions, but there was something he did want to do. There were plans for some fellow Buddhists in Canada to build a temple in Toronto, but it was delayed for a few years due to the lack of funds. If I were to obtain money, I would like to donate to the cause. The country will probably do it for you even if you don't give them money. That is, if Reverend Mahadas wanted it. Would they? Of course. You're a hero that saved the Earth. Do you think they wouldn't do at least that much? HRM. As they continued to converse, the atmosphere at the table began to grow lighter. However, despite this, Saran and Kay remained silent. Even after the meal was finished and it was time for dessert, they still continued to hold their silence. It was obvious that something had happened to the two, or perhaps between the two. Then I'll take your orders for dessert. When Daliapin brought a pen and paper, Saran rose up from her spot. I'm sorry, but the briefing will be tomorrow, right? I'll get up first. Since today was too tiring. Now that they looked, she had only eaten half of the guksu asterisk that she had ordered for dinner. The hunters were slightly taken aback, but no one stopped Saran, who left saying that she was tired. As she had said, the raid was 2 days later, and today was a free day. Then, farewell. Have a good night. After bidding farewell, Saran turned her head to the operator cube and said, Operator, send me back to my dimension. With those words, she disappeared from the table at 99 nights. At the same time, Franz glanced at Kay, who was wordlessly staring at the table that she had disappeared from. Franz thought. Something definitely happened between the two. Star. Everyone, you did well. Since the resting period is until tomorrow, get a good rest today. Sungjin said as he rose from his seat. The hunters returned to their respective dimensions one by one. Left alone, Sungjin returned to his room and opened the door. The figure of Saran, who did not say anything throughout dinner, was stuck in his mind. Can you stay for a bit? He wanted to keep her here and talk to her, but she claimed she was tired and left. Sungjin's feelings were complicated. Of course, it was not as if he did not understand her feelings. This was because Edward was someone who truly seemed to be a good person. However, instead, he was more dangerous because of this reason. Last time, the final 10 were people who did not mesh well together, but everyone liked and trusted Edward. However, at the final moment, he stabbed them in the back. His betrayal was so much more effective because of it. Do I have to explain what had happened back then? Although it wasn't something he wished to recall, he had no choice. This was the only method that he could use to persuade her. However, for some reason he felt sad. Even if she did not understand immediately, he had hoped that she would help him. Sungjin sat on top of his bed inside his room. After having eaten dinner, there wasn't anything to do in particular. He was not going to go shopping in the black market, nor was there a raid tomorrow. However, suddenly, Sungjin thought of what the dragon archaeards had said. Ah, right. Before, when I read your memories, there was something that I was also curious about. Having thought about that time, Sungjin called out the operator. Operator. Please speak. That I mask that I obtained this raid. Was it ever dream? Take it out for me. At Sungjin's request, the eye mask appeared from the cube. Sungjin held it up and examined it. The dragon that had taken a peek at his past had said something strange as he handed the eye mask to Sungjin. Why did Edward, at that time, shoot spells at his allies? The dragon had also said, There is a topic that I was thinking about recently. If you can know the past in its entirety, then could you not also predict the future in its entirety? Something like that. With that in mind, I'll give you this. Sungjin held the item above his head as he once again pulled up the operator's explanation window. He then read the ability of the active skill view of fantasy again. Shows what you want to see from inside the gaps between time that has flown past. Only activates when sleeping for longer than 7 hours. Sungjin asked the operator. Operator, what time is it? The time is 7:45 and 33 seconds p.m. Regardless of things, he had to go to darker than black at 4:30 in the morning. Since I have to get up at 4 a.m. in that case. In order to sleep for longer than 7 hours, he had to fall asleep by 9 p.m. at the latest. Since he could not fall asleep the moment he laid down, he had to attempt to fall asleep by 8:30. Sungjin said to the operator. Operator. Set an alarm for 8:20. Understood. Star. It's 8:20, Mr. Hunter. Sungjin glanced at the operator cube. He had to set an alarm in case he forgot, but instead he constantly thought about it and had become filled with tension. Sungjin held up the eye mask and laid down on the bed. Afterwards, he turned off the lamp next to the headboard. The rooms of the In-99 Nights were optimal for sleep, even for people who were sensitive to light. After turning off the last lamp, only an inky darkness was left, though it did not compare to the darkness of darker than black. Sungjin put the eye mask on his face as he thought. Even though it's this dark, to wear an eye mask. Afterwards, he laid down on the bed. Though it appeared to be rather large, it weighed almost nothing. There was no sense of discomfort when lying down while wearing it like this. If I fall asleep like this. Is that it? He could not get a feel for how he was supposed to activate it. However, it was definitely identified as a passive skill, so there was likely nothing that he had to deliberately do. Still, since it said that it would show what you want to see from inside the gaps between time that has flown past, he should at least think about what he wanted to see. Without much further thought, Sungjin thought about that incident. That time, when Edward had shot magic at his teammates. However, even if it's like this. The reason why he shot magic at us. Isn't that impossible to find out? Sungjin had his doubts, but still decided to listen to the dragon's words. He attempted to fall asleep while thinking about that time. However, since he was forcefully attempting to fall asleep, sleep did not come easily. A person ate and slept based on the cycle of his body. Regardless of what he desired, for several weeks, Sungjin had been living a life where he went to sleep at about 10 and woke up at 4. All of a sudden, he began to worry. What do I do if I can't fall asleep? Failing here would waste the whole day. Since he couldn't just take a nap for 7 hours. Sungjin asked the operator while lying down with his eyes closed. Operator, what time is it? The time is 8 hours 31 minutes and 21 seconds. There was still a lot of time remaining. Sungjin attempted to fall asleep a bit more. However, sleep did not come. Operator, what time is it? The time is 8 hours 45 minutes and 2 seconds. There were 15 minutes left. If it's like this. Still, it was an item that he had obtained after going through many difficulties for it, so it was not as if he could simply not try it out. Sungjin decided to turn off the 4 a.m. alarm so he could try sleeping for 5 more minutes. He attempted to go to sleep one more time while thinking of that incident. However, for some reason sleep again did not come easily. Feeling helpless, Sungjin was about to get up and call the operator, when at that moment, he could suddenly hear someone else's voice. Hey Sungjin, come here for a bit. When Sungjin lifted his head and looked, Illich was gesturing towards him. The Illich that he had personally killed not long ago. What's happening? Even though Sungjin was thinking so, his body began to walk towards Illich. He soon realized that he had arrived inside a dream. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167. Chapter 167, Sungjin's Dream. Sungjin took out Blood Vengeance and held it aloft. Shroom. As always, Blood Vengeance let out a sharp sound as it came out of its sheath. Sungjin anxiously moved his feet. However, at that moment an unidentifiable sound could be heard coming from the dark. Ki. Someone shouted from behind. Incoming. Soon, unrecognizable outlandish creatures appeared from the doors, black bodies with many appendages, like an octopus that had covered themselves in ink. However, there were saw-like teeth attached to every appendage. Furthermore, these octopi swung their legs as if they were crazed. Sungjin moved around busily in order to avoid them. He leapt backwards, rolled sideways, and jumped into the air. However, he could not evade everything because his attention was focused on dodging the appendage that came flying at him from the front, but he was unable to see the leg that was approaching him from behind. Schlick! Sungjin desperately swung blood vengeance when he felt a strange feeling curling around his leg. Though he did manage to succeed in cutting off the octopus tentacle that was crawling up his leg, he was unable to block the tentacle that was swung in front of him because of this. Thud! An enormous tentacle struck Sungjin in the abdomen. Look! Sungjin let out a shout as he rolled backwards. There was a zigzagging wound on his abdomen which was caused when the teeth on the tentacle tore his flesh. Blood came oozing out of the wound. Meanwhile, as the dreaming Sungjin saw the past him, he thought, "How unsightly." Though there were several identical tentacles that were flying towards the collapsed, bleeding past him, the dreaming Sungjin watched without any particular worry. This was because he knew that he would not die here. He will perish during the battle against the Demon King. Regardless of whatever attacks he received from this monster, he would not die here. I think someone helped out here. Sungjin turned his head. Ryushin appeared and wielded his spear like lightning to protect him when the past him collapsed. Hop! Meanwhile, Mustafa appeared and began to use healing magic on his past self. Close the wounds and erase the pain, heal. The dreaming Sungjin nodded his head when he saw this. Ah! That's right, this was how it went. The Sungjin who was stuck inside the dream was able to watch over his past self from the third-person perspective as if he had become a ghost. His past self quickly rose up and charged back into the fight upon receiving Mustafa's healing magic. The figure of himself wielding a sword with one hand was incredibly strange. Back then, I had only used one sword. Sungjin turned his vision from the hunters that were waging war and examined the surroundings. Inside the Demon King's castle, there were grotesque stone statues, columns wrapped with bizarre vines, and stained glass showing gruesome visions such as torture or execution. Was it like this? Previously, he was too focused on the raid that he did not pay attention to anything else. Since he was caught in between matters of life and death, hadn't looked around at his surroundings. Sungjin ignored the events of the past he already knew about and instead spent his time looking around at these details. As he did so, the hunters were beginning to win. It was only the natural progression of events, even if the people who were involved did not realize it at the time. Sungjin returned to the place where his past self was. His past self was dodging the octopus monster's appendages when he gave a slightly embarrassing shout and cut off a tentacle. Hoo-yap! Sungjin felt a bit ashamed. What? Am I still like that? Regardless, the past self that was significantly slower than the current him joined forces with his allies and was barely able to stab his sword into the monster's main body. Once the main body died, the limbs that were squirming until now began to shrink like dry ice on top of a grill and disappeared into the air. Once the fight was over, Illich looked around the area and said, "Now the remaining time is. If we can move, we should leave as quickly as possible." Upon hearing those words, Hildebrand turned his head and asked, "Hey, is anyone hurt? Raise your hands." Nope. No. However, at that time. Wait. Mustafa, who was at the very back, raised his hand. What, Mustafa, were you wounded somewhere? I'm not wounded. But I used all of my mana, so give me some time to recover it. I need time to meditate. At that time, Edward also cautiously raised his hand. I would also like it if there was a bit of time. Illich glanced at Hildebrand. Hildebrand looked back at Illich, and the two nodded their heads. Illich pressed them as he said. Then quickly go meditate. We wasted too much time treating wounds in the previous resting period. If it continues like this, it looks like we'll die to the operator rather than to the Demon King. The dreaming Sungjin looked at the preaching figure of Illich, leaving Hildebrandt aside. It's a bit funny that I used to follow Illich's commands. Well, though he did not really make any miscalculations. Sungjin felt a bit of a chill when he thought that one of the biggest trolls had led the final party. Mustafa wordlessly dropped himself to the ground and began to use some active skill without further ado. Meditation. After Mustafa began, Edward, Nada, Hildebrandt, Shunsuke, and Araujo, every hunter who used even a little bit of magic began to recover their mana. Sungjin examined what his past self was doing. Since Sungjin was the only one who could not use magic at all amongst the 10 hunters, he had nothing to do while they were recovering their mana. Now that he looked, he was talking idly with Umkuba. You flew pretty far back then. Are you okay, Sungjin? It hurt a bit, but since Mr. Mustafa used magic on me. What about you, Umkuba? Did you not get hit at all? In spite of all of those legs? Well, I dodged everything just by moving this way and that according to my instinct. It was not a particularly informative conversation. Sungjin looked away from his past self. In truth, right now, observing Edward was more important than watching himself. He had to see just what it was that Edward did, and when he began his preparations to troll. Sungjin focused his attention on Edward as he flew over, although it technically isn't flying, and approached him. Edward was recovering mana with his eyes closed in a spot slightly apart from the other hunters. Sungjin watched him meditating. Edward looked so innocent with his eyes closed, that it made you wonder if there was any other person looking as pure as him. But in truth that's not the case. Ah, right. I have to see if he has that. Sungjin turned his head and looked at Edward's fingers. There were rings on all 10 of his fingers, but of those, it was the ring of the Great Sage with its blue glow that stuck out the most in Sungjin's eyes. This was because it was also on his currently sleeping body. As expected. This guy also met Ariane and passed her test. In truth, Sungjin could not remember if Edward ever used the ring of the Great Sage. This was because, at the time, he was completely ignorant when it came to magic, so he simply thought they must have had an incredible active skill whenever Edward or Mustafa used an impressive spell. While Sungjin was examining Edward's finger, a voice suddenly arose from Edward's operator cube. Mana fully recovered to 100%. Afterwards, Edward opened his eyes. However, he then suddenly looked towards the dreaming Sungjin. Sungjin was incredibly alarmed. What? Can he see me? While Sungjin was still surprised, Edward's eyes turned back to their original position. Sungjin looked behind himself. At that moment, Mustafa was recovering mana while sitting cross-legged right behind him. It seemed that Edward was looking at Mustafa, and not Sungjin, after having completely recovered his mana. Right, he can't see me. This body didn't exist back then. While Sungjin was reassuring himself, Edward suddenly called out to his cube. Operator, can you take out Eldarim? At Edward's words, a star-shaped item that gave off a blue light came out of the cube. Sungjin was incredibly surprised when he saw this. This was because there seemed to be the image of clouds floating around inside the bluish star. This item was made from none other than the gem that made up the ring of the Great Sage, the gem that the dragon Archiard was searching for. Since it was an item made from a rare gem that even Cargos barely had the chance to touch, it was not a normal item. It was an item that even he, who had perfectly cleared the raids from the beginning until now, had never seen before. This. Just what? Sungjin took a closer look at the blue gem that had been cut into the shape of a star. However, at that time, Edward muttered as he held the star. Starlight. After which the star very briefly glowed before the light disappeared. Sungjin blinked his eyes as he examined Edward and his surroundings. What was that? Just what happened? However, there was nothing that had changed. This included the other hunters and, of course, Edward. The other hunters did not know at all that there had been a light that shone in this corner. Of course, this included the past Sungjin who was chatting with Umkiba. Sungjin turned his head and looked again at Edward. He noticed that there was one thing that had changed from before. And this was none other than Edward's expression. Edward, who had been gathering mana with a serene expression until just a moment ago, now had a subtly twisted expression with a slightly ill-feeling look in his eyes. He threw the star inside the cube as if he were throwing away a toilet paper into a garbage can. Sungjin tilted his head. What? After he used the active skill, he got irritated? However, all of a sudden, Sungjin remembered seeing that same expression on Edward. After intensely thinking about it, at the end, this expression was similar to the one that Edward wore right before the fight with the Demon King. Yeah. That's right. Then Sungjin turned his head. Mustafa finished his meditation and stood up. Illich gestured with his hand when he saw this and said, "Hey, if you're ready, then let's hurry up and go." The hunters got up from their places one by one, including the past him who had been chatting with Umkiba. However, then Illich and Hildebrand called the other hunters. "Hey, Nada, Ryushin, and Sungjin. Come here." The past Sungjin approached Illich and Hildebrand. The two began to explain the strategy to them. Since enemies will be approaching from all directions from here on, Ryushin, you go with Mustafa and protect him. Nada, you're with Shunsuke. The people who were remaining was Sungjin and Edward. Sungjin, you're with Edward. The dreaming Sungjin remembered everything after this. It's definitely after he said this. The Demon King shouldn't be too far off from here? Having received his orders, his past self approached Edward. Hey Ed, they made me your guard. Edward replied with a slightly subdued voice. Really? I don't need something like a guard, though. As if, don't be brash, ... At that time, his past self and Edward were rather friendly. The past Sungjin grinned and hit Edward on the shoulder. However, this time Edward held up his staff without saying much. If it was according to his normal cheerful personality, then Edward would have said something in return. Having felt something was strange, his past self asked Edward. What's wrong, Edward, are you nervous? No. It's just that now everything is almost over. In response, his past self grinned. Not knowing that he was going to die soon, the past Sungjin said. That's right. It'd be great if these tedious raids were done with already. At that, Edward replied tersely. Yeah. Kriok. At the very front, Hildebrand and Illich had gone forwards after opening the stone door. The Demon King was waiting just a short distance past this point. The dreaming Sungjin had been watching Edward's every movement until then. From the moment that Edward had seen that blue light, his expression had become strange and would not change back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 168. Chapter 168, A Black Market 14th Shopping, 3. A wop. Blood vengeance danced flashily every time Sungjin's arm and wrist moved. Quia. The enemies that blood vengeance cut turned into pieces while shrieking. The dreaming Sungjin crossed his arms over his chest as he watched, though in reality since he was insubstantial he only felt like crossing his arms. However, the fight did not continue on for long. The Sungjin who was swinging his sword was probably aware of it, but the Sungjin who was watching it could feel it even more clearly. This was due to the fact that the speed of the blood vengeance that was cutting through the enemies, and the movement of Sungjin who was dodging the enemy's attacks was gradually getting slower. He's exhausted. Goodness. On the other hand, there were countless monsters flowing out of the portal created by the Demon King. Sungjin looked towards the main force that was fighting against the Demon King. According to Illich, in order to stop the portal, it was necessary to wound the king's body. However, the main force fighting against the Demon King was unable to attack due to desperately guarding against the Demon King's attacks. So this is why we couldn't end it. The enemies continued to spill forth from the portal. Unable to hold on, the past Sungjin looked backwards as he shouted, "Edward! Support fire here!" When he heard his own voice, Sungjin thought, "Now it's time for the climax." Sungjin looked at Edward. However, Edward's body did not face the portal but was turned in the complete opposite direction, towards where the tankers were fighting against the Demon King. This bastard. Soon, Edward breathed in deeply as he began to chant a spell. The Divine Spear. The past Sungjin, even then, thought that Edward was using the spell in order to help him. However, at this time, Edward had already made up his mind to troll. Of Destruction, Spear of God. An incredibly dense spear of energy appeared in Edward's hand as the spell finished. When Sungjin saw this, he thought, "When I think about it, after having reached this point, this is where it started to get weird." The spell itself is called the Spear of God. The Spear of God was the highest class attack magic of the white magic category. It was not something prepared for the subordinates bothering Sungjin, but a spell that was prepared for the Demon King. To use this on those subordinates was no different from using a cow butchering knife to kill chickens. Of course, not that he used it like that. Edward did not look towards where Sungjin was and threw the energy spear towards the very front where Demon King was fighting against Illich. Illich, having received a sneak attack from his back, let out a cry of agony as he fell forward. Ack! The Demon King, who had been trading blows with him, did not miss the opportunity and instantly severed Illich's neck. Hildebrand, who had been receiving the Demon King's attacks along with Illich, stared at Illich's headless body with an alarmed expression. From the beginning, it had been difficult to defend with the two of them working together. Now that Illich died, it was natural for all of the pressure to be focused onto him. Hildebrand urgently activated his active skill. For castle walls. However, during this moment, another of Edward's spells came flying in and stabbed him. Firefly. A will-o-wisp like blue fire came flying and burned Hildebrand's back. Ugh! Hildebrand relaxed his defensive stance a tiny bit under the intense pain. Again, the Demon King did not miss the presented opportunity. He used the black substance that covered his body as a sharp sword and stabbed it into Hildebrand's body. Afterwards, the black substance soon turned into several blades and puffed out of Hildebrand's body like an explosion. Because of this, Hildebrand turned into a human-shaped sea urchin and collapsed on the spot. Erase the... Mustafa, who was standing behind Hildebrand, had been about to chant a healing spell but instead closed his mouth. This was because he quickly realized that Hildebrand had died immediately. He immediately attempted to chant a different spell, but the Demon King was already upon him. Now that it was a situation where there was not a single tank left to protect him, it was natural that Mustafa's body was sliced almost instantaneously. During all of this, Shunsuke drew back his bow unshaken as he said, "Three dragons' arrow." Soon, 3 dragons appeared from his bow and went flying towards the Demon King. However, the Demon King moved his black substance and reflected back the first, the second, and the third dragon. The 3 arrows that Shunsuke fired went back and pierced Shunsuke's left shoulder, his right thigh, and his heart. Shunsuke collapsed while vomiting blood. It was now that the attackers who had been blocking the portals finally looked back. Nada and Araujo, Umcuba and Ryushin, and Sungjin. The hunters who had been blocking the portal in 3 different sections, all of the attackers aside from Edward, were alarmed when they saw what happened. But it was too late. The hunters that were closest to the pincer attack between the Demon King's forces and Edward were the first to die. The Sungjin inside the dream had a stupefied expression as he watched Edward. At the same time, the dreaming Sungjin quietly muttered. Just why? Soon, his past self also asked Edward. Just why? However, Edward did not say anything. The dreaming Sungjin ignored his past self and concentrated on Edward's expression. The corners of his mouth had definitely been slightly raised. Soon, the black substance of the Demon King covered Edward and instantaneously turned him into powder. The enemies that came out from the portal violently stabbed at Sungjin, who was the only one left. Puk. It was unclear if he did or did not feel the pain, but he simply stayed standing there. Having felt the critical situation of its owner, Blood Vengeance began to cry alone. Kaiin. Star. Ah. Sungjin rose from his bed with a shout. Despite having experienced it and dreamed about it already, Sungjin could not help but shout at the scene of his own death. Ha! Ha! After regaining his breath, Sungjin took off the eye mask that he was wearing and put it down next to his pillow. Soon, cool sweat rolled down from his forehead. Sungjin wiped it off with his hand, then turned on the lamp next to the headboard. Flick! The room was brightened together with the sound of the lamp switch. He then looked out the window. It was still dark outside. Sungjin was about to ask the operator cube for the time, but the operator began to speak first instead. Ring 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 ring. It is now 4 a.m. Ring 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 ring. It was the alarm to wake up to go to Darker Than Black. Sungjin blankly stared at the cube for a moment. Now that I think about it. It said that I had to sleep for 7 hours. For me to have had that dream. It should mean that the amount of time was just right. Operator, that's enough. I'm awake. Turning off the alarm, Sungjin got up from the bed. After taking a simple shower, Sungjin left 99 Nights and, as always, breathed in the morning air as he walked towards Darker Than Black. While walking, however, he felt that walking was a bit strange. This probably was because until just a short while ago he had moved around by floating in the air. It was incredibly vivid. Rather than calling it a dream, it was more like a type of revisitation to the past. Though he had already experienced it all before, he had felt as if he was seeing everything for another time. This was especially so because he was able to freely go see the things that he had not been able to see back then. There were 3 things that he had seen inside the dream that had left a strong impression on him. First, was the fact that Edward had possessed the ring of the great sage. Second, was that Edward had a star-shaped accessory made from the rare gem which even a dragon desired. Third, was that he truly had deliberately trolled on purpose. However, with just that, it was a bit insufficient to answer Sungjin's question, why did Edward troll? I can't figure it out just with seeing it for one day. The circumstance surrounding it is unknown as well. Do I have to sleep another night? Sungjin found himself already standing before Darker Than Black while he had been thinking about various things. Sungjin thought. Well, since there's still tomorrow, let's try it out tomorrow as well. He was just about to enter Darker Than Black when Biscoro suddenly said, HRM. Sungjin briefly stopped and asked, What? Biscoro. Strange. What was strange was that Biscoro had spoken up at all. This was because Biscoro normally was fearful of Darker Than Black and its mysterious shop owner. This was why Biscoro never spoke up when they were near Darker Than Black in spite of his chatty personality. However, this time, for the first time, he had opened his mouth. What's strange? Biscoro answered. The darkness is shallow. What is? Darker Than Black? That's right. Normally, Darker Than Black was dark to the point that you could not see past your nose. The reason that Sungjin wore Biscoro, who hated coming here, was to use the helmet's ghost vision. Sungjin took off Biscoro and looked at Darker Than Black with his own eyes. What Biscoro said was true. The entrance was still dark, but it was not the blackness of the past that lacked even a single mote of light. Instead, it was just a darkness that was similar to the darkness that covered the other shops. Sungjin muttered as he went inside, darker than black. "What's this?" Creak. As always, the old wooden stairs were noisy. Finally, having entered the shop, Sungjin found one more thing that had changed. The shop owner was now standing next to the chair. In truth, if this were a normal shop, then this would not have been a noticeable detail. But this shop owner had always sat in his chair with his hands gathered while waiting for him. Seeing the shop owner standing, Sungjin felt strange. When he looked closely, it was even stranger. The shop owner was standing while looking at an empty space. Feeling slightly terrified, Sungjin said, "What? Why are you?" The shop owner finally turned his head at Sungjin's words and said, "Ah. So, you came." It was as if he had been thinking about something else. The shop owner then gestured to the chair as he said, "Please sit. It's time for business, right?" Business. When Sungjin sat down in the chair, the shop owner seated himself in the opposite chair. Sungjin held out just one marble towards the shop owner and said, "Recharge." The shop owner wordlessly charged the marble and then returned it to Sungjin. "That's right. You met another dragon." There was another person who read his memories here. Sungjin wordlessly handed over his cube as he said, "Give me elixirs. I need them. HRM. Indeed." The shop owner took out elixirs from his vest and handed them to Sungjin, which he began to drink right away. However, at that moment the shop owner spoke up. "You've worked hard until now. My business ends here. MMPH. Sungjin, who had been in the process of swallowing the elixirs, coughed in surprise. WH. What? I'm a being that exists to convey will. I've accomplished my duty as of today, so I can no longer exist here." When Sungjin tilted his head, the shop owner continued. "The elixir that you just drank, that's the last of it. With that, you now have everything you need. You already had the determination, and now you obtained the power. It's time for the story to end." "What do you mean, dot?" While Sungjin kept staring at the shop owner continued. "I'm just saying that all requirements have been met." "Requirements?" While Sungjin held up an eyebrow, the shop owner quickly spoke. "There's many things to say, but I can't say everything. Even though I look like this, I'm still a busy person. This job, how should I put it, is simply like a part-time job." It seemed that the shop owner did not have the intention of giving Sungjin an answer. "Now it's time for farewell. It was fun to know you for the short time we had, Sungjin." At the end of those words, the shop owner's body suddenly began to be covered by something dark. Sungjin stared at the shop owner in surprise, but at that time, the shop owner spoke up once more. "Now that I think about it, there was something that I had received without payment. I must give something in exchange if I receive something." The shop owner suddenly extended his hand and pointed at the earring that Sungjin was wearing as he continued. "When you have to choose one thing, choose that. The truth is always precious." With those final words, the shop owner was assimilated into the darkness and disappeared from that spot as if he had dissipated into the surrounding darkness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 169. Chapter 169, Black Market 14th Shopping, 4. Sungjin looked around the area where the shop owner disappeared. "What? What happened?" Biscoro muttered. "He vanished?" Sungjin actually got up and began to examine the area where the shop owner had been sitting. There was no sign of his presence at all. The shop owner had disappeared without a trace. Sungjin crossed his arms as he stared at the empty spot where the shop owner had been. However, as he was crossing his arms, something touched his elbow. It was the empty bottle of elixir from which he had just drunk. Sungjin picked up and inspected the empty bottle. The shop owner had bidden farewell as if it were permanent instead of a temporary separation. Considering his characteristics of not telling everything, but being true with what he does say, the man was most definitely gone forever. As if blaming the already disappeared shop owner, Sungjin said. But then, where am I supposed to use my black coins now? For the past few chapters, he had used all of his black coins in purchasing elixirs, but now that the shop owner was gone he could no longer buy more elixirs. He now had nowhere else to spend his black coins. Shit. He does whatever he wants until the end. Sungjin kicked the chair that the shop owner had sat in. Biscoro whispered in his ear afterwards. Well, there's that at least. What is? That you changed all of your white coins into holy water of baptism. HRM. If you didn't do that much, then you wouldn't have been able to increase your number of allies. Sungjin briefly looked at the empty chair before he said. That's true. Afterwards, he left the place. On the way back to 99 Nights, Sungjin reflected on the words that the shop owner had said. I'm a being that exists to convey will. I've accomplished my duty as of today, so I can no longer exist here. You already had the determination, and now you obtained the power. It's time for the story to end. I'm just saying that all requirements have been met. Most of what the shop owner had said had been difficult to understand. But of the things he had said, Sungjin did understand one thing. This was what the shop owner had said while pointing to Sungjin's earring. When you have to choose one thing, choose that. The truth is always precious. Sungjin held his hand to his ear. But, why this? He touched the earring and said. Unequipped. Soon the purple light of the gem embedded in the earring caught his gaze. The sleepy-looking half-closed eyes inside of the gem was looking back at him. In some angles, it looked like it was somewhat drowsy, and in others, it looked like it was glaring sharply at him. What was its name? Sungjin held the earring above his head. Soon, the operator's information window popped up and he read the name of the earring again. Trite. Eye of Jeremiah. Leaving that aside, Sungjin was incredibly curious about what the shop owner had meant by, when you have to choose one thing. When will it be the time for that? He's not someone who would say things lightly. For now, Sungjin re-equipped the earring by saying, Equip. Afterwards, he walked on the road to 99 Nights. But along the way, Sungjin suddenly had an idea and he turned and headed towards Cargos' smithy. He was curious about how the work from yesterday was progressing. Cargos' smithy was as bright as the middle of the day despite being so early in the morning. The glow of hot molten steel shone from the furnace, and there were fireworks ceaselessly rising from the anvil and hammer. What was unique was that there were several dwarves similar to Cargos that were gathered at the smithy. He did say he was going to call his relatives, didn't he? 1, 2, 3, 4. Sungjin gave up counting them when the number exceeded 7. This was because their appearance was so similar to the point that it was like attempting to solve a puzzle. They were still concentrating on their work even when Sungjin came close by. It was as if Sungjin had become an invisible ghost. Sungjin watched them work with his arms crossed. After a while, Cargos saw Sungjin and raised his hand. Hello, there. Commissioner. Sungjin almost didn't recognize him. This was because Cargos' face had been turned completely black and there were several places on his beard that had been burned away. Also, since he had been mixed amongst his relatives that looked like him, Sungjin had mistaken him for someone else. Hello, Cargos. Sungjin approached him and asked. How is it? Is it going well? The smith's eyes glowed like a drunk man. Everything is going well since my cousins and I are putting our soul into crafting it. Now, take a look. He gestured Sungjin to look inside of the furnace. Sungjin tried to look as directed, but just the act of trying to take a peek inside caused Sungjin's face to be blasted with immense scorching heat. But he forced himself to look inside anyway in spite of the heat. There was something resembling a mesh filter placed below it, but something placed on top of it was giving off a radiant blue glow. Sungjin stared at it attentively for about 3 seconds when HRM? He came to realize that the shining light was just like the form of a shining star. He endured the scorching flames threatening to melt his face and asked Cargos. Cargos, that gem. HRM? Are you crafting it into the shape of a star? No. That gem. I can't explain it, but I can't change its shape however I want. Then? It chooses its shape by itself. Sungjin asked in surprise. What? I also couldn't believe it the first time I read the ancient notes left behind by blacksmiths of old. However, now that I see, the legends were true. That gem, it's as if it originally was in that shape. It seemed that the gem was made of some sort of shape memory alloy, though it was likely that Cargos did not know what it was. Is that so? Sungjin replied frivolously before saying. Then, I'll leave it in your hands. Okay. Just have faith in me. Sungjin bid farewell to Cargos, then turned his feet around. On his way to 99 Nights, the Skoro said. What a fascinating object, a gem that returns to a star shape all on its own. All my years on the battlefield, fighting and triumphing against countless barbarians, chieftains of the north, heathen cult leaders of the south, and the witches of the west, I have taken a great number of treasures as my trophy, but I have never heard nor seen anything like that. At Beskoro's words, Sungjin let out a short snort. His attention had returned to the dream he had just had. The star-shaped item that Edward had used. Then, that gem was the hidden piece from the previous chapter, which Archiard was searching for. The moment you obtained it from the corpse, Archiard would appear from the sky and demand it. If you declined, you would fight. That means, It meant that Edward had also passed Archiard's test and entrusted it to Cargos after earning the gem. Just what did Edward go around doing? That gem. Then, the doubts gave birth to new doubts. But the gem would not be complete for another day. Sungjin briefly stopped and looked back towards Cargos' smithy. The light of the fire from the smithy could be easily seen from afar. He intensely gazed at that light for a few seconds, then returned to 99 Nights. Star. Grrrrrrrr. The sound of his stomach rumbling could be plainly heard. Sungjin finally opened his mouth. Operator, the time? The time is 1:07 p.m. Is it already this late? After he had returned from his trip to Darker Than Black and Cargos' smithy, Sungjin had laid in bed. He did not eat breakfast, nor did he sleep. Instead, he thought about what the two dragons, Ariane and Archiard, had said, about what the shop owner of Darker Than Black had said, and about Edward's past and his secrets. All the pieces seemed to be there but didn't seem to fit somehow. This was undoubtedly because there was still a piece of the puzzle that was missing. For now. After the next raid is over. I should know more after the gem is completed. While Sungjin was still thinking about things, his stomach once again growled. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr necessity that hunters eat properly. He heard the operator's voice when he opened the doors and began to climb down. The chosen one has requested your teleportation. Now, ... When Sungjin turned his head to look, Saran's appearance was shown above the cube. Ah, right. There's Saran's matter, too. Sungjin said to the cube. Ah. I'll go. Teleport me. Sungjin was teleported to a restaurant on the outskirts of the black market. The eco-friendly landscape was well designed with all sorts of flowers and trees. It was the first time that Sungjin had seen such a place, even though he was the person who had spent the most amount of time in the black market. Sungjin was thinking, wow, there was a place like this. It was a wonder that she found such a place. Saran was sitting at the best table in the center, as there were no other guests. Reservations were not necessary. Sungjin sat down in front of her. The problem was that, unlike the bright and beautiful environment, the mood was rather heavy. Even though they didn't have a fight, or rather even though they didn't even have a close enough relationship to be having a fight, the mood was rather awkward. After a moment, a deer demi-human with immense horns approached as he said, "Welcome to 5 Emotions. Are you ready to order?" Saran raised her hand towards him. "We'll order after a bit." "I understand. Then, please call me whenever you are ready." The dear demi-human courteously bid farewell, then disappeared into the back. Awkwardness resumed. The two hesitated for a moment. I thought about yesterday, B. The two spoke up simultaneously but then stopped and stared at each other. Sungjin used that timing to speak first, apologizing. "Yesterday, I think I was a bit hasty. When you first meet Edward. How should I put it, he really does seem like a nice guy after all." Saran also replied, while including an apology. "No, it's okay, Appa. Since Appa had returned in time once, there should have been something you saw before. I think I wasn't able to understand that. If Appa wanted to do something like that, there must have been a reason for it." The awkward mood quickly dissipated once the conversation began like that. Furthermore, at that time Sungjin's stomach once again let out a sound. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr. The atmosphere was suddenly less serious. Sungjin patted his stomach as he said, "Let's first order our meals and then continue with our talk. I skipped breakfast so I'm really hungry." "Ah, of course. We're ready to order." The dear demi-human with large horns approached and took their order. Once that was done, Sungjin stated the core of the matter. "Well, what I see is different from what you see, but it's enough if we trust each other and act even if there are things we know and don't know between us. It's the same for me, and it's the same for you." It was what he had thought of yesterday. Saran nodded her head as she said, "Yes, Appa." Afterwards, Sungjin briefly thought about Edward once more. That guy, who was always personable. It was not unreasonable for Saran to have misunderstood either. At that time, Saran said, "Appa. But what you're saying is, dot." Her hesitation meant that there was something else she had wanted to say. "HRM, what?" "No. It's nothing." Unlike her normal actions, she shook her head meekly. During this time, the dear demi-human began to serve the food. "Here is the salad with oysters and fresh dressing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 170. Chapter 170, Sungjin's Dream, 2. That's why it won't be particularly difficult so long as you're wary of sneak attacks by the pterodactyls from the air. Everyone began to write something down on a notepaper once Sungjin finished speaking. The name of the boss is a bit unique, but in any case, it was some kind of Tyrannosaurus. This guy has raptors. You know, right? What raptors are? They're small and fast. Baltrin spoke up. I know, they appeared in movies as well. Franz also raised his hand. Yes, I also know. It seemed that everyone had some idea of what raptors were. Okay, in any case, the boss has raptors following him around, but these raptors are rather fast. Sungjin then glanced at Saran for a moment before he continued saying. Because of this, the attackers in the backline have to be careful, since they can turn around in the blink of an eye and charge towards you with incredible speed. Okay. Baltran also drew a circle on his note paper as he said, Okay, then I have to be careful as well, and pay attention to the attackers in the rear. If you pay attention to that, then it shouldn't be that difficult. Nada asked. And the hidden boss? Ah. The hidden boss. If you look at the map, there'll be a volcano-like place. If you walk on the road leading upwards, there'll be a big egg. An egg? Yeah. It's an egg, but, HRM. Its height is about 5 meters? It shouldn't be particularly hard to find it. Okay. When you find it, you just have to simply hit it a few times as if you were knocking on a door. If you do that, then the mother will appear from far away. The mother? Yeah. It's a pterodactyl, but it's almost larger than a dragon. Ah, right, you know the crimson dragon you saw in chapter 10? Yes. It should be a little bigger than that. Probably. Huh? If it's that big, then it should be rather difficult. Yeah. Furthermore, it shoots immense sound waves from its mouth. So it'll be a bit hectic. Everyone made notes as Sungjin spoke. HRM. Be careful of sound attacks. Sungjin looked at the hunters as he continued. Still, overall, it should be considerably easier when compared to the last chapter. This applies to the normal monsters as well as the boss monster. If you run into problems, call me. Yes. Okay. I said it before, but in this chapter, let's concentrate on gathering teammates. Everyone was too busy last chapter since the difficulty was rather high, but there should be some leeway in this chapter. Please report to me if you find someone who can become our teammate. Okay, understood. Then, our briefing will end here. I'll see you all tomorrow at breakfast. With that, the chosen ones got up from their spots and left one by one. Sungjin immediately went up towards his bedroom after they had left. If there was something that he had to do by tomorrow, it was immediately going to sleep. Furthermore, there was no need to get up late at night anymore since the shop owner of Darker Than Black had left. Sungjin grabbed the eye mask that was placed next to his head and then sat down on his bed. Does it show me more if I sleep longer? He did not know if this was the case, but he did not think that it would show him less because he slept for a longer period of time. Sungjin put his eye mask on right away and laid down on the bed. According to the operator's explanation, the eye mask showed you what you wanted to see. Sungjin closed his eyes and thought. What I want to see. However, what I saw that time. It didn't really tell me anything. Then. Just what should I say I want to see? Sungjin made up his mind to watch what had happened before that incident, that is, to see the events of the past before Edward had betrayed them. Yeah. If it's that, then there might be some more clues. Sungjin tapped the eye mask he was wearing a few times as he said. Hey, show me the past of the old Edward. From before that time when he betrayed us. No. From when Edward began the raids until the end. Pick only the important parts, okay, . Of course, the eye mask did not say anything. Even so, Sungjin felt that if he did this much, then the eye mask would show him what he had asked. And just like that, Sungjin went to sleep. A hunt will soon begin. Prepare for combat. Sungjin's body shivered when he heard that voice. It was the operator's voice that notified them of the beginning of the raid. He had only heard it twice, but he believed that he would not be able to forget it. Edward looked around the area in a daze. What? Where is this? Sungjin crossed his arms as he watched Edward. So the start is similar. Chapter 0, living mannequin. Time limit, 30 seconds. A large hologram appeared as the raid began. For the first chapter, just this once, you will be provided with a weapon. Select your weapon. Edward pondered for a moment, before choosing the club. Club. Give me the club. In a certain way, it was an unremarkable choice. After all, who has actually used a sword or a spear in the 21st century? After lifting the club, Edward dithered for a while before hitting the mannequin on the head, thereby killing it. It was the start of the raids. On seeing this, Sungjin became slightly nervous. Is it going to show me everything from the beginning? However, thankfully it immediately skipped to the next cutscene showing the corpse of the troll that was still burning in Edward, who held his club while gasping for breath. It seemed that the eye mask that the dragon gave him picked out only the important parts to show him, as he had requested. What a relief. While Sungjin was having this thought, Edward said, "Operator, my stats? Can you show them to me?" HP, 90 MP, 370. Strength, 10. Dexterity, 12. Endurance, 9. Magic power, 33. Mind power, 37. Unallocated stat points, 10. This was Edward's basic stats. While his endurance was average, his stats related to magic were abnormally high. Edward himself did not know the reason for it. Magic. Just what is mind power and why is it so high? The operator gave an answer to Edward's muttering. These stats are important when using magic. Magic power affects the strength of spells, while mind power affects your total amount of mana. Really? Then, does that mean I have the talent for magic? The operator did not respond. Instead, it was Sungjin who was watching the dream that responded. That's right. And a lot at that. Of course, Edward could not hear him. Edward asked the operator. Then, where can I learn spells? This will be explained after you have been teleported to the black market. Black market? The scene changed immediately after Edward finished asking the question. You dare to challenge us, brothers? Fight. Human. I'll kill you, human. Familiar voices could be heard. Soon, the figure of an ogre with two heads on one body, Patch and Shorak, could be seen. Is this, Chapter 4 Giant's Canyon? Sungjin looked towards the hunters. However, there were only two of them present. There was Edward, who was dodging Patch's club, and a spearman who was stabbing his spear in between Shoraka's staff. Gruur. Patch swung his club. Edward barely avoided it as he chanted a spell. Flash. Edward's hand shone brightly for an instant. Arg. Patch let out a scream as he walked backwards. On the other side, Shorak, who had been fighting the spearman, tried to take a look backwards. What? What's wrong? However, in that moment, a spear came flying in and stabbed him in the neck. HRK. While the two had become powerless, Edward once more chanted a spell. Fire that burns blood. Ignite. Soon, a fire ignited on his hand. Edward agilely ran forward and crammed the flame into Choraka's wound. Ga-ah-ah. Gra-ah-ah. Patch and Shorak cried out in pain like a stereo speaker before falling over. The unknown spearman and Edward delivered the final blow. Boss monster Patch and Shorak defeated. Edward let out a heavy sigh after the operator's announcement. Phew. We finally killed him. Since there was only two of us remaining, I thought it would be more difficult. However, at that moment. Swish! The spearman swung his spear while aiming at Edward's throat. Edward's eyes opened wide as he desperately twisted his neck. Snick! A wound appeared around Edward's neck along with a sound. Why? Edward's question was filled with his doubts, But the spearman did not respond, and only continued to wield his spear. Soon, his body began to glow crimson. As Sungjin saw this, he thought, since there's only 2 remaining, it seems that he wants to monopolize all the contribution. However, the spearman had chosen the wrong opponent. This was because Edward was one of the strongest, even amongst the 10 final people. Edward dodged the spearman's attacks for a few seconds, but during this time he had already prepared himself for battle. Project Image. Edward's body divided into several clones. The spearman swung his spear quickly, but he only managed to hit afterimages. Edward used the gap when the spearman missed and struck the spearman's leg with his staff. HRK. The spearman let out a grunt as he fell over. Edward used his staff to hit the hand of the spearman that was holding the spear. Ah! The hunter let go of his spear, which was equivalent to his life, and Edward kicked the spear far away. Afterwards, he placed his staff on the spearman's neck and asked, "Why did you do that?" As Sungjin saw this, he thought, so there was a time when he was innocent, too. However, in that moment, the spearman took out the dagger he had hidden behind his back and sliced towards Edward's ankle. Ah! Having received an unexpected sneak attack, Edward fell backwards. The spearman held his dagger as he attempted to swoop down on his opponent. Blink. However, Edward's body glowed, and then appeared behind the spearman. The spearman held his dagger as he looked around, but from this point, the fight was already over. Edward chanted a spell in a slightly saddened voice. Inner burn. A fire erupted from the spearman's entire body. Greya awa aa. The sound of the spearman's cries spread throughout the giant's canyon. Edward stared at the burning spearman, who was turning into cinders. His expression was strange, that seemed to be both angry and sad. As Sungjin watched Edward, he thought to himself, well, I don't really need to see something like this. Can't we skip a bit further? Like to when we first met. At that moment, the scene changed. Edward was standing in a frost plain. It was the frost plains in Chapter 11, where the witch lived. Phew! Soon, the figures of the other hunters appeared one by one near Edward. One of them was Sungjin. A Sungjin who was using the title Elite Samurai instead of Master Hunter. Sungjin stared at his past self. However, something was strange. There was a strong feeling of disconnect. Sungjin soon realized the reason. It wasn't here. The very first time that Sungjin had met Edward was much later, in Chapter 16. He had never met Edward in Chapter 11. Surprised, Sungjin went closer to himself. His past self was shaking hands with Edward. I'm Edward. Nice to meet you. I'm Sungjin. Let's do our best. When Sungjin saw this, he wondered. Did I meet him then, and then forget? The dreaming Sungjin considered it carefully. However, it was then that a detail caught his eye. And that detail was the sword that his past self was wearing. What was on his belt was not the crimson sheath of blood vengeance, but a sheath that had a white tiger carved on it. The dreaming Sungjin's eyes opened wide as he stared at the sheath. What? It was here that Sungjin knew for certain that something was wrong. He had never used a sword like that. Not once. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171. Chapter 171, Sungjin's Dream, 3. Roar. An immense hairy yeti charged at the past Sungjin, who swung his sword in retaliation. Sungjin watched over his new past self with his arms crossed. The way this Sungjin wielded his blade or reacted to enemy attacks was not particularly different from his past self or the current him. However, the weapon was different. He was wielding a sword that gave off a silver aura instead of the scarlet blood vengeance, or the blue-tinged glow of Moonspectre. Is it made of silver? Seeing that a few swings of the sword had effortlessly cut the Yeti's arm into slices, which were as thick as logs, it was easy to guess that the sword was at minimum a legendary tier weapon. In the midst of battle, one of the team members shouted, "Shit! There's ice trolls behind us." Just as his past self turned around, a pack of trolls holding massive clubs appeared. "There's too many." The hunters were surrounded by the trolls. Sungjin's past self looked around the area, then held up his sheath as he shouted, "Divine protection of the Tiger Chieftain." The pair of tigers engraved on the sheath came out as spirits and paced around Sungjin. Finally, the fight began. The past Sungjin was the focus of the troll pack's attacks, but each time, the tiger spirits would swing their paws and protect him. Roar! The dreaming Sungjin thought. That's skill. I've never even seen anyone else use that before. Though it seemed as if Sungjin's party had fallen into a critical situation, the fight was easier than expected. Ring of Fire. This discrepancy between the expected outcome and reality was due to the efficiency of his past self and Edward's magic. After the fight was over, his past self swung his sword downwards through the air to remove the blood before sheathing it, like he had always done. When the dreaming Sungjin saw this, he thought, "Even the habits are the same. It's definitely me, but just how did this happen?" Sungjin thought to himself that he wanted to see his second meeting with Edward. The moment he finished the thought, the scene changed. "Oh, Sungjin, you're still alive. Edward, you too. It's nice to see you again." The dreaming Sungjin looked around the area. The area seemed to be the Great Plains of Barastan. Again. It's different. According to his memories, the place that he had met Edward was not here, but at a later chapter. Edward asked his past self, "So, how have you been? From when we met until now?" "Well, the monsters were more or less doable. But I nearly died the last chapter to a troll." "Ah. Trolls?" His past self shook his head as he said, "Just what's up with these retarded rules? To make us have to divide contribution amongst the comrades that we had fought together with. It's not just a few hunters that are dying because of these trolls." "Indeed. But we can't do anything about it. Since it's like this, we can only do our best." The past Sungjin was still wearing the sword engraved with tigers. It was here that Sungjin came to a conclusion. It's definitely a past that I don't remember. Then this means. Sungjin then thought to himself that he wanted to see Edward's death. Soon, the scene changed. Edward was standing in a dark and gloomy prison. The moment Sungjin saw this, he thought, "This is Chapter 18. Serkorist Prison." According to what Sungjin remembered, Edward did not die here. He then looked around the area. There were 5 people, but one of them had a bluish body. When Sungjin saw this, he muttered, "Ghost." A ghost was a type of substitute that appeared when there was an empty spot when dividing the hunters into teams of 5. For example, if there were 24 hunters remaining, 4 of the parties would be fine, but there would be one party that had only 4 people. It was then that a ghost with a human appearance would appear and fill up that empty spot. Sungjin did not know if it was because his own luck was good, but he had never been in a party with one. However, according to others who had partied with a ghost, it was impossible to communicate with one and its abilities were slightly below that of the hunters. According to their words, the ghost was a hunter from the past that the operator had summoned, but even they did not know exactly what that meant. In any case, for there to be a ghost in this party meant that Edward's death was completely different from the death that Sungjin remembered. The man at the very front turned his head as he said, "Is everyone mentally prepared?" However, he was someone familiar. The man was Illich from the final 10 hunters. Illich! In response to his words, a black man holding a spear hesitated before saying, "Hey, do we really have to do this? We're the final 4 people. If we fail, then all of humanity will suffer. Let's leave alone the hidden boss and finish the raid." It was the first time that Sungjin had ever seen this man's face, yet it was he who had identified himself as one of the final 4. Sungjin thought. Then that means, as I thought, this raid is an event that occurred after my death? Edward said in response. Actually, that's the reason why we have to kill the hidden boss. The reason that we could only make it this far is because we weren't strong enough. Illich also spoke up. Yeah. What he said is right. In any case, if we can't even clear this, then we can't clear the next chapter. Let's give it a try. The last remaining individual was an Asian man who was dual-wielding 2 swords like himself. However, the man was bald and instead had a beard. This was also someone that Sungjin saw for the first time. The man stroked his beard as he said, "Yeah, whether we die this way or the other, let's at least give it a try." The man holding the spear was still afraid, but the other 3 had made up their minds to give it a try. The ghost had no say in this matter. Finally, Illich pulled down the lever. Chi 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 chi. Soon, along with the clatter of chains, the iron door in front of them began to open. Chiching. After a while, the sound of the chains stopped, and a groan filled with both fury and agony could be heard from the inside. Groo-woo-war. The 4 hunters nervously searched their surroundings as they entered the prison. The moment they entered, the door shut noisily. Clang. And simultaneously the operator's voice could be heard. Warning. Hidden boss. 100-man murderer Eisen has appeared. There was an immense giant inside the prison. Sungjin shivered as he looked at the hidden boss. Eisen. It was incredibly tough for me as well. I don't know about now, though. Eisen was a giant prisoner whose height reached 2.5 meters. Both of his hands were tied to a bastard sword that was as tall as he was by an iron chain. It made you wonder how he could possibly eat. Illich held up his shield and went to the front as he said, "Let's first get a feel for." However, even before he finished speaking, the prisoner yelled loudly and swung his sword. Groo-ar. Illich blocked the oncoming bastard sword with his shield, but his shield was crumpled and Illich was flung far away by that one strike. That's not something you can block. You have to avoid it. Sungjin noisily gave advice, but then he stopped. What he had requested was the scene of Edward's death. The dream would show it to him. Sure enough, the 4 hunters could only last a few seconds against the 100-man murderer Eisen and ultimately faced annihilation. Eisen attacked the hunters by spinning around like a windmill as he held his bastard sword. Sometimes swinging high, sometimes swinging low. Inside the narrow prison, that flying bastard sword became terror itself. The swordsman and the spearman, as well as Illich, the tanker himself, could not deal with the bastard sword and could only retreat backwards. Edward, who was far away from it all, could chant short spells, but he could not use his specialty attack spells because he was too busy saving the retreating hunters. Heal. 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 In the end, the party could not do much and the hunters began to be picked off one by one. Starting with the archer ghost that disappeared after being hit by the sword, the spearman and the swordsman soon followed as they were both sent flying at the same time by the bastard sword. While Edward was debating on who to save, Illich charged towards Eisen in despair. Ah! Unfortunately, Illich was turned into a pile of flesh by the chains that held up the bastard sword. Now, the only one remaining was just Edward. Eisen swung his bastard sword towards Edward, who shone for a moment. Blink. He was able to escape from that position, but his luck wasn't so good. The location where he appeared just happened to be where Eisen's bastard sword was finishing its swing. Without any further ado, Edward was split in half. Gah! Edward could not even let out a cry of pain. He swung his arm a few times towards the ceiling and then died just like that. Soon, he could hear the operator's voice. "You have died. You were humanity's very last remaining player. Benefit awarded to the last player to die is restart." At the same time, a single line of text appeared before his eyes. Restart, redo the hunt from the very beginning, but with current memory. Edward then looked around his surroundings with wide eyes. A white square room. It was a familiar place for him. He screamed. "What?" However, without even the time for him to say more, the operator said, "A hunt will soon begin. Prepare for combat." As he saw this, the dreaming Sungjin thought. As expected. Edward really did regress once. At that moment, the operator's voice could suddenly be heard. "The Chosen One has requested your teleportation." Sungjin woke up to the jarring voice of the operator. "Will you accept the request for teleportation?" Together with the operator's question, came Saran's voice. "Appa, what about today's breakfast? Are we not eating together?" Sungjin turned his head. Saran's face could be seen above the cube. "Ah. Yeah. Wait, Appa, did you sleep in?" "Yeah." "What time is it right now?" "What do you mean what time?" "It's time for the morning briefing." "Ah. I see. Just wait a moment. I'll summon everyone soon." "Okay." Sungjin got up from his bed and hurriedly washed his face and changed his clothes, before walking down to the first floor of 99 Nights. He then took out the scepter of the warlord and summoned the other hunters. "Good morning." "Good morning." The hunters greeted each other. Franz said with an energetic voice, "What should I eat today? Does anyone have a recommendation? Something that Delyupin is good at making." To which Baltran responded, "Have you tried his cereal? This guy's cereal is strangely delicious." "Ah, then should I try that?" Nada also joined the discussion. "Should I try it as well?" As the rowdy conversation went back and forth, Sungjin thought about the dream that he had been dreaming until just a moment ago. Edward was someone who had restarted even before I did. Then Why did he? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172. Chapter 172, Bakash Island, 1. After finishing breakfast, the hunters bid each other farewell and departed. "See you at dinner time, everyone." "Yeah, do your best, everyone." "You too." Though the others were animatedly exchanging farewells, Sungjin merely held up his hand and waved to them. This was because Sungjin had been thinking about Edward since even before the hunters gathered together. Edward restarted once. Then that guy, did he do all of that, knowing that I would go back in time? But even if that's the case, was there a reason for him to troll? However, at that moment, Appa. Upon hearing someone calling to him, Sungjin raised his head. There was only one person that called him Appa. Sungjin looked at Saran with eyes wide open in surprise as he asked, "HRM? You haven't left yet?" "Yes. Since today, you didn't say much again. I was worried that you were still angry at me." Sungjin waved his hand as he said, "Ah. No. It's just, I was thinking about something else." "Is that so? What a relief." He. Saran smiled cutely. Seeing her smile, Sungjin also grinned as he said, "Go on. It's time for me to prepare myself as well." "Okay. Then. See you later, Appa." Saran waved her hand as she disappeared. Now alone, Sungjin patted the seat as he stood up. There were too many questionable points in the information that he had, but there was nothing he could do about it for the moment. Let's look at it once more tonight. I should be able to learn more about it as I sleep. The next raid was Bakash Island, the primordial island where dinosaurs roamed. It was a place that was swarming with enemies whose sizes defied common sense. However, it was not a difficult raid so long as you were careful of their sizes. As the raid was approaching, Sungjin took out Lathian, Star of Solitude, and was about to use its active skill, Solitary Training. Solitary. But when he thought about it, it occurred to him that it might be better not to use it anymore. Few stats or coins were no longer what Sungjin needed. What he really needed were allies who could go to the end with him. Instead of earning stats by myself, it would be better to finish the raids with other hunters and choose 1 or 2 more members. Having made up his mind, Sungjin placed the star back inside the cube. The raid is beginning in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Phew! Sungjin was teleported to Bakash Island. Dinosaurs could be seen wandering about in the distance, making this place look as if the set from the movie Jura ********* pa** had been moved here as is. Phew! When one of the hunters that had been summoned to Bakash Island saw his surroundings, his jaw dropped. Whoa! Sungjin glanced at him. The first time he saw this, he had also displayed a similar reaction. However, this was already his second time experiencing this. Rather than watching the dinosaurs, Sungjin slowly examined the other hunters who were staring at them. Now, everyone had fancy equipment, befitting of veterans who had experienced dozens of life and death crises. Of course, Sungjin was the only one who had equipped 4 swords. That friend over there has a legendary armor. Was it Sargon's armor? HRM. But his weapon. I think I saw it hanging in some shop. Did he buy it with black coins? He's wielding a magic staff engraved with runes and a shield. Is he some kind of combat mage? Sungjin looked at them as if he were shopping in a mall. However, as he was watching them, a Caucasian spearman wielding a long spear locked gazes with Sungjin, then let out a cry. Oh! He pointed at Sungjin with his finger and asked. Master Hunter. Master Hunter K? Sungjin stared at the spearman as he searched his memories. Where did I meet him? However, he could not recall when they had met. No matter how he thought about it, it was definitely the first time that they had seen each other. He had difficulty telling apart people of different races that he had come across during the raids. In truth, whites, blacks, Arabs, Hispanics, etc., all looked the same to him. While Sungjin had a pinched expression, the hunter approached and asked. Right? Master Hunter. Master Hunter K. Ah, yes. That's me, but. Sungjin's words trailed off, but the hunter suddenly came closer and held out his hand as he said. Oh, I heard a lot about you, Master Hunter K. Sungjin absent-mindedly shook the hunter's hand. The latter continued. It's an honor to meet you. Just what makes it an honor? While Sungjin was bewildered, another hunter who was behind him came up to him. Master Hunter K? You're that legend? He did not know why, but it seemed that he had become quite famous. Sungjin asked the hunters. Do you know me? The spearman that had extended his hand earlier spoke up. I heard about you from the other hunters. That there's a person who jumps across dimensions to hunt trolls. The hunter next to Sungjin also added. I've also heard of that. That you even fought 2 or 3 trolls alone. It seemed that the other 2 hunters were intrigued by seeing the 3 of them gathered together like that. What? Master Hunter? Is he someone famous? HRM. I think I've heard about him, too. It seemed that Sungjin had become well known to the other hunters since he had killed dozens of trolls as well as saved many more lives when he jumped from one dimension to another. Now that he thought about it, he did recall hearing something like that from one of the chosen ones while eating. Now that I think about it, there were people talking about Mr. K during a raid. Yeah, I heard about that too. That there's an incredibly strong hunter jumping across dimensions to hunt trolls. K should be the only one that fits that description, right? Back then, he had simply thought, is that so? And threw it to the back of his mind, but now it seemed that he had truly become rather famous. The raid will begin in 1 minute. Upon hearing the operator, the two hunters nodded their heads as they spoke up. It's an honor to be in the same party as you. I guess we'll get to see Mr. K's skills. I leave myself in your hands. For now, Sungjin simply nodded as he wondered if there was anyone among these hunters who was decently skilled, and if it would be alright to accept him as a teammate. Star. Key. A lengthy cry reverberated throughout the jungle. The gladiator standing at the front raised his shield as he said, "Incoming." The hunters beside him each took a hold of their weapons upon hearing his words. K, of course, held up Blood Vengeance and Moonspector as he prepared to fight against the enemy. Eventually, raptors with long necks revealed their figures one by one from inside the jungle. Kai. The hunters' arms tensed as they held onto their weapons. If he wanted to, Sungjin could cut down the raptors in an instant, but he merely gripped Moonspector and Blood Vengeance instead of intervening because he wanted to see how the hunters fought. Come forth. The Circle of Justice. When the shield-bearing man finished shouting, the gazes of the raptors snapped towards him. HRM. Is that a skill that attracts aggro? However, the gladiator had used it far too early. His skill had affected only the first few raptors, leaving the others that appeared afterwards to their own devices. Kaya. Because of this, the raptors charged towards the spearman, the magician, the archer, and of course, Sungjin, who were standing behind the gladiator. The tank became flustered when he saw the raptors circle past him, and looked back at them even as he was facing off against some raptors that were attacking him. Sungjin hit away a few of the raptors that charged at him as he thought. That guy's equipment is decent, but his talent in tanking is just so. Sungjin observed the other hunters during the chaos that occurred. The magician cast illusion. And created a few illusions as he retreated backwards. He then used his magic staff to crush the raptors' skulls while the raptors were busy chasing around the duplicates. Sungjin watched all of this from the corner of his eyes. In addition to his skills in magic, his physical abilities are decent as well. When Sungjin wasn't looking, the archer had put away his bow and taken out 2 daggers. He held a dagger in each hand as he spun around like a windmill and ripped through the raptors' hides. The raptors that had been charging like wild dogs could no longer approach the archer because of that tornado-like storm of knives. Sungjin thought, this guy is also decent. He isn't limited to just arrows and he's great in adapting to the situation. The problem was the spearman. Because the spearman was wielding a spear that was as tall as him, he was constantly besieged by the raptor's slashes from inside that range. Go away. These bastards. When the spearman came under attack, Sungjin glanced towards the tanker. The tank who was supposed to be protecting the spearman. Unfortunately, the tanker was too busy blocking the attacks of the raptors that he had provoked. Upon seeing this, Sungjin thought, the tanker lacks the ability, and the spearman can't adapt to the situation. For them to become chosen ones, these two are. However, at that moment Moonspector shouted at him. Master! Sungjin abruptly came to attention and found that there were a huge set of teeth right in front of his nose. Shit! Sungjin urgently threw back his head. Soon, the raptor's teeth snapped shut where his head used to be. Snap! It was a spectacle that would have chilled a normal person. However, having overcome dozens of life and death situations and even having actually died once, this was merely an opportunity to Sungjin. He slightly twisted the hand that was holding blood vengeance, and the head of the raptor that had just attempted to tear off Sungjin's head soon began to spurt blood as it fell to the ground. But this was not the end. Kaya Upon seeing the blood of their fellow raptor, two more charged towards Sungjin. Annoying. Sungjin appropriately limited his strength as he fought against the raptors. This was because if he were to fight with everything he had, then it was entirely possible that the other hunters would not have a chance to fight. Sungjin lacklusterly swung his sword around to block the raptors' attacks while simultaneously watching how the other hunters reacted. After a few dozen seconds of chaos had passed, the situation was nearly settled. The hunter who had been given the role of tanking let out a sigh as he asked, "Phew! Is everyone okay?" At this, the spearman stooped over and leaned on his spear as he said, "Me? Wait a bit." Now that they looked, there was a long wound on the spearman's waist. It seemed that he had been injured by a raptor's claws. The spearman removed a potion from his belt and said, "Can we proceed after resting here for, ... However, it was at that moment that the sound of an immense footstep could be heard from the depths of the forest as the ground began to shake. Boom! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173. Chapter 173, Bakash Island, 2. Boom! The hunters simultaneously turned to look towards the jungle. Boom! The sound was steadily getting louder. Someone whispered, "Is that?" He did not finish speaking, but everyone could roughly guess what he wanted to say. The spearman quickly began to gulp down the potion that he was holding. Boom! Warning! The devourer Kiazen has appeared. Soon, the figure of an enormous Tyrannosaurus could be seen towering above the canopy. Someone quietly muttered, "Damn!" Everyone was extremely tense except for Sungjin. Soon the enormous Tyrannosaurus, Kiazen the Devourer, came out of the jungle. Brilliant protection! An intense light came surging out of the tanker's shield. Gore! The Tyrannosaurus averted its eyes due to the intense brightness. Is he blinding it with the light? That guy really does have good items. Attacks from long-range damage dealers soon followed. First, the archer released an arrow. Exploding arrow. The arrow that he fired landed directly on the devourer Kiazen's right eye and exploded. Boom! As the name suggested, it created an immense explosion. All of the hunters watched the blast closely. Did it work? However, after a brief moment, Kiazen glared at the hunters with a terrifying eye that had transformed to that of a panda's. It was a good idea to aim for the eye, but the timing wasn't good. If the tanker made the boss close its eyes, then it would have been great if he had delayed his attack by just a little. Or he could have aimed for the neck, which was narrower in comparison to that head. The archer was also a bit lacking, unfortunately, in combat instincts. Next, the magician began to chant a spell. The source of strength, destroy my enemies. Light of Ashurian. A light violently blazed up in the magician's hand before scattering in various directions. Boom! Boom! Ba-boom, dot. The rays of light would explode each time they came into contact with Kiazen's body, shaking him from side to side. The hunters shifted their gaze towards the boss in unison. Did it work? But after a short while, Kiazen bellowed even more furiously towards the hunters. When Sungjin saw this, he thought. Before, he was great in adapting to the situation. But it seems that his magic power isn't up to par since he invested stat points towards his physical abilities. If the team's primary magician was bought enough time to finish a chant, then he must have the ability to deal a critical blow to the enemy. When compared to Mustafa, or Edward. He is nowhere near as good. The two that he had some hopes for ended up disappointing him. Just in case, Sungjin asked Biscoro for his opinion. Mr. Biscoro, what do you think about them? HRM? Who? The skills of these people. No matter how you look at it, they seem to be worse than your teammates, whether it's that Bao using miss or that miss with the big boobs, or that guy wielding the greatsword. As expected, that's the case. It looked like there was no one in this party that was worthy of being taken all the way to the end as an ally. Even if you took into consideration the bonuses that the current chosen ones received from the title, these people were nowhere close to the level of ability of the chosen ones. While Sungjin was appraising them. Gah! Cock, dot. The spearman was sent flying into the sky by Kaizen's foot, and the archer was slammed onto the ground. The rather exasperated tanker shouted towards Sungjin. Hey! Master Hunter! Just what are you doing? It was then when Sungjin realized that he was standing idly by and conversing with Biscoro while his teammates were dying. Ah! Sorry! The tanker shouted angrily. Is being sorry enough? We're all about to die. Sungjin took out Regenta's egg from his vest and threw it into the air as he said. Don't worry. There's no need for me to observe you anymore. Regenta broke out of the egg and shouted loudly as he circled widely around Kiazen. Kaion. Kiazen was wary of Regenta and attempted to bite him, but couldn't keep up as Regenta was too quick. Sungjin shouted at Regenta. Over here. Regenta, there's no time to play around. At Sungjin's words, Regenta obediently flew over to Sungjin's side. Sungjin jumped up slightly and climbed onto Regenta's back. Regenta, we're aiming for that guy's head. Biscoro, match our timing and activate frenzy. Okay. Sungjin, who had only been holding onto his swords loosely, now tightly grasped his blood vengeance and Moonspectre. Regenta followed his master's orders and ascended into the air above Kaizen's head with Sungjin on his back. 3, 2, 1 foot. Sungjin looked for the right timing before he jumped down from Regenta's back directly onto Kaizen's head. At the same time, Biscoro's helmet turned crimson. Within mere seconds after he had descended, Sungjin had torn apart the Tyrannosaurus's head with Moonspectre and Blood Vengeance. Kiazen, whose head had suffered from several dozen wounds in an instant, let out a pitiful cry that did not match its gargantuan size as it collapsed. Kaiawayan. Right before Sungjin hit the ground, Regenta caught his master on his back and leisurely flew up towards the sky. While Sungjin took in the wind from atop Regenta's back, the operator's voice rang out. Boss monster Kiazen cleared. Sungjin told Regenta who was carrying him. Good job, Regenta. Kiang. Regenta cried out happily before he dropped Sungjin off near where the other hunters were gathered. They were all gaping blankly at Sungjin. It was to be expected since Sungjin had massacred the boss all by himself in a few seconds while the four could not do much despite working together. Amazing, Master Hunter K. I thought the rumors were exaggerated, but you're actually even stronger instead. Sungjin, embarrassed by their compliments, waved his hand as he said. Well, that's enough of that. The hunters ran towards Sungjin and began to bombard him with various questions. How did you become so strong? What are those swords? Are they both legendary items? That helmet doesn't look ordinary either. Wait, first, aren't your stats incredibly high? Did you really earn them honestly? Sungjin broke out into a cold sweat as he attempted to calm the hunters down. No. Sungjin looked behind him and made a gesture to Regenta. Let's go. Regenta caught on. Kaian. Regenta spread his wings and strolled to Sungjin's side. When the enormous griffin walked towards them with his wings open wide, the hunters felt a sense of oppression and stumbled backwards. In any case, since the boss is dead. I'll be taking my leave now. Going? Where? As always, he couldn't explain everything about his circumstances. Sungjin mounted Regenta, then said, I'm going to go kill the hidden boss by myself. You guys should kill the other monsters before you leave. Then, farewell. The hunters extended their hands towards Sungjin as if they were fans meeting a celebrity. Master Hunter K. Mr. K. Having left those words, Sungjin rode Regenta up into the sky. The hunters stranded on the ground did not chase after Sungjin all the way up here. Sungjin then let out a sigh. Phew. They were really clingy. Biscoro suddenly interjected. Why didn't you give them some tips on getting stronger? Especially that spearman. He seemed to be of a decent sort. Sungjin thought about the conversation that had just occurred. That helmet doesn't look ordinary either. Of course, the one who said this was someone holding a spear in his hand, the spearman. It's fine, mister. Now let's see. The hidden boss's egg is. At that moment, Regenta began to turn towards the side. What? Why? Regenta. Sungjin was flustered at first, but once he saw the immense nest in front of him, he realized that Regenta had found the target first. Great job, Regenta. Let's go. Star. Boom. The corpse of the gigantic pterodactyl fell into the jungle with a loud noise. The operator's voice could be heard. Hidden boss, tyrant of the skies, Karazard cleared. Sungjin praised his summon, who was holding onto him. Great job, Regenta. Kiang. Now that he had killed the hidden boss, there was nothing in particular left for him to do in this raid. What is really important is gathering allies, but it's already too late for that. Should I go hunting for trolls? Just as he was thinking about it, he heard the sound of someone calling for him. The chosen one has requested your teleportation. What happened? Sungjin immediately looked towards his operator cube. Nada's figure appeared above it. Hey there, Kay. I think that man you called Mustafa is in my party? Sungjin asked her. Mustafa? Is he a Mustafa that's really skinny, has a long mustache and uses magic? The name Mustafa is pretty common in the Middle East after all. Yeah, he's super skinny, has a long mustache and is good at using magic. Come and see for yourself. Sungjin nodded his head. Understood. I'll be right there. Sungjin immediately left the dimension and teleported into Nada's world after receiving his title and rewards. She was waiting for him with her usual leather armor removed and sporting just a tank top instead. Nada fanned her curvaceous body as she complained. Ugh. It's too hot and humid here. How can I wear armor when I'm this sweaty? Sungjin looked elsewhere as he was afraid that he would make a mistake once again. So, Mustafa? Over there, resting in the jungle. Right now it's break time. Sungjin looked in the direction that she pointed towards. A group of hunters sat in a circle under the shade of a tree as they rested. Sungjin discovered Mustafa sitting amongst them wearing a white robe and holding a staff, the head of which was shaped like a snake's. The color of his robe and the form of his staff were quite different from before, but that thin physique and long mustache had undeniably confirmed his identity. Sungjin could not help but exclaim in surprise as he walked towards Mustafa. Whoa. The hunters were startled when they saw Sungjin and picked up their weapons. It was a rather natural response. Normally, all life forms in this dimension were enemies except for the 5 that had gathered at the start. But not one of them attacked the human with the titled Master Hunter over his head who was making his way towards them. Furthermore, Sungjin had kept his weapon sheathed as he walked towards the hunters unarmed. While they were dumbfounded by this, Sungjin quickly approached Mustafa and shook his hand. It's great to meet you at last, Mr. Mustafa. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174. Chapter 174, Black Market 15th Shopping, 1. As Sungjin shook his hand, Mustafa stood there blankly for a moment, before shaking him off and asking, "Who are you, do you know me?" Sungjin was flustered but quickly regained his calm. Mustafa's response was to be expected. A raid was a battle where one placed his life on the line. Hunters were always tense because of the enemies, as well as their allies who might turn out to be trolls. With this in mind, it was natural to reject a hunter who approached you and abruptly started shaking your hand even though it was the first time you've met him. Sungjin began to introduce himself. My apologies, Mustafa. I am, ... At that time, one of Mustafa's teammates who had been resting in the back suddenly jumped up and pointed at Sungjin as he spoke. HRM? Master Hunter? Master Hunter K? Sungjin stared at him. For some reason, he looked familiar. Do you remember me? We met inside the dragon's lair. It was the barbarian that had been one of the two people to tank Call Gal. His outfit and his weapon had changed, but Sungjin still remembered him. I do remember you. So you've made it this far safely. Yes, my luck was good. After we separated then, I wanted to meet you at least one more time and we've come to meet like this. I've heard stories about Master Hunter K from the other hunters. As he had expected, it seemed that there were stories about him circulating amongst the hunters. The barbarian reassured Mustafa. Mustafa, there's no need to be on guard. This person is Master Hunter K. He's not a troll. On the contrary, he's a famous troll hunter. The suspicion in Mustafa's eyes diminished when he heard the words of the barbarian. He glanced at the 4 swords that Sungjin had equipped before saying, HRM. I think I've heard about him as well. A swordsman wielding 4 swords that goes teleporting through the dimensions in order to hunt trolls. Sungjin beamed. It would be easier to talk if things were like this. However, what is your purpose in coming here? Is there a troll in our party? Mustafa inconspicuously looked at the 3 people that he was sitting with. The other 3 hunters flinched, before they each spoke up. Not me, Mustafa, ... Me neither. We worked together before, didn't we, Mustafa? As expected. His skill from before is still there. Just by seeing this, Sungjin knew that Mustafa had an incredible influence over the party. For someone to have great influence over a group of people who had just met, it could only mean that he was powerful. Sungjin asked Mustafa and his teammates. Do you mind if Mustafa and I talk by ourselves for a moment? Mustafa's teammates all nodded their heads, while Mustafa was the only one who had a troubled expression. We had planned to rest for only 5 minutes before continuing on with the raid. There's also a lady who's off resting by herself. At that, Nada came out of nowhere and spoke up. I'm okay with that as well. She was wearing her leather armor once again. Please go speak with him and then come back. Having received the agreement of the other hunters, Sungjin and Mustafa separated from them before the two began to converse. Though this party would not actually be short on time with both Nada and Mustafa in it, but since the group had said that they were in a rush, Sungjin, taking it in consideration, got straight to the point. I'm gathering teammates. Strong teammates that can make it to the final raid. 10 people, including me. Mustafa quickly understood what Sungjin was saying. So, what you're saying is that you're picking out 10 elite members to enter the final raid with? Sungjin nodded his head. Then, to make his proposal more appealing, he added. That's right. If you accept my choosing, then you will receive the Chosen One title, which will give you an incredible bonus to your stat points. What do you think? However, Mustafa was interested in something other than the bonus stats that Sungjin could offer. From your point of view, you mean to say that only 10 people will remain alive out of all of these hunters? Sungjin did not deny it. That's right. It's a realistic assessment. HRM. Mustafa fiddled with his mustache and did not speak up for a long time. He seemed to be lost in thought. He briefly muttered to himself. Elite. Elite. God's will. Is he talking about that? Sungjin was incredibly nervous as he was afraid that Mustafa would reject his offer. If he rejects it, Before Sungjin could finish his thought, Mustafa nodded his head. Good. What do I have to do to become your teammate? Star. After finishing the raid and returning to the black market, Sungjin immediately headed towards the cafe. He was extremely thirsty after roaming through the jungle for several hours. Iced Americano. Cold. This time, after ordering, Sungjin added. Ah, right. I'll have it as a takeaway today. Understood, Mr. Hunter. Sungjin did this because now there was no point in him visiting the auction house anymore. The merchant of darker than black had disappeared off somewhere. Now that he had no place to use black coins, he no longer had any reason to earn them either. As for the remaining black coins, I should give them to the other hunters if they need any. Furthermore, this time he had only managed to hunt a single troll before the raid got over. Rather than lacking the time to hunt for them, it was because the troll seeker marble could not find any trolls and kept reporting. No applicable dimension available. In truth, he had expected this a long time ago. Though the marble could originally find trolls immediately upon use, now the time it took to find them grew longer and longer until finally it did not activate even when the raid was ending. This meant that now, there were not many trolls remaining amongst the hunters, and even if there were, the trolls did not commit the act. Well, it's about time for the spring to dry up. It was not something particularly inconvenient. This was because Sungjin's main goal was to gather allies. This time he had managed to recruit the highly qualified Mustafa, so one could describe this raid as very successful. Good. Sungjin drank his coffee from a lightweight plastic cup as he headed towards Cargos's smithy. If things turned out as promised, then the crafting of the gem should be finished by now. However, Sungjin was surprised when he finally arrived at the smithy. Even just yesterday, the place had been as busy as it could possibly be, but now no one could be seen inside it. Biscoro asked. What's this? Where did they all go? Sungjin found himself walking faster towards the smithy. However, when he came near the place, he began to hear an incredibly loud snoring noise. SNNRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr moment, Sungjin found Cargos snoring in his sleep. SNNRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr him up. Instead, Sungjin looked around the smithy. A small iron box could be seen near him. He did not wake cargoes up and walked towards the box instead. There was an indentation in the shape of a hand on the box, as if someone had pressed his hand into clay. Sungjin peered at the indentation closely. "What's this?" He quickly came to the realization that the shape and size of the indentation were exactly the same as that of his own hand. Did they make it as a copy of my hand? Sungjin briefly considered whether it was possible. If it was cargo's, then he believed that it was completely plausible given his skill. After all, since the beginning, the swords that he used had all passed through cargo's hands at least once. Sungjin carelessly placed his right hand on the indentation. As expected, his hand fit perfectly. Then, the box opened with a burst of air. PSSH. A brilliant blue light began to shine from inside the box. Sungjin opened up the entire lid. Inside there was a blue gem in the form of a star. It was a gem that had the exact same shape as the one Edward had held. Sungjin carefully brought it up and examined it. As opposed to its size, it was rather light. Sungjin held it above his head, and soon an explanation window for the item appeared. iOS, the revelation of the stars. Mythological accessory. Active skill. Starlight, you can see what will occur 24 hours in the future from now. If the user exerts his will, then it is possible to change the future. Can be used once a day. I hold within me the vision of the gods. On this day, a new pair of eyes opened from within me. What? The explanation was not particularly long, but Sungjin stared at it for a while. This was because the description of the active skill was rather shocking. You can see what will occur 24 hours in the future from now? Sungjin's mind became chaotic. He had been taken aback by the dragon's eye mask which let him look into the past, but this item was even more surprising than that. Just what is? He turned his head and briefly looked at the sleeping form of Cargos. SNRRRRRRRRK. Sungjin wondered if Cargos collapsed in exhaustion after he finished crafting the star-shaped accessory, as he was sleeping incredibly soundly. Sungjin looked between the star and Cargos a few times, before he felt apologetic and decided not to wake Cargos up. He's probably like this because of working on this. Sungjin placed the star inside his vest before turning around. After having done so, he worried about simply leaving the box there, but then had a thought. Well, I should be the only one who can unlock the locking device. He'll probably think that I took it. Cargos was someone who had confidence in his work. He would know that only Sungjin could open the locking device and take away the gem. In the first place, Sungjin was the only person in this dimension anyways. Sungjin left Cargos alone and returned to 99 Nights. Good job today as well, Mr. Hunter. Deliapin greeted him, but Sungjin half-heartedly returned the greeting before heading towards his room like the wind. He sat down on a chair next to the window before taking out the accessory again. The star-shaped gem was shining brilliantly with a blue light. This is truly beautiful. Sungjin briefly lost himself in the captivating blue radiance. It was just like that time in the last raid when Edward took out the star for a moment. A thought suddenly came to Sungjin as he was stroking the star. Wait, so then, during the last raid, that guy saw into the future with this? 24 hours into the future? It was right before the battle with the Demon King. At that time, Edward's expression had changed after looking at this. Afterwards, he trolled as he began to kill everyone in the party. It was not clear yet whether Edward had done so on purpose, but with his own death, he had Sungjin go through regression. 24 hours after that point in time. Just what was going to happen in the future? Just what did Edward see? Sungjin did not know what Edward saw, but it was obvious that what he had witnessed had an enormous impact on him. Since the Demon King's castle is Chapter 20. That means that something had happened in Chapter 21. However, he was unable to figure it out right now. He could not discover what Edward had seen since the eye mask that the dragon had given him would only show him what had occurred in the past. In any case, it seems that I can only wait for more time to pass. Sungjin examined the shining star from various angles, before he wondered to himself. But, when will I be able to use this? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175. Chapter 175, Black Market 15th Shopping, 2. At dinner time, Mustafa was welcomed to the team under Franz's lead. Now then, let's all give the newly invited Mustafa a welcoming applause. Mustafa held a glass filled with apple juice at the crowded table. He looked at Sungjin and the other chosen ones as he said, For hunters to be able to gather like this and have dinner together. What a remarkable sight. It's been a while since you were last able to talk to others like this, right? You'll get used to it soon. Indeed. It was a good decision to come to this gathering between the one who chooses and the chosen ones. Mustafa briefly looked around before he added. I have a large family. At home, we would always sit together at a huge table like this as we shared our meals, so I was not used to dining alone. However, after coming here, I had to eat by myself for a while. Because of this, every time during dinner I could not help but think of my family. The mood became a touch gloomier once the topic of his family was brought up. Perhaps he realized this, as Mustafa immediately changed the subject. However, it is great to be able to eat a meal with others like this again. Let us gather our strengths and finish these accursed raids so that we may save those we love. Indeed. Yeah. At first, Mustafa was a bit solemn as he kept his guard up, but soon he relaxed and began to get along with the other hunters. He had acted the same with the previous final 10 people as well. It was something that made Sungjin a little relieved. Throughout the meal, there was a buzz of excitement in the air from gaining a new comrade. After some time had passed, Sungjin surreptitiously got up from his seat. When he did so, Saran and a few other hunters looked at Sungjin with a questioning gaze. Sungjin waved his hand as he said, Ah. Restroom. Be right back. Soon, the hunters turned their attention back towards their various eating utensils. Sungjin moved towards the back and entered the restroom. He locked the door, just in case another person wanted to come in, before taking out the star-shaped accessory that he had picked up today from his vest. The reason that Sungjin chose to use an item that let him see the future at this time when everyone was having dinner was simple. If he was having the meal with the same members during tomorrow's dinner, then it meant that tomorrow's raid would have been safely completed as well. Starlight. The shining star-shaped accessory gave off an even brighter light for an instant. It was a brilliant radiance that was almost blinding. When the light filled up the restroom in which Sungjin stood, the future began to unfold before him. Franz shouted as he held up a glass filled with orange juice. In this moment, a new ally has joined us. Let's give him our blessings. Congratulations. Sungjin tilted his head in confusion. What? Isn't this what happened just a moment ago? However, the person being welcomed was a different person. Thank you for the warm reception. It was a young man with a katana equipped on both sides of his waist. I am truly moved to be reunited with my master, as well as find teammates on top of that. A familiar face. It was the young man he had met at Grey Soul Cemetery, the swordsman Hiroaki. Sungjin felt joyous, but decided to figure out the situation first. This is something that is happening tomorrow? He could see Mustafa clapping his hands on the side. Therefore, what he was seeing now was not what had happened today. Sungjin glanced at the other hunters. Saran, Nada, Franz, Mahatas, and Baltrin were all energetically smiling as they applauded. Good. If it's like this, then nothing should have happened. Afterwards, dinner proceeded with a slightly spirited atmosphere, similar to today's dinner. Sungjin observed the proceedings in a relaxed mood. After a while, the surroundings suddenly began to grow darker, before turning pitch black like it darker than black. Alarmed, Sungjin wondered to himself. What's happening? Sungjin was back inside the restroom the next moment. He then gazed at the star-shaped accessory in his hands. So it shows you about 3 minutes of the future. This number was not exact, but a rough estimate. Sungjin placed the star inside his vest and unlocked the door to the restroom before stepping out. However, Baltrin was standing in front of the door with a strange look. He slightly opened his mouth before staring at Sungjin as if there was something out of the norm. Was his act of looking into the future discovered? Sungjin asked him. WH. What, Baltrun? Baltrun replied. No, it's just. When you said that you were going to the restroom. For some reason, I also felt the need to use it, so I was going to wait for you to come out. But you unlocked the door and came out right after locking it. I just thought it was strange. Sungjin tilted his head. I did? Yes. You're saying that, just now, I locked the door and then immediately opened it and came out. Baltrun nodded his head again. I see. Though Sungjin had seen about 3 minutes of the future, to others, it was strange that he came out right after he had entered the restroom. Sungjin and Baltrun stood there facing each other for a moment, when Sungjin came to realize that he was blocking the entrance to the restroom. Ah, right. Please go ahead. He got out of the way. Baltrun looked at Sungjin with an inquiring gaze, but soon entered the restroom. It seemed that he really needed to use it. Sungjin returned to the dinner table and picked up some buckwheat noodles with his chopsticks as he thought about the last dream he had. Now that I think about it, I only saw Edward glowing for a moment. Then, does time not flow when you're looking at the future? In the first place, seeing the future was something that defied imagination, so it was reasonable for time to stop when he was looking into the future. In any case, if it turns out like what the star had showed me, then nothing in particular should occur tomorrow as well. That is, if I don't do anything strange. Just as he had observed in Edward's case, it was possible to change the future that you had seen. For example, tomorrow he could teleport to the other hunter's dimensions and troll, but then he would be eating dinner by himself. Sungjin slurped up the buckwheat noodles as he made a promise to himself. I'm going to go through tomorrow as ordinarily as I can. Ordinarily. Like I've always done. After dinner was over, Sungjin saw the other hunters off and then went to bed early. In the past, he had slept early in order to visit Darker Than Black. Now, he did so in order to peek into Edward's past. I was able to see the future, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't see the past. Sungjin put on the eye mask and fell asleep. Soon, Edward's past began to unfold before his eyes. Star. The bones were glued together in the air. The lower jaw moved on its own as it incanted a spell. All freezing winds. Razor-sharp ice. Blizzard storm. As the Lich's spell activated, Edward chanted a spell of his own. Spell-devouring magic field, anti-magic shield. It was as if he had already been prepared. Covered by a magic nullifying barrier, Edward ran towards the Lich. Upon seeing Edward charging at him, the Lich attempted to chant another spell, but Edward struck the first blow. Be quiet. Silence. The Lich's lower jaw clacked noisily several times against the upper jaw, but it was unable to chant a spell. Edward did not let this opportunity go and incanted a spell directly into the Lich's face. The sacred flames descend. Holy fire. Soon, a pure white flame erupted on the Lich's body. The Lich screamed in surprise. No! This spell? Just what are you? Ooh. The flame spread to all of the bones that made up the Lich's body in an instant. The other hunters could be seen standing behind Edward. Amazing, Edward. How? Such spells? Edward received the same reactions that Sungjin had before. Then, they again spoke up. It was incredible. It was as if you knew which spells the Lich was about to use. Sungjin looked at that unknown hunter and thought. That's right. He's fighting while knowing everything there is to know. Edward was using the foundation knowledge created by the lessons learned from his previous attempt to incredible effects, similar to what Sungjin had done when he went back in time. Edward was able to obtain an incredibly high contribution in Count Dimitri's castle ruins, Tarakan Plateau, and Dark Elven City and improve just like Sungjin. However, there was something that Edward was lacking in. Sungjin saw Edward giving up on fighting some of the strong hidden bosses when he failed to reach an agreement with the other hunters. This was the limit of someone who mainly used magic, like Edward. To begin with, a mage could only shine when he or she was able to act freely in the rear during the fight. It seemed like it was not possible for one to go around ripping bosses apart solo like Sungjin had done. Edward was born with an incredible talent for magic, but was hopeless when it came to using weapons. There were several occasions when he attempted to use weapons, and Sungjin even saw him investing points into dexterity. But that was it. No matter how high his stats were, Edward would always fall behind in skill when compared to people like himself or Ryushin who had already trained for nearly their entire life before. Especially since there was no one teaching such techniques in the raid. In the end, unlike Sungjin, Edward chose to go all out with magic. From the beginning to the end, he threw everything into magic. Because of this, Edward couldn't help but skip over hidden bosses with incredible physical prowess such as the Dark Elven swordsman Kallian when he didn't have the support of his teammates. Because he had to skip a few hidden bosses, it was inevitable that he would receive lesser rewards than Sungjin. When Sungjin saw all of this, he muttered, "HRMPH. I'm better than you, Edward." However, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end after he said that. "I'm better than you." This might just be the reason why Edward had sent him back in time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176. Chapter 176, The Chosen Ones, 1. Sungjin clutched his forehead as he watched Edward. Edward was making his way through the raids by cooperating with the other hunters, as he had always done. There was never a time when he had acted as a troll, though there were cases in which he had consequently killed hunters who had attempted to troll. While watching Edward, Sungjin was almost certain. This guy. There's no mistaking it. Back then, he used that spell to send me back in time. As Sungjin considered this, he continued to observe Edward as he slept. After a while, he once again discovered something that shocked him. This is... Edward was currently at Chapter 16, Cordon Bay, which was where he had first met Edward. But Sungjin was not there. Instead, Edward was hunting with 4 hunters that Sungjin had never seen before. What? I definitely met Edward here? It couldn't be? Sungjin quickly thought. Show me the scene of Edward's death. The view changed to a bizarre location where crystals could be seen floating above circular trays. The instant Sungjin saw this, he realized. This is... Chapter 19. Kadi Azel Magic University. If Edward died here, then it meant that what he had predicted was correct. He had not been here with Edward. The first time he died was in Chapter 18. So he was able to go further by 1 chapter. Sungjin continued to observe the raid of the final 8 hunters. Chapter 19, Kadi Azel Magic University. Though it was called a university, it was not a place that resembled a university campus. It was where absent-minded specters, who might have originally been students or professors, wandered about throughout the magically destroyed ruins. Right, this is another of those places where you can't predict what is going to happen. Sungjin watched Edward and the other hunters. What stood out immediately was the number of hunters. There were only 8 of them, even though it was a 10-man raid. It seems that they have struggled incredibly hard to make it this far. The hunters who were barely able to defeat the monsters capable of using magic headed into a pure white marble building at the center of the campus grounds. As Sungjin saw this, he thought back on his own blurry past. HRM. Here. All of a sudden, a deafening voice could be heard. How dare you disrupt the studies of the students? You piece of garbage. Once he heard that voice, he remembered everything. Soon, the operator's voice could be heard saying, "Warning! the Dean Sertio has appeared. Quickly afterwards, a giant holding an immense staff appeared from inside the building. An interesting feature was that the giant was wearing a pair of spectacles. Sungjin clicked his tongue as he continued to observe. With just 8. You can't win against that guy. Normally, that is. Sure enough, the hunters began to fall one by one to the Dean's spells. As a regressor, Edward was able to last until the very end and put up a struggle. But eventually, he died while letting out a valiant cry. Gra-ah! He perished as the last human. Then once again, a voice could be heard. You have died. You were humanity's very last remaining player. Benefit awarded to the last player to die is restart. At the same time, a single line of text appeared before his eyes. Restart, redo the hunt from the very beginning, but with current memory. Edward once again opened his eyes from within the white square room. After he looked at his surroundings, he screamed even more loudly than he had during his death just a moment ago. Star. Sungjin opened his eyes after that shout. As soon as he got up, he took off the eye mask and swallowed once. He had vaguely expected it, but actually seeing it had been more impactful. As I thought. Edward didn't regress only once. Sungjin looked out the window. The skies had already changed to a soft navy color. Is it almost dawn? Sungjin roughly washed his face before heading down to the first floor earlier than usual. As always, Delyupin was presiding over the first floor. Sungjin said to him, Delyupin, please give me a slightly less sweet cafe mocha. Delyupin soon handed over a hot, steaming cup of coffee. Here you go, Mr. Hunter. Sungjin accepted the cup and then cooled it down by blowing air onto it a few times. Puff puff. He exited 99 Nights and walked outside. Next to the door, there was a small rocking chair. Sungjin was lost in thought as he sat down on it and watched the sunrise in the distance. He had finally figured out most of the puzzle. Edward had gone back in time more than once, and during all this, he had met Sungjin more than twice. And on their final meeting, after revealing a few secrets to Sungjin, instead of going back in time himself, he had sent Sungjin back in time by forcefully making him the last person alive. Sungjin knew that if Edward had wanted to be the last person alive, he could have easily done so. It really does seem like he didn't have malicious intent behind his trolling. Sungjin felt like all the pieces were falling into place one by one. The only thing that he was not able to find out yet was what Edward had seen in Chapter 21 during Chapter 20. Just why did that guy choose me of all people? Although Sungjin did not know what it was, there might have been something that Edward could not do anything about in Chapter 21. Or it might have been that he was too tired of going back in time again and again. This was also a possibility, since even Sungjin himself had also felt disgusted by the thought of having to go through this game of carnage twice. When he was viewing Edward's past, it was obvious that Edward had restarted at least twice. Sungjin sipped away at his coffee as he contemplated on the matter. He came to a conclusion. It's not clear exactly what Edward saw that caused him to troll, but I have to do what I have to do. That is, to complete the raids, which is what I had originally planned to do. And it's probably also the reason why Edward had sent me back in time. Sungjin held the empty coffee cup as he went back inside 99 Nights. According to the scene of the future that he had seen, Sungjin would come to meet Hiroaki, the middle schooler swordsman, in this raid, and he would join them as an ally. Not only was his skill decent, but he also had no reason to betray them, as he treated Sungjin like a teacher. It was natural that Hiroaki would join them as a teammate. Star. Sungjin narrowed his eyes as he swung his sword. The Nagas were cut down in droves as Sungjin continued his sword dance. The other 4 hunters followed behind Sungjin, but they did not have anything to do in particular. Because the strength behind Sungjin's attacks was significantly superior, The other hunters only assisted by taking care of the occasional scared and fleet-footed Nagas that tried to flee. The green blood of the Nagas was scattered all over Sungjin's body. He looked around his surroundings as he thought. Let's see. It was definitely near this beach. Then, one of the other hunters pointed towards a cliff near the shoreline as he asked. Hey, over there. Isn't that a cave? Sungjin clapped his hands as he said. Ah, that's right. That cave was where the hidden boss of Cordon Bay resided. As Sungjin plodded towards the cave, one of the hunters followed him. It was an incredibly tall man with the title Terminator who wielded a halberd that matched him well. The Terminator approached Sungjin and spoke up. Master Hunter K. Sungjin looked up at him as he asked. HRM? What is it? I heard that you had chosen ones. Is that true? Sungjin neither denied nor acknowledged it. This was because he felt that it would be troublesome if he said that he did, but it was difficult to lie about it since the number of hunters using the Chosen One title was quite high. Instead of answering the question, Sungjin countered. Why do you want to know that? No, it's just. I wanted to know if it was possible for you to choose me. Sungjin scratched his head. In the future that Sungjin had seen yesterday, this person had not been one of his allies. Furthermore, there were other reasons for this. The hunter was superb with the halberd, but he was somewhat excessively aggressive, so he did not harmonize well with his teammates. Sungjin told him. I apologize, but I am no longer choosing people. Excuse me? The Terminator's disappointed expression was obvious. Is that so? Not particularly proficient in lying, Sungjin simply nodded silently. He had a total of 3 vials of holy water of baptism left. He felt sorry, but he could not accept everyone just like that. Sungjin left the hunters and the Terminator behind and stood in front of the cave. Then, he looked at the hunters as he said. I'll solve it myself, so please do not enter. Sungjin then walked into the dark and clammy cave. Inside were strange creatures with the head of an octopus and the body of a human. When Sungjin entered, they held up eerily glowing staves as they started to stand up one by one. The operator's warning could be heard. Warning! Hidden boss. The mind player Sherex and his progeny have appeared. Sungjin took out his sword. Let's quickly cut him to pieces. Then wait for the summon of the chosen ones. However, at that moment, the Terminator held his halberd as he entered the cave without consulting Sungjin. Master Hunter K. I came to help. Killing the hidden boss by yourself is ridiculous. No, I told you not to come in. However, it was already too late. The staff of Sherex the mind player began to shine. The hunter's eyes turned yellow, then he started shouting a bizarre scream. Uwa-a-a-a-a-waya. Sungjin kneaded his forehead. Even though I said not to come in. Sherex the mind player would control a hunter's mind and cause him to attack his allies. Sungjin bit down on his lower lip. He could kill the boss by himself, but it would be far more difficult to kill the enemies without hurting the Terminator. Feeling regretful, Sungjin thought to himself. I should have told them to not come in more clearly. But now that he thought about it, he had a spell that could turn back time. Uwa-aya. The yellow-eyed Terminator began charging towards Sungjin, but in that moment, Sungjin activated the Ring of the Great Sage and reversed time. Time reversal. Everything began to go backwards, until Sungjin returned to the moment before he went into the cave. Sungjin stopped himself from entering the cave, and looked at the Terminator standing next to him and said. I'll say it one more time, don't come in. Especially Mr. Terminator. At Sungjin's words, the Terminator started. I've clearly seen your abilities already. Entering the cave won't let you become a chosen one. Do you understand? The Terminator had no choice but to nod his head. Sungjin once again went into the cave by himself. Warning! Hidden boss. The mind player Sherex and his progeny have appeared. He held up his sword and charged towards the enemies by himself. Thankfully, there was no one interrupting this time. Star. Sungjin stabbed Moonspector and Blood Vengeance into the sand on the beach and lay down. Crash ska. The sound of the waves crashing rang in his ears. After clearing the hidden boss, Sungjin attempted to find trolls only to repeatedly hear the operator notify him. No applicable dimension available. Because of this, he just simply laid down on the sunny beach. Are there really none left? Whatever. According to the future that he had seen through his iOS, he would reunite with Hiroaki today. That was, so long as he did not do anything incredibly strange. Due to this, he did not go anywhere and did nothing but simply lie down like this. If this item that shows you the future is real, then the future that I saw will happen soon. Sungjin did not have to wait long. Roughly 10 minutes had passed since he had started sunbathing after killing the hidden boss, and suddenly the operator's voice rang out. The Chosen One has requested your teleportation. Will you accept? It's here. Sungjin stood up on the sandy beach, then he said to the operator. I'll go. Teleport me. Soon, Franz's figure could be seen above the cube. K. There's a person in my party who said that he had a teacher named K? As Sungjin listened to Franz's report, he thought. It's just as I saw. Sungjin teleported to Franz's dimension. There, Hiroaki smiled brightly as he waved to Sungjin. Sensei. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177. Chapter 177, The Chosen Ones, 2. Sungjin grinned widely as he greeted. Yo! Hiroaki. Sensei. Hiroaki ran towards Sungjin. Have you been doing well? I occasionally heard stories about you. The strongest troll-killing hunter, Master Hunter K. It seemed that Hiroaki was as lively as he was in the past. Ah. Is that so? Sungjin gave Hiroaki a once-over and noted that he was covered from head to toe in ornate gear. As expected. He was able to adapt well since he's rather talented. Hiroaki examined Sungjin's equipment as well. Ah. I see that you're still using that sword. Hiroaki exclaimed as he noticed Sungjin's Moonspector. He had been in Sungjin's team back when Sungjin had obtained it in Greysoul Cemetery. This is how the rumors went, an incredibly powerful swordsman that wielded a ghost sword. Whenever I heard that, I would say, that person is Master Hunter K. He's 100 times stronger than the other hunters. And I'm that man's apprentice. So, this guy was the one behind the rumors. It seemed that Hiroaki had a part in helping the rumors spread. At that moment, Franz came to them and spoke up. K. Are the two of you actually in a master-apprentice relationship? Really? No. Sungjin denied it in his mind but did not actually say so because Hiroaki had exclaimed loudly. Of course. Not that. A Korean and a Japanese? Did you know each other back in reality? Aren't you from different countries? Isn't it fundamentally impossible? Hiroaki faltered slightly. That's not the case. We became master and apprentice when we participated in the raid together. Franz wrinkled his forehead as he said. Then that means you only met once. To call someone you've only seen for a day master before going separate ways. If it's like that, then I'm more of an apprentice than you. I was in a raid with him. Fought together with him. And even sparred with K in the morning. Spar? Ah. He's talking about that time when I used time reversal. In truth, it was closer to an experiment than an actual spar, but Sungjin once again kept his mouth closed. Hiroaki spoke up in surprise. A spar? Really? Sungjin looked at Franz and nodded slightly. I'm saying that's how it was. I probably learned more than you did. How can this be? Sensei. Me too. Please spar with me. I become stronger after going through raids these past few days. Hiroaki unsheathed his sword as if asking Sungjin to spar with him on the spot. He's still as energetic as ever. Sungjin glanced at the three hunters in the rear. They were staring blankly at the scene of Hiroaki and Franz crowding around Sungjin. Wait, before we think about sparring or whatever. Did you guys finish the raid? Ah, we just killed the normal boss and we're deciding whether we wanted to look for the hidden boss or not. Really? Then. Well, let's do the baptism first. Baptism? Yeah. I can't spar with you right now. But if you accept the baptism, you'll be able to meet me later. If there's time, then we can spar. Really? Then, of course. Since Hiroaki admired Sungjin and obeyed him, Sungjin was able to recruit Hiroaki easily. He took out a holy water of baptism from his vest and poured it on Hiroaki. Baptism. Hiroaki's cube made an announcement. You were chosen by someone. Title granted. Sungjin smiled when he heard that noise. With this, the future that he had seen yesterday had become reality. Star. All together. 1, 2. Mahatas and Franz helped lift the table together at Baltron's signal. Heave ho! The three men lifted it up and connected it to another table. Phew! This should be enough, right? Yeah. Having moved the two tables next to each other, the hunters each brought up a chair and seated themselves around it. Sungjin sat at the head of the table as he looked about. Now, there were a total of 8 chosen ones. Their number had grown to the point that they had to bring together 2 tables at 99 nights in order to be able to sit together. Clap. Sungjin clapped his hands together once, and the hunters all focused their attention on him. He said to them, "You've all worked hard today as well. Before we begin today's dinner." Sungjin tapered off. The hunters' focus naturally gravitated towards their newly arrived member. Indeed. All of you have probably noticed, but today we have a new member. Everyone, give him a round of applause. Sounds of applause filled 99 nights once Sungjin had finished speaking. When the clapping began to die down, Hiroaki stood up and said, "Thank you for the warm reception." Sungjin felt a strong sense of déjà vu. It was exactly the same as what he had seen when he used the blue gem iOS last night in the bathroom. With 2 swords equipped to the waist, Hiroaki politely bowed from his waist as he said, "I am truly moved to be reunited with my master, as well as find teammates on top of that." Hiroaki's greeting was exactly the same as he had seen before. Clap, clap, clap. The hunters' applause began anew. Sungjin clapped along with them as he thought to himself, this part hasn't changed either. Sungjin moved towards the back and entered the bathroom once again. He took out the star-shaped accessory from his vest and rubbed it a little. It's correct to the point of eeriness. This is really a tool that shows you the future. Sungjin held up the accessory as he used its active skill once again. Starlight. The star shone brightly and led Sungjin to the future once more. Sungjin first began to count the number of chosen ones. 1, 2, 3. 7, and including me, 8. The total was still 8. This meant that tomorrow's raid would proceed safely as well. Tomorrow's dinner time was as harmonious as it could be. Everyone had cheerful expressions as they enjoyed the meal. Looks like there's nothing to worry about. Though it seems like there's no new recruit. Sungjin continued to watch the future for a while before returning to the bathroom of the present time. He briefly gazed at the blue gem. This item is literally out of this world. It was not a mythological tier item just for show. The countless legendary and unique legendary items he had equipped on him were all those that were rather valuable, but this item was something that surpassed their level altogether. With this, wouldn't you be able to tell if something would succeed or fail in reality, and then change things as necessary? He felt that he would be able to proceed with the raids with ease of mind, knowing that the next 24 hours would play out safely. It should be enough if I come at this time every day and look at the future. At least, until the raids end. Sungjin put away the gem after concluding his thoughts. Afterwards, he turned on the faucet and washed his hands. Though he did not actually do anything while in the bathroom, he did it to pass the time, since time did not flow when he gazed into the future. As he washed his hands, Sungjin thought, if things go on like this, it'll be smooth sailing. These raids will end. However, he suddenly recalled what the darker-than-black shop owner had told him. You now have everything you need. You already had the determination, and now you have obtained the power. It's time for the story to end. Did he know that I would end up like this? It was unclear if he meant the end of the raids when he referred to the ending of the story, but as things were, it seemed that Sungjin would be able to clear the raids easily. He was strong to the point that he could not grow stronger, and he had 7 similarly strong allies. By filling in the remaining 2 vacancies, he would be able to complete the scene that he desired, him and the strongest allies, ending the raids. However, despite that, there was something that nagged at his mind. It was the future that Edward had seen in Chapter 20. Sungjin took out iOS, the revelation of the stars, once again and looked at it. Back then, Edward's expression instantly changed after seeing this. Just what was it that he saw? In Chapter 21, he did not know what had happened in the future that Edward had seen, but it was obvious that it was not something good. If this was not the case, then there was no way Edward would change his mind so suddenly. Did he do that because he saw the party being wiped out? And after seeing that, he decided to wipe out the party himself, in order to send me, who is stronger than him, into the past. In any case, he could not relax his vigilance yet, since, in the end, Sungjin had not been able to go to Chapter 21 either. Sungjin looked at the mirror that hung on the bathroom wall and slapped himself once. Let's do it well, until the very end. At that moment, as he was looking at the reflection of his face, the earring that was hanging from his ear came into sight. The Eye of Jeremiah was an item that could read the inner thoughts of a person. When he looked at it, he was suddenly reminded of something else that the darker-than-black shop owner had told him. There was something that I had received without payment. I must give something in exchange if I receive something. When you have to choose one thing, choose that. The truth is always precious. Unequip. Sungjin briefly rubbed the earring between his fingers. When I have to choose one thing, choose this. Sungjin could not understand just what those words were supposed to mean. However, according to Sungjin's experiences with the man, the shop owner was not someone to carelessly say something without reason. In other dimensions, they call me a dealer of information. I will answer the questions that you ask, but I will receive an appropriate amount in return. I'm not a dealer of information for no reason. If you pay the price for the questions asked, I'll give you the correct answers. His main occupation was an information merchant, and since he had given Sungjin this information in exchange for a price, the information should have equivalent worth. Equip. Sungjin equipped the earring as he thought. I don't know when it will be, but when I need to choose one thing, I'll choose this. Just before Sungjin finally exited the door, he thought about the shop owner. In any case, just what is he? However, the person that could answer the question was already gone. Furthermore, it was obvious that even if asked, he would answer something along the lines of, "I'll tell you if you give me 100 million black coins." Is he a god? Or is he a devil? However, no matter how he thought about it, Sungjin did not think that he would be able to figure out the answer. He exited the bathroom. Outside, the hunters were boisterously enjoying the meal. Sungjin interjected as he asked, "Just what were you guys talking about so excitedly?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178. Chapter 178, The Chosen Ones, 3. Sungjin paused from eating the strawberry yogurt that had come out as a dessert and looked at the notes that Daliapin had handed him last night. Information pertaining to the city of Crimson Moon. HRM. This was a really strange place. This chapter was a particularly bizarre place, even among the 20 or so chapters he had seen. The monsters that would appear in the other chapters were creatures that one could have read about in fairy tales or novels, but this place contained monsters that were completely otherworldly. They would appear and disappear like ghosts from nightmares. They were typically aberrant creatures with incomplete forms. Back then, I recall that we barely cleared it. Sungjin had narrowly cleared the chapter after losing several of his allies the last time. The boss is called Tezer. What was it again? Sungjin looked at the information sheet. The name of the boss was Tezer Burundaba. Tezer Burundaba? How should I put this? It has a freely changing form made of floating faces of angry spirits that are bunched up like slimes. Hiroaki asked. It's made of floating vengeful spirits that are bunched up like slimes? Yeah. That's the only way I can describe it. It's made of all kinds of vengeful spirits, laughing ones, crying ones, angry ones. Sungjin wanted to describe the boss, but it was not easy to find the proper words. He gave up and listed points that they should pay attention to. You'll understand when you see it. What's special about this guy is that when a part of its body falls off, it will move independently. However, it can't be damaged. Only the biggest piece can be wounded, so aim for that at it. The chosen ones wrote down simple notes or silently nodded their heads as Sungjin spoke. Baltrin raised his hand and asked, "Master Hunter, what about the hidden boss?" Sungjin did not have anything to say about that, since he himself had never encountered the hidden boss of this chapter. Sungjin replied truthfully, "I don't know either. Since the hidden boss is unknown. Be careful. Don't force yourself to kill it, and if it seems difficult, call me immediately. Understood?" From Sungjin's perspective, it would be great if the chosen ones could kill the boss and grow in strength by themselves, but it would be a huge loss if someone died while doing so. He had only gathered 7 chosen ones so far, but the darker-than-black shop owner was gone, and Sungjin only had 2 holy water of baptisms left. Because of this, not one of them could be allowed to die if he wanted to create the party of final 10 hunters. Then, I hope to see everyone at dinner time in good health. Indeed. See you tonight. The hunters separated and returned to their respective dimensions. Sungjin sat alone at the joined tables in 99 Nights, which Daliapin now left connected together, and gazed over the empty spots. Well, when I saw the future yesterday, no one had died, so there shouldn't be anything in particular, but in any case, it was likely that no one would die. That is, so long as Sungjin did not do anything strange that was capable of changing the future, similar to when Edward had cast spells at his allies' backs. But more importantly, Sungjin took out a holy water of baptism from his vest. There were 2 remaining. It was now chapter 17. Until chapter 21, which Sungjin did not know anything about, only chapter 18, Serkorist Prison, chapter 19, Kadi Azel Magic University, and chapter 20, Demon King's Castle, remained. From these 4 chapters, he had to select 2 additional chosen ones. But there were only 8 people at today's dinner. It meant that the possibility of making a new connection did not exist. Then, for now, I'll not worry about it and just focus on clearing the raid. But Sungjin believed that this would not be too difficult to do and finished the remaining yogurt. Late at night, in a medieval city where the streets were lit up by shabby torches, the sound of a metallic object scraping against something could be heard. Creak. Creak. It was unknown if it was a human or an animal, but the moans of some creature could be heard. Goo-oo-oo. Above the clock tower that was located at the center of the city, a crimson, full moon could be seen rising. It was an exotic sight. This place, which emanated a terrifying atmosphere, was Chapter 17, City of Crimson Moon. Last chapter was great since it was on a warm beach. Here, the atmosphere is too. Sungjin waited for the other hunters to appear as he complained to himself. Pew. The other hunters appeared one by one, and surprisingly, a familiar person came into view. It was the tall, blue-eyed monk, Mahatas. Oh! Mr. K. By coincidence, it seems that we will be able to carry out this raid together. Indeed, that seems to be the case. As I thought. Is this because there are not many people left in the raids anymore? That's a possibility. Previously, when they had finished Chapter 14, there were about 6,700 hunters remaining. Though it was impossible to know the exact number of people remaining, it was likely that there were approximately about 2,000 to 3,000 hunters alive. As it was a 5-man raid, there would be about 400 to 600 parties, and because of this, it would not be particularly difficult to meet with an acquaintance. This is the second time that we've been partied together since that time at the castle. It's a pleasure, K. Before his regression, Sungjin had been partied with Mahatas twice as well. Strangely enough, it seemed that he and Mahatas had deep ties to each other. Indeed so. Sungjin looked at the other 3 hunters, wondering if there was someone from the previous final 10 people or a familiar face. There was a black person, a white person, and an Asian person, but they were all people that he had never seen before. But on the contrary, there was someone that recognized him. Huh, are you? The Master Hunter? K. That's you, right? Master Hunter. The famous troll hunter. A short, but sturdy Asian man with a sharp face approached Sungjin and held out his hand. From what I hear, you're Korean? Now that he looked at him, Sungjin could tell that his speech matched the movements of his lips. Seeing that he did not require the automatic translation of the operator, this person must also be a Korean. Sungjin grasped his hand as he replied. Yeah. It's a pleasure to meet another Korean. In truth, he was not particularly glad. This was because Koreans would act rudely to Sungjin since he would tend to be younger than them, even though they were in a raid. However, the man replied. I'm not Korean. Eh? Sungjin tilted his head. Huh? Is he Chinese? Does he just know how to speak Korean? However, unexpectedly, the man said. I'm from the north. He was a North Korean. Ah. A North Korean. It was his first time seeing one in both this current raid and the previous one. Still, it's nice to meet someone of the same ethnicity. Why did all of this madness begin? When he considered it, he felt that it would not be difficult for North Koreans to adapt to the raid. Because North Korean males were people who had to serve for nearly 10 years in the army, they would find it easier to adapt into circumstances as difficult as these. Though I'm worried about cultural differences, but if he is good then maybe he can join. However, in the preview that he had of tonight's dinner, the man was not there. Sungjin wondered why this was the case, but the answer was soon made clear. You're a North Korean? The white person who was behind him interjected. I'm supposed to depend and fight alongside a terrorist, this is a problem. At that, one of the North Korean man's eyebrows shot up high. Terrorist? What are you implying? As the voices of the two people got louder, the black person alarmingly said, "Whoa, whoa. Hey there, let's not fight. Did both of you forget that we have to fight for our lives soon?" Despite the black man's attempts, the two bared their teeth at each other as if they were about to duke it out. Sungjin glanced at the Caucasian. Does he think that all North Koreans are terrorists? No, even if he thought such things, he should not have said it out loud. Having started a fight with another person even before the raid had started, this person was automatically disqualified. It's amazing that he was able to make it this far. The fight between the two was stopped when the monk Mahatas stepped in between them. The two of you, please calm your minds and temporarily put away your anger. A blue-eyed monk. Whether it was because of his unique appearance or his calm voice, the two strangely settled down when they heard Mahata's words. No, I wasn't trying to. A monk, here. The North Korean scratched his head and turned around. Then, he matched gazes with Sungjin before saying, "Ha, this is why I normally don't say where I'm from. I made a mistake since I met someone of the same ethnicity." On another thought, the man was a bit pitiable. Being considered a terrorist just because he had said his country of origin. It was also possible that something like this had happened more than once before as well, since North Korea was seen poorly by the rest of the world. Sungjin looked at him as he thought. HRM. Even if his skill is good, it might be difficult to take him with us. Sungjin also had to consider the relationships between his allies. When he now considered the previous final 10, the Muslim-hating Illich was always in a conflict with Mustafa, and Ryushin, who looked down on Japanese people, had problems with Shunsuke. Though it doesn't really matter to me if he's from North Korea. Although Sungjin himself, as a South Korean, did not have any particular feelings about it, he did not know whether the American Baltrin, or the European Nada and Franz would be averse to the guy. If they thought like that, then there was nothing he could do about it. Is that why there's only 8 people at tonight's dinner? Phew, whatever. Let's just finish the raid quickly. The raid will begin 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Sungjin took out his sword as he contemplated about the matter. Since Mahatas was here as well, this raid was bound to be especially easy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179. Chapter 179, The Chosen Ones, 4. Franz puckered his lips and frowned. It was because he was before a semi-transparent octopus-like monster that could rotate its head 360 degrees that was undulating as it was crawling about. Actually, the description "crawling about" was still a bit lacking. It would be more accurate to describe its motion as dividing its body in half and transfer its body mass from the bigger chunk to the smaller chunk. Seeing such a bizarre creature evaporated Franz's desire to fight. Ugh, just what is that? But then the person standing by his side stepped forward and replied. Does it matter whatever that is? We just need to kill it. Franz glanced at the speaker. The one standing in this dim-lighted place with shining long straight hair was none other than Saran. Perhaps due to the low number of surviving hunters, Franz and Saran ended up in the same party. While Franz was unable to put much strength into his sword, Saran had already knocked an arrow into her bow. Franz saw her and thought, wow, this lady, she's harder than she looks. He had only met her during dinner they shared together, so until now he always had an image of her being an introvert. But now that they stood upon the battlefield, she had a completely different atmosphere about her. Let us begin. She had spoken with the sharpest of tones. The other hunters began the preparations to fight at her words. Phew! Franz took a deep breath and lifted up his greatsword. And at that moment, Saran's arrow sailed through the air and pushed. Kree-yawihi. The monster who was pierced by the arrow let out eerie rusty machine-like sounds as it made its way toward the hunters. How grotesque. Franz thought to himself as he picked up his greatsword and ran toward the monster. Star. Nada, who had been walking along with the other hunters in the narrow alleyway, stopped when she saw something resembling a white pillar at the other end. What is that? Upon closer inspection, it was a very tall person. No, it had the outer appearance of a human being. It had a long body and extended face, it had no eyes or nose, and only its mouth was opening and closing. Finally, a hair as long as the creature lay around its feet. Nada, who noticed this bizarre aberration, couldn't help but freeze in place. Whoa, what is that? Nada had fought against countless monsters until now, but it was the first time she had come across such a disgusting lifeform. And the boy who was standing next to her, Hiroaki, stepped forward and said, That thing, it looks like one of the yokai from ancient Japanese legends. Nada stared at him. Luckily, she had been paired up with another chosen one. Nada frowned as she replied. Japanese yokai? Hiroaki grinned and drew his katana. Confident ally. Why? Are you scared, Wani-san? Then please wait there. I will go and take care of that alone. Nada, honestly, wanted to just stay where she was. But it irritated her ego to hear such words from a boy younger than herself. What? Did anyone say they're scared? She drew her 2 daggers. But her feet wouldn't move as resolutely as normal. Nada's brows were furrowed as she thought to herself. Damn it, I want this chapter to be over already. Star. While the other hunters were in progress through this frightening chapter, Sungjin was able to move forward quickly and was already facing off against the boss monster. Because Sungjin had been here before, he was able to make good time clearing through the raid, but this party was not without its share of problems. Hey, terrorist! Go block that thing flying from its right hand. Who are you calling a terrorist? You big-nosed Yankee. Star. It was because of 2 people who were busy arguing over their places of birth. Boss monster Tezurbarundaba was capable of freely changing its form and move, so the argument was proving to be a bit of a critical flaw. Ack! A fist made of a bundle of spirits landed a hit on the big-nosed Yankee, flinging him away and... The terrorist was bitten by the teeth that appeared in the abdomen of the monster. Sungjin frowned at the sight and lifted up his swords. These people are no good as I thought. Let's finish it. Moon Spectre, Biscoro. Yes, master. Let's do it. Just like he had done in the previous chapter, he watched the other hunters fight for a moment before beginning to fight for real. And 10 seconds later, Tezurbarundaba, who was sliced apart all over, Cryee let out hair-raising death throes before it collapsed to a single point and then vanished like smoke. Boss monster Tezurbarundaba cleared. Sungjin put away his 2 swords as he listened to the voice of the operator. With the exception of Mahata's, the other hunters were standing with their mouths open. Since this was not the first time, Sungjin was able to reply coolly. I will be doing all of the hunting from this point forward. The rest of you, please keep yourselves safe. Understood? Although the hunters here had relatively rough personalities, they were all like obedient sheep at the face of Sungjin's overwhelming performance and simply nodded. Sungjin began to think hard about what to do next as he looked at them. There were no comrades to be found this chapter. In that case, it was better to kill the hidden boss quickly and get the hunters a legendary item or even a bit more black coins. Franz said he needs a mantle, and Saran was hoping to be able to change out her boots. If I get a good legendary item, I should get it to them. And if there's nothing good today, then I could always buy from the black market. Sungjin's equipments were mostly gathered already and he had nowhere to spend his black coins once the elixirs were no longer available. It was better for him to yield his things for the other hunters. Although the number of items available and their prices had shrunk due to the decrease in the number of hunters, it was still possible to purchase legendary class items for coins. Problem here is that I don't know where the hidden boss is located at. Sungjin glanced at Mahadas. Well, Venerable Monk Mahadas is here as well, there shouldn't be anything happening. Sungjin concluded his thoughts and immediately said to the operator. Operator, I'll use the treasure hunter skill. Star. Uria. Franz swung his greatsword splitting Tezerbarunda Babadi, which was followed by a quick successive volley of arrows that flew and pierced the open body. Pew pew pew. Before Franz could swing his sword once more, its body shrunk and disappeared. Boss monster Tezerbarunda Bad cleared. Phew. Franz looked back at the source of the arrows. Saran had already stowed her bow away on her back. Man, unlike what her looks would suggest, she's really feisty. Everyone, you did great. Good job. As the hunters were congratulating each other, Franz brought up the hidden boss. How about it? We seem to work pretty well together, do you guys want to go kill the hidden boss? The hunters hesitated. Well, as you said, it's true that we work well together, but do we really have to do it? He's right. The last time I tried to kill the hidden boss, I lost 3 of my allies. After that, I'm HRM. The rewards are good though. Their reactions were not particularly strange. This was because hidden bosses were only good if you could kill them. If you could not, then it would become your guide to River Styx. However, Franz wanted to kill the hidden boss in spite of this. I'm saying that's how it was. I probably learned more than you did. How can this be? Sensei. Me too. Please spar with me. I've become stronger after going through raids these past few days. Since having met the Japanese swordsman Hiroaki, his desire to grow stronger had somehow increased. HRM. But still, the one whom Master Hunter had recognized for skill is me. Franz looked toward Saran as he asked. What do you think, Miss Saran? Let's go kill it. We ought to get stronger so we can be of help to Kay, right? However, even Saran was not particularly in favor of it. However, Appa. No, Kay had said that we shouldn't recklessly put ourselves at risk. All 5 members are still alive. And there's even 2 chosen ones here, Miss Saran and I. Why are you so worried? Saran stared at him for a moment, then nodded her head. Indeed. If it's the 2 of us, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Great. Since Miss Saran agreed, Franz turned his head to the other 3 and asked. How about it? Going to kill the hidden boss. The beautiful archer lady and I, the 2 of us will pull our weight, so how about going? The other 3 hunters hesitated like before, but ended up accepting since they had witnessed Saran and Franz's abilities. Okay. Let's do it. Then, is there someone with the treasure hunter title here? There was always at least one among the hunters who've survived until now. As expected, one of the hunters raised his hand. I have it. Then, shall we listen to the hint? He nodded his head and spoke to his cube. Operator, I'll use the ability of the treasure hunter. Give me the hint related to the hidden boss. Soon, the operator told them the information regarding the hidden boss. In the unfathomably long eons ticking by, there be a devil slumbering through the ages. It be having nightmares again and again. If she be found and the master of the dreams is awoken, then light will come, and all the nightmares will be extinguished. But beware. Nightmare or sweet dreams, danger lurks nonetheless. HRM? As expected, he couldn't completely grasp it by listening to it only once. The 5 hunters again clustered around the operator's cube. Can you say it one more time? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180. Chapter 180, The Chosen Ones, 5. During dinner time at 99 Nights, all of the Chosen Ones gathered around and brought their glasses of champagne together in a toast. A toast to our victory. Cheers. The Chosen Ones raised their glasses and emptied them to the last drop. Then suddenly, Saran approached Sungjin and whispered into his ear. "Appa, there is something I want to discuss with you alone. Could you please come to the second floor with me?" Having finished speaking, Saran went up to the room on the second floor first. Sungjin watched her leave with a blank stare, then headed after her towards the second floor without letting the other hunters know. However, as he was walking up the stairs, he heard an echo, as if someone was whispering into his ear. "Up." Sungjin looked behind him. The hunters were boisterously dining as usual. Was it just my imagination? Sungjin looked at them and tilted his head for a moment, before once more climbing up to the second floor. Though 99 Nights had several rooms on each floor, Sungjin was quickly able to find out which room Saran was waiting in, as only one of the rooms had its door slightly ajar. Sungjin opened the door and went inside. "What was it that you wanted to say?" Saran was standing at the open window, gazing at the moonlight. However, she was not wearing her usual outfit. She had foregone the leather vest that she typically wore for a blouse so thin that it was slightly see-through. "You? What's this?" While Sungjin was flustered, Saran took off her blouse. All that she was left wearing were a pair of elaborately patterned black brassiere and underwear. In contrast to her dark underwear, the white tone of her skin shone alluringly in the moonlight. The fit physique of an athlete was completely exposed. While Sungjin was frozen and unable to move, Saran approached him and whispered into his ear. "Appa." Her hot breath stimulated Sungjin's ear. Sungjin laid her down on the bed. Saran rolled across the bed once like a feline and her firm breasts trembled atop her long black hair, tempting Sungjin. Sungjin stepped forward and grabbed her breasts. "Ah!" Saran let out a groan. It was unclear if it was in pain or in pleasure. And then, Sungjin took out Moonspector and stabbed it into her stomach in the blink of an eye. "Urk!" Saran spat out blood from her mouth as her eyes opened wide. Sungjin then took out blood vengeance and beheaded her. Splurt! Blood sprayed all over the bedroom. Sungjin stared at the decapitated head. Even after it had been completely separated from her body and rolled around on the floor several times, it stared back at Sungjin and asked, "How did you know?" Sungjin flung the blood off of his sword as he normally did, then said, "Mahatas is an incredibly dedicated monk. In the dozen or so times I've dined with him, he has never touched meat or alcohol. But to suddenly drink champagne? You shouldn't have included him when we were doing the toast." Saran, no, the face of whatever that took form of Saran warped in anger. At the same time, the view of 99 Nights disappeared from his sight like a mirage and Moonspector's voice could be heard. "Master! Please wake up." It was then that Sungjin realized that the echo-like voice he had heard back while he was climbing the stairs belonged to Moonspector. Sungjin said briefly, "I'm awake. Gather. Protection of light." Mahatas, who had been casting light magic on Sungjin, looked up at him and said, "Ah, you're awake, Mr. K." Sungjin quickly recalled what had happened until just now. Star. They followed up on the hint given by the line, in the unfathomably long eons ticking by. In their search, they came across a bed inside the clock tower. The bed inside the room looked out of place. "What's this?" When Sungjin approached the bed with the other hunters, the operator cried out, "Warning! Hidden boss! Master of the Dreams Beatrice has appeared." Sungjin took out and held up his two swords. However, at that moment, he suddenly thought, and promptly lost all recollection of what was happening. The next scene that he saw was everyone holding a glass of champagne in their hands as they shouted, Cheers. Star. Sungjin asked Mahadas. Mahadas, how long have I been unconscious? About 5 seconds. What a relief. It seems that time inside the dream had flown more quickly. Sungjin quickly looked towards the other hunters. The other 3 hunters were engaged in combat with a succubus that had horns growing from its head. Thankfully, that illusion had only affected one person and the other hunters had yet to fall to it. At worst, I could have ended up killing a teammate. Sungjin had been too relaxed to a fault as of late due to the fact that the raids were much easier than his skill level. Whoosh! Sungjin pulled out his 2 swords as he ran towards the succubus that had bewitched him. In any case, this place feels really disgusting. Star. Hidden boss, Master of the Dreams, Beatrice, cleared. Raid 100% complete. Beginning reward distribution. Sungjin received the rewards in silence. What came out were a few legendary items and black coins. HRM. This. I should give this to Mustafa. This seems like Nada's style. I should show it to her and ask if she needs it. For now, Sungjin put away the items that he had received from the reward distribution. Since the raid was 100% complete, there were no more monsters. He left the hunters and went to a corner to attempt to use the Troll Seeker marbles. When he glanced back, the man from North Korea was shaking hands with the Caucasian. Good job out there. Thanks. Sorry about all that at the start. Sungjin felt that any 2 men, regardless of the circumstances, would end up reconciling like them if they had fought through life-threatening situations together. He entered the corner and used a Troll Seeker marble. However, the operator would only repeat the same message. No applicable dimension available. Well, the number of hunters had decreased to the point where you could actually count them by hand. Many trolls had died because of Sungjin, and those people who had trolled secretly could no longer do so as the hunters began to grow acquainted with one another. Then what should I do during the remaining time? Are the other hunters doing well? As Sungjin thought of the other hunters, he suddenly recalled the temptation that he had just experienced. I did say that they shouldn't attempt the hidden boss forcefully, but things could be a bit dangerous? Those whom he did not have to worry about were Mahadas the monk, and Mustafa, who was self-disciplined. As for the rest, Franz, Hiroaki, or Baltrin, it was possible for them to fall into a dangerous situation. If someone calls, I might have to leave immediately. Having come to this conclusion, Sungjin waited for a bit. And just as he had thought, a few minutes after he had killed the hidden boss, the operator called out. The Chosen One requested your teleportation. Show me. Soon, a Chosen One's face appeared above the cube. It was the face of Saran, who had seduced him just a moment ago. Cough, cough. Sungjin let out a few dry coughs. Saran shouted urgently. Appa, come quickly. Right now, Franz is. Okay, I'm on my way. Sungjin immediately switched dimensions and entered the dimension that Saran was in. The hand of one of the hunters was rotting away due to the succubus's black magic. Hiya. Saran desperately shot out a few arrows, but the succubus turned into a bat before splitting into several pieces as she dodged the arrow. Oh ho ho ho. Sungjin took out his 2 swords. Because he had just killed her, Sungjin knew in detail what he needed to do. He looked around. Nearby, Franz's figure could be seen lying on top of the bed, displaying an unsightly appearance as he stretched out both hands into the air with his tongue sticking out. Ha. Nada. Miss Nada. Sungjin rolled his eyes, then ran towards where the bats were gathering. Star. Pig. Saran looked at Franz with contempt. No, wait, that's not. Franz attempted to somehow justify himself, but Saran simply turned her head away and distanced herself from Franz. Franz hung his head with his greatsword in his grasp as if he were in despair. Sungjin watched Franz with a pitying expression. As someone who had also experienced that very illusion, he understood. Still, he couldn't openly defend Franz in front of Saran. However, at that moment, Saran called out to Sungjin. "Appa, please come here." "HRM? Oh. Why?" Sungjin slightly stammered as he replied to her. The memory of the excessive illusion was still fresh in his mind. Saran gestured to him as she said, "There's something I want to say, so come here." For some reason, her lines were similar to what he had heard in the illusion. Sungjin wrinkled his forehead slightly as he approached her. Once he came closer, she suddenly leaned in and whispered into his ear. "Appa, do you, dot." It was far too similar to what had happened in the illusion. However, the ending part of her question was different. Back then, Mr. Franz called out a lot for Miss Nada while he was lost in the illusion. "Do you think that Mr. Franz likes Miss Nada?" Sungjin took a step away from her as he nodded his head. "Ah, well. That's probably the case." However, at that moment, a thought came to Saran and she asked, "Appa, did you, as well, get caught in that?" While Sungjin was having difficulty deciding how to reply, a message from the operator rang out once more. "The Chosen One requested your teleportation." Sungjin turned his head towards the operator. Nada's figure appeared and said to Sungjin, "Hey Sungjin, come here quickly. Our teenaged swordsman has completely lost it and is looking for some teacher named Meg Yuri or something." It was just in time. Sungjin left a quick sentence to Saran and headed towards Nada's dimension. "I'll check it out. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 181. Chapter 181, The Chosen Ones, 6. Looks like everyone was safe this time as well. During dinner time at 99 Nights, all of the Chosen Ones gathered around and brought their glasses of champagne together in a toast. Up to this point, everything was almost exactly the same as the dream that the succubus had shown him. Sungjin glanced at Mahada's as he held onto his own glass. Mahada's was, as usual, holding onto a teacup instead of a wine glass. As he saw this, he thought to himself, "It looks like I unwittingly became careless because the raids had become easier as of late. If I was late in realizing that it was an illusion, it could have been dangerous to the other teammates." However, as he was musing to himself, Sungjin met Saran's gaze and unconsciously averted his eyes. For some reason, he felt guilty. It is said that dreams are reflections of the unconscious mind after all. Regardless of the fact that it was a dream created by the succubus definitely had customized the dream from his own unconscious mind. Just like how Franz had dreamt of Nada, and Hiroaki had searched for his Meguri-sensei. That said, are the guys who were embarrassed today, okay? Sungjin looked at Franz and Hiroaki. The two were eating silently, while keeping their heads bowed as if they had committed a sin. It was probably because they had behaved in an unsightly manner in front of their female teammates. Sungjin thought to himself, "I was lucky that my partner was Mahada's." Baltrin, who did not know the reasons behind this, looked around the somewhat quiet table and asked, "Oi, look here. Why is everyone's mood so down? We all came back alive. You're acting as if someone died." He was right. Normally, at the table it was these two, Franz and Hiroaki, who were boisterous, but now they were sitting down far more quietly while saying very little. Saran and Nada were also normally on the talkative side, but today they did not talk as much, perhaps because they had seen the lowest point of their allies today. As for Mahada's and Mustafa, they originally did not speak much. Unable to stand it anymore, Sungjin stood up and began to talk. Today's raid was not easy, and the hidden boss was especially unique. There were a few people whom I had saved from danger, but you must be more careful next time, as the hidden bosses do use these kinds of strange gimmicks. Succubi, for example, aren't particularly the best of opponents for men. Baltrin's eyes opened wide as he asked. Succubus? That was the hidden boss this time? Those things that make you have erotic dreams? Those sexy demons? It seemed that Baltrin was unable to find the succubus. Sungjin nodded his head as he replied. Yes. Baltrin grinned widely as he said. Then I should have pushed myself harder to try to find it. Right. How was it for those of you who met her? Baltrin was unable to read the mood as he kept asking his teammates. Because of this, Franz and Hiroaki bowed their heads even more. Sungjin butted in and steered the conversation into another direction. Don't be so greedy to fight the hidden bosses. While it's good to be able to improve by receiving good scores, the most important thing is to reach the last raid together. Understood? Yeah. Yup. Franz and Hiroaki nodded their heads. Sungjin continued. Then I'll distribute the items today. Operator. Sungjin searched inside his operator cube. Sungjin took out the items that he had received from today's rewards and shared them with his allies. This is a legendary ring. Looks like it'll be suitable for Miss Nada. Sungjin handed over a ring inset with a black pearl to Nada. The item's information appeared between the two. Thanatos Call of the Dark. Legendary ring. Passive skill. Necromancy, 4, increase the stats of summons summoned through black magic by 40%. Active skill. Craving of Death, 3, reduce the health of your summons summoned by black magic to 0 over 10 seconds. During this time, your summons gain 3 times their normal stats. When the last light of hope has been snuffed out, the humans will open their eyes to a new desire. Nada's eyes opened wide as she read the description. Wow, the abilities are great. I knew that it would be a great fit for Miss Nada the moment I saw it. Sungjin handed over the ring to Nada without much thought. He didn't notice that Saran, who was watching, turned her head away unhappily. Thanks, Kay. I'll put it to good use. Nada held up the ring as she said. Equip. Soon the ring that had been laying on her palm wrapped around her ring finger perfectly. Sungjin then proceeded to pull out a pair of boots from his cube. This is a pair of boots with magic resistance. The quiet Franz raised his hand. Oh. If that's the case, then I think I'll need them. Is that so? Take a look. Sungjin held up the boots. Another information window appeared. Nylon the Unbeliever's Boots. Legendary Boots Armor 44%. Passive skill. Faithless, 4, increase the magic resistance of the user by 40%. Decrease all magic effects of the user by 40%. Active skill. Certainty, 4, removes all debuffs. Removes all buffs. Those who believe will begin to doubt. And those who doubt will begin to believe. But there's a penalty for when you're using magic. Having read the abilities to the end, Franz sat down in his seat again. Oh. Is that so? I've been using magic more nowadays. Instead, Hiroaki now raised his hand. Then I'll use them, Master. Since I only use sword techniques. Ah, great. It's good that someone could use it. Sungjin handed the boots over to Hiroaki. Hiroaki held the boots as he bowed respectfully to Sungjin. Thank you, Master. The item distribution was over. Sungjin then continued. Also, the number of black coins earned today is. As Sungjin spoke, a number appeared above Sungjin's cube. Saran, Nada, Franz and Baltrin, who had participated in several raids with him until now, looked at the number without much ado. However, Hiroaki and Mustafa, who had just joined recently, looked incredibly surprised. Sungjin looked at them as he said, "It's this much. Since I don't really need them, I'll give it to whoever needs them." Mustafa cautiously raised his hand. There's an item that I want that's on the auction house. Would it be possible for me to have some coins?" Mustafa looked incredibly awkward at the thought of receiving black coins from Sungjin. He had found it hard to believe when he had first heard about it in the past. "You'll give them away? Black coins?" "Yes." "For free?" "It's not entirely free. The people who received my coins are expected to grow that much stronger and help me later in the raids." Sungjin nodded his head, conveying that Mustafa should not worry. He added, "Yes. Take as many as you need, Mustafa." Mustafa looked faintly apologetic as he received some coins. "After these raids are over, I'll repay you. Even if it's just by cash." Sungjin smiled and nodded. Having finished distributing the coins, Sungjin looked at his allies. Though there was a small hiccup, everyone was safe. Sungjin said to them, "In any case, it's great that everyone was able to finish the raid safely. It would be great if all 8 of us were able to stay until the end of the raids." Everyone nodded in response to Sungjin's words. Sungjin continued, "Also, as always, we're still continuing to look for allies. Those people that I mentioned before." Sungjin was referring to the members of the previous final 10, which included Edward. "If you meet them or anyone else that is particularly strong, don't hesitate to call me." Everyone nodded their heads in response to Sungjin's words. And just in time, Daliapin came bearing a pizza baked with a golden crust and an aromatic spaghetti. It was time to begin their meal in earnest. "Wow, it looks delicious. Daliapin, great work today as well." "Thank you for the meal, Daliapin." While everyone picked up their spoons, chopsticks, forks and knives, Sungjin quietly left them and made his way to the bathroom. He took out the star-shaped accessory from his vest and said, "Starlight." He stole a glance at the future 24 hours from now. Just the same as today, tomorrow, the Chosen Ones were enjoying dinner at 99 nights in Sungjin's dimension. Sungjin quickly counted them. 7, 8. The number 8 had 2 meanings. First, it meant that all of the Chosen Ones were safe. Second, it meant that they did not gain any new allies. While it's a relief that everyone is safe, it's a bit disappointing that we didn't gain any new allies. As Sungjin mused to himself, he left the future and returned to the present. Star. The next morning, Sungjin sat the Chosen Ones down in front of him and briefed them as usual. Today's raid is Serkorist Prison, but it's only a prison in name. It's a place more like a mental asylum that's filled with monsters. Generally, you'll face humans, elves, and humanoid monsters like orcs. However, because they're all a bit crazed, they will come at you with attacks that are difficult to predict. They'll be doing things that are a bit difficult to imagine, such as ripping their arm off to use as a weapon, or stabbing through their stomach to attack you when you're behind them. Please be careful of this point. Yes. The Chosen Ones all replied to Sungjin's words as one. A few of the hunters showed slightly nervous expressions, but Sungjin did not attempt to allay their worries and let them be. This was because their nervousness could potentially help them in coming back alive. So long as Sungjin did not do anything particularly strange, everyone would be safe tonight. Despite knowing this, Sungjin said to the Chosen Ones, "Then everyone do your best and stay alive. If there's something dangerous, then call me without fail." "Yes." The team replied back again. Soon afterwards, Sungjin and the Chosen Ones were teleported to the 18th battlefield, Serkorist Prison. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182. Chapter 182, The Chosen Ones, 7. Welcome to Sarkorist Prison. This is where those with the heaviest sentences in S-City have been imprisoned. Massive secret experiments were conducted here in the past and abandoned afterwards. Be careful. Although most of those who were experimented on died during the experiments, there were some who survived. Sungjin looked around Sarkorist Prison with his arms crossed. In some ways it looked like a prison, and in others it looked like a hospital. Among the various chapters so far, this location was one of the most horrifying of places there were. Soon afterwards, 4 more hunters were summoned. Sungjin observed them inconspicuously. If he were to be frank, he did not expect much from them, as he had already had a glimpse of the future. There wasn't anyone among these hunters that would become his ally. Though, they are impressive in their own right. Of course, since they had managed to arrive at the 18th chapter, they were incredibly talented people. It just so happened that they were not up to par in Sungjin's eyes. One of them spoke up. Hey, nice to meet you. Having broken the ice, others joined in. A pleasure. Let's do our best. How do you do? Let's all introduce ourselves. Like, what is your favorite weapon type, or the color of your magic? Now the mood had begun to become harmonious. This was because after experiencing countless trials they had learned the method to survive was to help each other. However, suddenly, someone pointed at Sungjin. Ha! Master Hunter? Master Hunter K? Following his pointing, the other hunters all turned towards Sungjin. You're the one from the rumors, right? That person? Sungjin had come to accept that he was a celebrity among the hunters. Now that there were not many left alive in the raids, it was something that could not be helped. Sungjin let out a breath and stood in front of them and said, Nice to meet you all. Let's do our best to make this raid a success as well. I will also do my best to kill the enemies and keep everyone safe. That is, so long as none of you commit a troll-like action. Upon hearing Sungjin, the 4 hunters turned to look at each other, then looked back towards Sungjin and nodded. Of course, Master Hunter. Star. Sungjin and the hunters that he was matched with set off to clear Sarkorist Prison. Inside were countless grotesque creatures waiting, but they were swept away by Sungjin's moon specter and blood vengeance like leaves in a storm. Thanks to Sungjin, they were able to easily clear the boss. Boss, the last experiment, Omega, cleared. And soon they were able to easily win against the hidden boss as well. Hidden boss, the first experiment, Alpha, cleared. You're really amazing, Master Hunter. The hunters praised him, but Sungjin did not find any particular pleasure from hearing their compliments. Instead, he kept thinking, It'd be great if I could find 2 more allies as soon as possible. This thought continuously lingered in his mind. In the remaining time, Sungjin helped the chosen ones before the 18th raid came to a finish. Kay, can you come here? Master Hunter, there's an experimental subject here that's talking normally. He's the hidden boss, right? Could you please come here? Afterwards, the hunters were summoned to the Hunters' Hall, where white columns stretched upwards without end. Now the remaining people could be all seen with a single look. The operator informed them of the exact number of the remaining people. Congratulations! You hunters were able to perfectly clear 18 chapters. Among the 7,310,067,613 people who participated in the first raid. The number of hunters that are now remaining is 366. Upon hearing this, the hunters began to make a commotion. Just 366? You're telling me that there's only that many remaining? HRM. Then just what is the percentage of the remaining people? No way. If this continues, then we'll all be wiped out. Everyone was surprised by the fact that there were so few people remaining. It was only Sungjin that thought. There's really a lot of people that survived. 366, it was many times larger than the number of people that survived when compared to the previous time. This is likely because of me. If one were to analyze the reasons for this, there would be three main causes. First, was because there were a large number of people who Sungjin had saved. Sungjin had perfectly cleared the raids up until now. Even though he had not particularly striven to do so, if it were not for him, it was likely that many people would have died instead. Second, was because Sungjin's chosen ones had done the same. Especially because Franz, Nada, and Han Saran, who became chosen ones early on, were able to use the addition of Sungjin's stats to successfully complete the raids. Though he did not meet them in person, it was likely that there were many hunters who survived because of him. Lastly, the most important reason, was likely because he went around hunting trolls. Having started to hunt trolls since the earlier chapters and having continued to do so during the later chapters, Sungjin was able to stamp out the problem of trolls faster. In his previous life, one of the final 10, Illich, was a perfect example. If he was still alive, then it was likely that the number of hunters would have decreased by more than dozens. As he was teleported to the black market, Sungjin thought. Though I wasn't particularly aiming for it, it turned out for the better. The probability of finding a strong person was higher the more people there were. Even until now, Sungjin had been unable to imagine just how much of an impact his actions would have had. That night, as usual, Sungjin peeked into the future during dinner time. During the next day's dinner, Sungjin discovered the figure of Hildebrandt, a gargantuan man that took up the equivalent of two people's spaces, sitting amongst the current chosen ones. Even amongst the previous final 10 members, Hildebrandt had been someone who was dependable and trustworthy. Though Sungjin did not know exactly what had happened, it was obvious that he had been able to come into contact with Hildebrandt and bring him into the midst of chosen ones by baptizing him. Returning to the present, Sungjin clenched his fist tightly. Good. With this, the 9th member has been found. Star. With you, we now have our 9th member. Sungjin said as he shook hands with Hildebrandt, the one who was over 2 meters tall, the same man Sungjin had foreseen sitting at the table last night. He was sitting at the table laughing heartily. I didn't even dream that I would be able to have a meal with someone else like this. Wahahaha. Now that he joined them, it felt as if the dinner table at 99 Nights was completely occupied. Sungjin watched them for a moment, then walked outside. Far, far away in the sky above him, the moon sat there. He had already been gazing at this moon for 2 months now. Of course, it was likely that there were many more such days that he could not remember. During this time, he had become rather used to 99 Nights, but this was not where he belonged. He wanted to return. To Earth. To Korea. To Seoul. Together with the others that were stuck here. The shop owner of Darker Than Black had definitely said that the final raid was not far after the 20th chapter. If they completed chapter 20 safely and continued in this manner, then he was certain that they would soon see the end. Almost there now. Sungjin took out the star-shaped accessory shortly after moon-gazing so that he could peek into the future. But tomorrow's scene that the star-shaped accessory showed was the most shocking yet. Sungjin tilted his head quizzically once he returned from the future. Wait. But why? There were two unbelievably strange parts about tomorrow's future. First was that there was a 10th member. And the second was the anxious and worried looks of the chosen ones. Just what the heck is going on tomorrow? Sungjin stood there, pondering. But no answer came to him. 10th member. I did. And why were everyone? Saran's voice interrupted his thoughts. Appa, are you okay? You haven't eaten yet. Sungjin turned around to face her and said. Yeah. I just had something to think about. I'll be in shortly. Saran gave him a puzzled look before answering. Okay. Please come join us before the food gets cold. She returned back indoors. Sungjin, who was now left alone again, tried to recollect what he had seen about tomorrow's future. First of all the chosen ones are still alive. So the situation probably isn't that dire. But then, why? As of now, nothing came to mind. Since he couldn't figure out the exact cause of what went wrong, he felt reluctant to try and change the future. I guess I'll just have to see. Sungjin thought as he returned back into the 99 Nights. He had dinner like he normally would before giving a short briefing on tomorrow's raid. Then, tomorrow is the 20th chapter. Raid on the Demon King's castle. Sungjin glanced at the hunters while looking at the information sheet. Everyone looked brimming with confidence. They had overcome several raids without major losses. And ever since they became one of the chosen ones, Sungjin's strength also enhanced their own. Each of them had now the power necessary to solo carrying their own parties. Sungjin faced them and politely said to them, "It is a 10-man raid and the boss in this stage is a bit unusual, so please be careful." "Okay, understood." "Yes, Master Hunter K." Sungjin just nodded for now. They will all survive the raid tomorrow. It wasn't exactly clear why everyone would be so nervous, but at least they were still alive. The star-shaped accessory had never been wrong so far. Once everyone returned to their places, Sungjin returned to his bedroom. He didn't know what was going to happen, but something was going to happen tomorrow. And now that he thought of it, it reminded him of Edward during the previous life's raid. At that time, just what did he see? Sungjin rubbed the star-shaped accessory. He had checked on the future during dinner each time, but there was something fundamentally different about tomorrow's. He will check on the future before the start of the raid, just as Edward did. He couldn't predict what he might see, but he got the feeling that it was something important to check. What if I end up killing my own teammates? It was something he couldn't imagine himself doing, but it was also difficult to imagine that Edward had done so because he was a troll. What is it? What is going to happen tomorrow, and what kind of future will I see? Sungjin fell asleep while still wrapping his head around the idea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183. Chapter 183, The Chosen Ones, 8. The enemies in the Demon King's castle were cut down quickly by Sungjin's sword play. Sungjin thought to himself while swinging his sword. Back then, it was so difficult. These enemies were incredibly challenging with all 10 of the final members of the previous round of raids, but he had now reached a point where he can face all of them on his own. Sungjin was surprised by his own growth. And of course, ooh, wow. Amazing. The looks on the hunters' faces showed they were even more surprised than he was. That's Master Hunter for you. K. All the surviving hunters knew about Sungjin by now. The hunters who were witnessing Sungjin's abilities for the first time were easily captivated. These hunters. I'll take care of the front, please take care of enemies on the sides. Understood. Yes, Master Hunter. Obeyed him as if they were his minions. Sungjin was able to reach an area close to where the Demon King was. It was then that he asked the operator. Operator, how long has it been since the raids have begun? It has been 1 hour 20 minutes. Hour and 20, okay good, I should check on tomorrow from here. Sungjin waved his hands to the other hunters and said to them, "Let us take a break here before resuming." He wasn't tired at all, but Sungjin intentionally picked his words so he could have a chance to peek at the future. The others seemed to see Sungjin as their general and obeyed without a fuss. Sungjin pulled away from the wordless group of hunters and picked a quiet spot. Once he checked to make sure he was alone, he took out his star-shaped accessory. Finally, it was time to sate his curiosity. Sungjin didn't hesitate. Starlight. The starlight brightened up, then swallowed him up into the darkness. Soon, the events which unfold in 24 hours were shown to him. And although Sungjin couldn't speak in the middle of the vision, inside he was yelling. What? Few minutes since he had his mouth wide open, Sungjin, who had been peeking at the future, returned to the present and ended up yelling. Ah! What's that? The hunters who had been resting a bit away came springing at him. Sungjin quickly put the star-shaped accessory under his shirt and quickly caught his breath. The hunters who swarmed towards him all had their weapons out and surveying the area. Did something happen, Master Hunter? Was there an enemy? Sungjin waved his hands as he said. No, it was nothing. Please go and get some rest. Let us get going in 3 minutes. The hunters stared at Sungjin with a quizzical look but soon obeyed him. Sungjin held his forehead after being left alone. So, that was it? Edward. Now that all the puzzle pieces were found, Sungjin quickly thought to himself. So what do I do now? What is there for me to do? But he had less than a day now. There was almost nothing that he could accomplish until then. Then, Sungjin remembered about the last remaining holy water of baptism. I guess this is about it. Sungjin stood up. It was time to go defeat the Demon King. Although the real danger wasn't the Demon King, but the enemies of tomorrow. Star. I can't believe. Chapter 20 Boss Demon King Carnageod cleared. Sungjin pulled out his blades from the body of the Demon King to the sound of the operator's voice. Behind him, he could hear the voices of the other hunters reverberating. Yeah! We got him! Despite the shouts of others, Sungjin didn't feel much elation. It was because defeating the Demon King was well predictable. But, tomorrow's more important. As Sungjin was thinking so, the operator's voice continued as it said. Raid 100% cleared. And now we will distribute the items. According to the operator, the raid reached 100% completion despite the fact that hidden boss fight did not yet occur. This round, does it lack a hidden boss and such? Now that he thought of it, it would be strange to find a creature more powerful than the Demon King in his own castle. Sungjin crossed his arms and received the distributed rewards along with the others. A point of interest was the magnitude of the rewards. Congratulations! You have received the legendary item. Congratulations! You have received the legendary item. Congratulations! You have received the legendary item. The operator's congratulations came from all over the place. Wow, why are we getting so many of them? You're right, my contribution was only 5%, why am I getting these many legendary items? The hunters were overjoyed. Except for just one person. Sungjin watched them and thought to himself. I guess they're getting so many since this is the last distribution. If things were as he foresaw, then this would be the last. You will be teleported in 10 seconds. 10. Sungjin said to the operator. I want to stay here a bit longer. Canceling auto-teleportation. Hunter's countdown with the exception of Sungjin's continued. 9, 8, 7. Someone asked Sungjin. Master Hunter, will you not return? 6, 5, 4. Yes. I still have something I have to do. Hunters tilted their heads and gave puzzled looks, but they were eventually summoned back to the Hunter's Hall. Now only Sungjin remained in the Demon King's castle. The reason why he stuck around was because he might be called upon by the Chosen Ones. Sungjin looked around at the surroundings. At the far back was the Demon King's empty throne. Sungjin sat there and leaned on his hand. Hey Kay, could you come real quick to help out? One of our member perished. Called out Hildebrandt. Master Hunter, we're right before the Demon King but not sure we can win on our own. Could you please come and help us out? Asked Mustafa. Sungjin accepted their call for help and sent them along to the Hunter's Hall. Then finally, he too, was summoned to the Hunter's Hall. Star. In the brilliantly white Hunter's Hall, the operator's voice rang out. Congratulations! All the hunters here have successfully cleared 20 chapters. Of the 7,310,067,613 participating hunters, the number of the surviving hunters is currently 256. Sungjin quickly looked around as the operator continued to speak. Ah, sensei. Hiroaki was waving his hands upon seeing him. Yo, Master Hunter. Beltran was there too. But Sungjin ignored them and continued to search among the crowd. Where is he? Sungjin was searching for Edward. Specifically, the Edward who had died once and lost his memories. This hall at first was filled as far as the eyes could see, but now it was possible to go between the pillars and search for someone. But no matter how much he walked between the hunters and the columns, he couldn't find Edward. No way, did he die? While Sungjin was thinking that, the operator resumed to speak. The 256 hunters here are humanity's last. Power and courage, knowledge and wisdom, everyone here have pushed them to the limit. You are free to be proud. Most hunters were listening with dull look in their eyes. Being congratulated after everything that had occurred didn't feel all that great. For the most part, they looked as if they were thinking it. I'm tired, so let me go back to the black market. But when operator said, the next chapter, chapter 21 is the final raid. What? Really? Their eyes flew open. Suddenly the Hunter's Hall is filled with chaos. Only Sungjin, who had seen the future, was calmly searching for Edward. The chapter 21 is unique, as final chapters ought to be. The hunters were all now listening to each and every word from the operator. Even Sungjin stopped his search to listen and looked up at the column of the operator. Operator's voice soon rang out. The final raid is a 300-man raid. What? What did you say? The operator paused from speaking as a consideration for the hunters. The hunters continued to panic. 300? But there's only 256 of us. So it was true. Sungjin grit his teeth and resumed his search for Edward. But meanwhile, Appa. Saran appeared and grasped his shoulder. Did you know of this? That the last raid will be a 300-man raid? Sungjin couldn't nod or shake his head. He only found out just now. Instead of answering, he asked her. Hey, by the way, Edward. Did you happen to see Edward? Saran pointed at the column behind them and said. Earlier. I thought he was standing next to that pillar. Really? Okay. Sungjin left Saran behind and headed towards the pillar she had pointed out. The operator's voice reverberated in the hall. The last raid, as its name implies, is the final raid where 300 hunters work together. Just as it was with 5-man raid and 10-man raid, the difficulty of the final raid is scaled up to match the 300 participants. My God! Oh my! The exclamation of the hunters were so high that the operator's voice could barely be heard. Meanwhile, Sungjin finally found Edward close to the pillar Saran had pointed out. Sungjin called out his name. Edward! Edward jerked alert to the voice of Sungjin calling out his name. His reaction was only natural since Sungjin had tried to kill him the moment they met. But this time he did not run away. Use of force was forbidden in the Hunter's Hall. He only stepped back and faltered. What do you want? Sungjin took out the final vial of holy water of baptism from his vest. There's not much time left to speak. The strongest among the remaining people is you. Probably. Edward tilted his head. What? He was about to say, when Sungjin poured the content of the vial over Edward. At the same time, Sungjin said, "Baptize." And as if on cue, the operator said, "Please shop for the last time and prepare yourself for what's to come. You will be summoned back to the Hunter's Hall in 10 seconds. Edward yelled at Sungjin after suddenly being soaked by water. "What is wrong with you? Are you crazy?" 10, 9, 8, 7. While the operator's countdown was going on, Sungjin said to Edward respectfully, This is what you wanted." "What?" Edward was at loss for words, but 6, 5, 4. Sungjin knew that this was what Edward had wanted all along. "Then see you again shortly. 3, 2, 1. As the final countdown was going on, Edward muttered to himself while looking at Sungjin. "Really, you've lost your mind." Sungjin was teleported after hearing those words. To the black market. Star. Once Sungjin returned to the black market, he immediately summoned all the chosen ones before dinner time. Draft. One by one, the chosen ones were called to the first drop where Sungjin was sitting. They, too, seemed to be shocked at the operator's announcement. "My God, a 300-man raid. Is this even reasonable? We're short 50 people, is it still possible?" Sungjin heard them speak and thought to himself, "We could have done it with just the 10 of us." Sungjin checked the hunters meanwhile. He didn't see Edward among the chosen ones. He should be here, maybe, if he is not coming because of being attacked back then. As Sungjin was dwelling on it, the final chosen one, Edward, appeared from thin air. "What is this?" Sungjin clapped once after seeing him. "So you came." The chosen ones weren't all that surprised to see him. Getting a new comrade was a rather common occurrence. Except for Saran. Saran looked extremely surprised and was staring at Sungjin. Sungjin walked up to Edward. Edward looked up and down at Sungjin and said, "What is this?" "All of you." Sungjin didn't know what to say and scratched his forehead for a moment before pointing at the seat at the back of first drop and said, "Sit for now. There's a lot we have to talk about." Edward replied with suspicion in his eyes. "You attacked me out of nowhere, what are you trying to pull now?" Sungjin stared at him for a moment. What can I say to undo this misunderstanding? But the whole story, including previous life, he wasn't ready to reveal them now. Ha! When Sungjin internally sighed, he happened to see the staff Edward had been holding on to. The staff was the same staff that the Dragon Archiard had given him. Now that he thought about it, he had the same thing. The Dragon Archiard had said as he handed him the stuff, "You'll need this." Sungjin pulled Cereburf Undul's staff from the operator's cube. Edward's eyes grew wide when he saw it. Wait, that. Sungjin thought to himself. This is it. 3 of the same item could be combined to raise its rarity. Edward must have been thinking the same. Sungjin handed over the staff and said, "Here. This is a token of my reconciliation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 184. Chapter 184, The Chosen Ones, 9. Sungjin watched the others as he sat with his fingers forming a cage. Unlike their usual selves, they were very nervous. The first ever 300-man raid. This was something not even they would have been able to predict. Hildebrand put his hands up and into his hair and said, 300, is this reasonable? Beltran nodded in agreement and said, "You're right. Just what kind of monster are they planning on releasing upon us now?" Nada lifted up the information sheet and answered. "It says there will be mix of random monsters from previous chapters. The information sheet she was holding had just 2 lines written on it. 300-man raid. Location, Hunter's Hall. Random spawn of enemies from the previous 20 chapters. Even though it says random, they're probably powered up a lot, since they said it's adjusted for 300 participants. While the hunters were discussing among themselves, Sungjin glanced at Edward from time to time. Edward sat at a table far off to the side with his fingers interlocking. Edward looked like he hasn't gotten used to this kind of atmosphere and was looking around with just his eyes, even though this in fact was what he wanted. The reason why Edward had Sungjin go through regression was probably that he fell into despair upon seeing the future at the Demon King's castle, finding out about the 300-man final raid. No matter how strong the final 10 hunters were gathered, no matter how much the 10-member team try, they would not be able to complete a 300-man raid. He himself picked Sungjin to replace him. Sungjin apologized to Edward internally even though he would have no idea. Sorry, but I failed at gathering 300 members, Edward. 99 Nights was brimming with the hunter's sigh. Ha! Such a curveball at the end. Damn that operator, keeping this a secret all this time. But this was always the operator's style. We've just been forgetting about it as of late. But now, will it be okay? Sungjin clapped twice to focus their attention on him. Please focus, everyone. 9 pair of eyes land on Sungjin. Sungjin said to them. Everyone. I understand that it is a rather distressing development. But because of that we must be level-headed and gather our strength. Sungjin's words seemed to calm them down. Sungjin continued. I didn't expect things to happen this way, but everyone here were all selected by me. Surviving hunters now number at 256. We are short 44 people for a 300-man raid, but let us try to bridge that gap by ourselves. Mahatas spoke up after Sungjin. You are right, Master Hunter. For the last raid, it'll work out if we do our best. Franz threw in his opinion as well. That's right. We even have bonus stats as chosen ones. We need to pick up the slack. Mustafa stroked his mustache and added. 44 short. If Master Hunter can do the work of 10 hunters, and the rest of us do the work of about 3-4 hunters, then things are just about even. Hiroaki from the side piped in. I don't worry at all. If it is Sensei, he can do as much as 10. No, as many as 20 other hunters work. Sungjin realized that Edward was staring at him with indiscernible look amidst the now optimistic atmosphere. That was to be expected. Sungjin probably looked like a troll or a psychopath back when Edward was attacked for no reason. But here, Sungjin had absolute trust of others. Aware of Edward's gaze, Sungjin once again said. Then let's all mentally prepare ourselves as much as possible and I'll see you all in the morning. The chosen ones together answered. Got it. Star. Soldamer approached Sungjin once everyone had left. It is finally the last night, Master. You're right. Thanks for everything until now, Soldamer. Thank you. Well, for me, serving you as my master and having witnessed a variety of magic is more than enough. I'm grateful if you think that. Sungjin got a thought as he was speaking. But now that I think of it, what happens to you once the raids are over? That, the operator will probably decide. Whether I return to Kyuten Desert, or become space dust. Sungjin asked the operator. Operator. When the raids are over, what happens to Soldamer? Sungjin said without much confidence. He wasn't sure if the operator would answer or not. But beings created during the raid will return to their original dimensions. Thankfully the operator answered. Soldamer was pleasantly surprised and said. Ooh. That's very fortunate. If I apply my experiences to my magic research. But Biscoro's voice interrupted him. That's a relief. I too had more I wished to accomplish. Sungjin put his hand over his forehead and said, Mr. Biscoro. Soldemer chose to become a familiar and all. But for you, isn't it more natural that you be turned into space dust? What are you talking about? My life is just starting. Sungjin had more to say when Biscoro spoke the next words. Right, Moon Spectre? Sungjin opened his mouth. What? And then he heard the very shy voice of Moon Spectre. Yes, Biscoro SSI. 1. Have you heard of ghost marriage? We have agreed to become a married couple. 2. Excuse me, Sungjin yelled out of surprise. To his knowledge, Biscoro was an old man in his 50s and Moon Spectre was a lady under the age of 20. But then a marriage. Sungjin said to Moon Spectre. Hey Moon Spectre, this 50-year-old man covets young girls. I mean, you know because you heard everything, right? Moon Spectre had been with him the whole time since Chapter 3. She was present when Sungjin met Biscoro and had heard everything from the start. That's okay. Maybe because he's older he's understanding, he was kind to me. For me, this is the first time so. I was very touched. Sungjin scratched his head. Now that he thought of it, Moon Spectre was a virgin ghost, 3, who had died without ever having experienced dating. But I said small talk was prohibited when I was not present. Biscoro pretended to be sagous and said, Love is like water, trickling down from above. It is not something you can prevent like that, young one. Sungjin grit his teeth. He didn't like Biscoro's idiocy, but it seemed only right to congratulate them since it was too late to change anything. Okay. The two of you. I pray for your happiness. Thank you, Master. I see. You should go meet some ladies when you return to your world. Just like I have. From my perspective, you aren't that bad looking. So if you were to loosen your expression. Sungjin couldn't handle it anymore, so he took off Biscoro and placed him on the desk and stood up to leave. He was intending to leave right then, but then he thought for a moment before leaving Moon Spectre on the table as well. He exited 99 Nights and walked out the doors. Kane, who now stood at 2 meters tall, approached Sungjin and walked in circles around him. Sungjin pet him as he said, Kane, tomorrow is the last. Woof woof. Sungjin said to him, I don't know what will happen tomorrow, but thanks for everything, Kane. Kane responded with a slightly long howl. Awoo. Kane seemed to know that no matter what happens tomorrow, they will be separated. Cayenne. Griffin Regenta also walked up to Sungjin and rubbed its beak on him. Regenta, you too, thanks for everything. I'll rely on you until tomorrow. Cayenne. Sungjin left the two of them where they were and returned to 99 Nights. Daliapin, as always, was watching Sungjin with his 2 large eyes. Sungjin said to him, See you tomorrow, Daliapin. Yes, Master Hunter. Sungjin was about to go up the stairs when he suddenly had a thought. Daliapin, what happens to you once the raids end? Daliapin closed his beak for a moment as if to buy time before he answered. I will receive other customers. Other customers. Yes. I thought all of humanity returns to Earth after the raids. And here Daliapin said something that seemed completely tangential. If reality is a dream, and dreams are reality, then stories are the only thing remaining to humanity. But these words seemed familiar. I will keep my post here forever until the story ends. It was a bit cryptic, but that was fine. Sungjin bid his goodbye. I see. Either way, I'll trouble you until tomorrow morning, Daliapin. Daliapin bowed at Sungjin's words and replied. Of course, Mr. Hunter. Once he was back, Sungjin laid down in his bed and stretched out his legs. The last night he'd spent in 99 Nights, A lot of things had happened. Now once the raids are done, he along with all of mankind would return to Earth safely. Sungjin gripped his fist and thought. Now, if things go well, this time day after tomorrow I'd be lying down like this in my one-room apartment, right? But then Sungjin suddenly had a thought. That star! Upon reflection, he was capable of seeing tomorrow and the next. That's right. Sungjin took out iOS the revelation of the stars from the cube. Even though he used this every day until the 21st chapter, he had forgotten that he could check on tomorrow with it. With this, if I take a look at tomorrow night or early morning, I could see the result of tomorrow's raid. It was making his heart race. Sungjin held the star and laid back down on the bed. If I use it immediately when the cooldown is over, then I can see. If the raid is completed successfully, then I could see myself return back on Earth, and if not, I'll probably see nothing. Or alternatively, he could see himself back to chapter 1 of the raids. It was possible that he would end up being the final survivor again. That I don't want. Sungjin spoke out those words while laying down on the bed. In spite of everything, he did not want to experience the raids again. Sungjin bit his lower lip. Operator, what time is it? It is 38 minutes past 8. IO's cooldown reset once a day. There was still over 3 hours remaining until it was a new day. What should I do? I should probably sleep and check tomorrow morning, right? If he were to think calmly, that would be for the best. Having a good rest now would be ideal to produce good results tomorrow. Yeah, that'll be for the best. Sungjin thought to himself and put down the star next to him and closed his eyes. But the worries about the future chased his sleepiness away. Ugh. I'm too curious. It would be so much better if I waited until after midnight and see views of Seoul. His thoughts led to more thoughts in a vicious cycle. And in the end, Sungjin did not manage to sleep before it hit midnight and became a new day. Sungjin took out the star-shaped accessory and decided to take a peek on tomorrow after the raid. Starlight. Sungjin's surroundings grew dark and began to show him something. Sungjin focused more than ever before at what he was about to see. Will it be death or life? 1. SSI, polite way to address adults. Can be used between family to show respect. 2. And 3. Pretty sure this is a mix of reference of Corpse Bride and Korean legend of unmarried women coming back as a vicious ghost. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185. Chapter 185, The Chosen Ones, 10. Do. He could hear the sound of subway in the distance. Soon he was able to see a 17m² apartment with worn-out wallpaper pasted over moldy walls. Anyone who saw such a place would not have a positive reaction, but for Sungjin, who was looking into the future, shouted internally. Yes! I'm alive! This was a rooftop apartment in the middle of Seoul Yeongju District, 1. It was the place Sungjin had lived before being dragged off to the raids. Him being here means that the final 256 hunters had successfully completed the last raid. So it's finally over. Sungjin cheered internally. Finally, the death game of carnage and mayhem was finally over. But where is me? Sungjin searched for his future self. The room was too dark and the lights were off. Am I sleeping already? But then. ZZZZT. A cell phone ringing could be heard. Above the worn-out bed, which took up a third of the room, a cell phone lit up. His self was lying in bed looking at the cell phone. Sungjin wanted to shout at himself. Great work, Sungjin. You have become the savior of mankind. But it was then. Ha! His future self let out a long sigh. Sungjin was surprised. He came back from a successful raid, so why was he sighing? Something wasn't right. Sungjin peeked a look at the old cell phone his future self was holding. There was a text message open. Hey, rooftop young man. I'm sorry to say that if you don't pay your rent by this month, then it really can't be helped. I'll wait just one more week. I hope that you'll be able to pay during that time. Either that or move out. The future Sungjin read that and let out another long sigh. Ha! He threw his phone on the pillow. And then he stood up with great difficulty to grab his crutches. It was then that the Sungjin from the past saw the cast around his right leg. Oh, right. It was like that. Back in reality, Sungjin was barely needing rent from month to month with a part-time job. But not too long ago, when he was running a delivery on his motorcycle, he hurt his leg in a hit-and-run accident. And for that reason, he was unable to do his part-time job and had been laying in bed ever since. His entire savings went into paying for his medical fees, and he was terminated from his part-time job. That's how rent began to stack up. His legs were healed at the time he was summoned, so he had forgotten about it. If I go back, I will come back to this kind of environment, Sungjin thought to himself while staring at tomorrow's Sungjin. But, did people all lose memory of the raids? It was a topic of interest for previous life's final 10 members, or with the chosen ones. We'll become heroes of humanity once the raids are over. It wouldn't be strange if we become superstars with companies begging us to appear in their commercials. Once the raids are over, we will become rich. Unimaginably so. It might be to a point where we no longer need money in our lives. It was a beautiful dream. The hunters shared stories like these to help cope with the terror of the raids. Sungjin was always off to the side during one of these discussions, but that didn't mean he had no expectations. He had grown up in such a deprived environment that, more than becoming a hero or super rich, he simply thought that his living circumstance will improve. But from what he saw, he comes back to life being worried about paying rent. It was very different from what he had imagined. So, I'm going back to exactly where I started. It made sense. Becoming savior of mankind as the hunters imagined was only going to come true if the whole of mankind returned to Earth with their memories intact. If the operator erased everyone's memories before returning them to Earth, there was no savior, nor hero, or whatever. Ha! Seeing himself in 24 hours later made Sungjin sigh, much like his future self had done. The future self waddled over with the crutch and opened the door of the fridge as tall as himself. The only edible thing in there was banana milk. 3. He took it out of the fridge, opened the lid, and drank it all. Sungjin, who was drinking the milk, looked filled with worry. And Sungjin, who was watching, wasn't exactly all that happy. It's not that I wanted acknowledgement or something, but the thought of going back now and having to immediately worry about rent was horrifying. Hell after hell. He then remembered Igor's words. This place is similar to reality. Thinking of such thoughts was making him depressed. Sungjin, as of now, carried 4 different swords and clad his entire body with legendary gear, but back in reality, he was wearing an old white shirt and sweatpants. Master Hunter K. Nim. K Sensei. He was treated like a hero here, but if he were to go back, then he returns to life of being unemployed and in poverty. Sungjin thought to himself while looking at his future self. Wait a moment, what about me? Do I go back without my memory as well? There were many terrible memories within the raid, but there were lots of good memories as well. He just didn't want to go through it all again, but there were experiences from going through the raid that he didn't want to lose. But, if that's what the operator does, then I guess that's that. When Sungjin was thinking of that, the future self hobbled over towards the desk and opened a drawer. There, Sungjin's eyes grew wide. Between books, scissors, batteries, and other miscellaneous items was a small cube given by a dragon. That. The future Sungjin had no items from the raid with the exception of the cube. The future Sungjin picked it up and rubbed it as he said, Archiard. That was the name of the dragon that had given him the cube. He had memory of the raids, he did not lose his memory of the past. The future Sungjin opened the lid to the cube. But there was nothing in there. The future Sungjin on seeing it sighed deeper than before. HAAA. Is keeping tradition. Tradition? Yes. Tradition. What do you mean by that? You know as well. Humans who defeat avaricious dragons. They rescue the kidnapped princess or take the treasures in the dragon's lair. Stories like that. Human. Since I lost, I'm giving you a reward. I have a bigger cube. Just where am I supposed to use this one? The dragon's eyes shone once he heard Sungjin's question. He gestured to the operator's cube as he said, That cube is something you're using, but it's not yours. Right? However, this cube that you're holding, this one is yours. Do you understand what I'm saying? What? Well, just know that this is the case. Anyways, when the time comes, you'll understand. Sungjin stared at the cube as he thought. Wait. Meanwhile, the future Sungjin threw the cube into the drawer and returned to bed. And when he did, the background suddenly turned dark and the vision of the future disappeared. Star. Ha! Along with a shout, Sungjin stood up from the bed of 99 nights. All sorts of thoughts came and went. What's left is just one cube. Operator. Yes? Give me that small cube. Soon the small cube the dragon had given him popped out of the operator's cube. The small cube with the engraving of a blue dragon. Sungjin opened it. There was nothing in there. Just like he had seen from the future. While he was holding it, he suddenly got a thought and so he raised the star-shaped accessory over his head again. iOS, the revelation of the stars. Mythological accessory. Active skill. Starlight, you can see what will occur 24 hours in the future from now. If the user exerts his will, then it is possible to change the future. Can be used once a day. I hold within me the vision of the gods. On this day, a new pair of eyes opened from within me. Sungjin read the message there again. If the user exerts his will, then it is possible to change the future. Possible to change the future. Sungjin stared at the cube while mumbling to himself. The cube was small enough to hold in one hand comfortably. Large enough to hold a single item. Wait, no way. If he were to do as he thought, he might be able to change his own future. It's just, the cube size being what it was, only small items could fit in there. Sungjin checked his fingers. On the fingers were the best quality rings he had been collecting. But of all the rings he had, the one he had the most interest in was the ring of the great sage. It was a ring that allowed him to use magic freely. What if I could use magic when I go back to the present? Sungjin's heart began to beat faster. He placed his hands on the ring and unequip was what he was about to say when. Oh, right. He remembered that he needed to use this ring tomorrow. He could only reverse time if he had this ring. If the user exerts his will, then it is possible to change the future. This meant that the future could change for the worse. If he failed the raid because he unequipped this ring, then he won't be able to return to the rooftop room. That's no good. Sungjin took his hands off of the ring. Then he checked around at the other rings. But now that he took a look at them, all of them were combat-focused. It was possible that removing them and putting it in the cube would result in him losing during combat. These. I can't take them off yet, then, what else is there? Sungjin then recalled the conversation he had with the black market merchant as he left. When you have to choose one thing, choose that. The truth is always precious. Sungjin brought his hands over his ear. Eye of Jeremiah allowed him to see the thoughts in others. If it's this would not have utility for combat tomorrow. It's the last raid, so there was no need to peek into the thoughts of others. Unequip. Sungjin took off the earring and placed it into the cube. The earring went right into the cube. With this, I won't have to worry about being scammed. Well, not that I have money to be scammed out of, Sungjin thought as he was about to close the cube. But then, he saw the star-shaped accessory he was still holding with his other hand. Sungjin put the star-shaped accessory next to the cube to check their size. It looked like it might just fit. But then the earring in the cube would get in the way. Sungjin first took out the earring and tried to place the star inside. It didn't fit right away, but after several tries, he found a configuration that let the accessory fit the walls exactly and the accessory fell right in. It worked! Sungjin yelled in happiness. Sungjin then tried to put the earring back into the cube, between the arms of the five-pointed star. Luckily, the earring fit right in. Sungjin yelled again. This is it, Yeonggu is the least populated, smallest, and perhaps the poorest part of Seoul. In Korea, especially on poorer districts with smaller buildings, there is a practice making a tiny apartment on top of existing structures to rent out. Google rooftop living in Korea. It is where the poorest residents lives. Banana milk is famous in Korea. Google banana milk advertisements. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186, End. Chapter 186, The Chosen Ones, 11, and Epilogue. The last raid was violent. The 300-man raid. An uncountable number of enemies poured out to in conjunction to the number of participants. The last raid took place in the Hunter's Hall. The Hunter's Hall was essentially infinite in size, filled with innumerable white pillars, but there wasn't a spot that was free from bloodshed. The corpses of monsters formed a mountain, but the hunters too suffered losses in the process. But in spite of this, the surviving hunters did not lose hope. It was because Master Hunter K. Sungjin and Sungjin's 9-person chosen ones worked together perfectly to massacre the monsters. I'm going. Edward, Saran, attacked both sides of the pillar. Edward's magic and Saran's arrows were fired towards the pillar at his command. The dark elf swordsman Kallian rapidly hid behind the structure, but Sungjin already had jumped on the pillar and his sword scored a hit on Kallian's head. Kallian collapsed where he was without even being able to let out a sound. But then, croak! A large red dragon breathed fire towards Sungjin. There was no time to dodge it. Sungjin was about to use fire resistance on his ring of Chimera when Glacier of the Arctic. Hildebrandt appeared suddenly and stood before Sungjin. An intense wave of heat hit them, but it did not last long. Hiya! Franz and Hiroaki sliced apart the dragon's neck. But there was no time to take a breather. SSSSSS. Beyond the pillar appeared a dozen heads of the Hydra. Damn it, there's no end to them. Beltran complained even as he stood before the Hydra. Look here, you dumb heads. Beltran taunted the Hydra to capture its attention, which allowed Mahatas to close the distance and destroy a head. It was then. Ha 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 ha. Burn! The voice of a crazed magician was heard from somewhere. Sungjin forgot his name, but he remembered the magician from the magician's ivory tower. Sungjin was about to take out Artemio. Incinerate everything in your, kek. Nada cut the magician's throat before he could even finish the incantation. Sungjin wanted to tell her nice, but bash you all. Burn you all. In the pillar behind, the two-headed ogre Patch and Chorak appeared, so he had no time. Sungjin moved towards them when he heard someone chanting a spell. Tense muscles, brittle bones, weakness. It was in the middle of an all-out battle, so hearing a spell ought to be met with caution. But that voice was a familiar one. It was the deep and heavy voice of Mustafa. Pachin Choraku were slowed was no match for Sungjin. They were cut down the middle with a single strike of his. Ha! Sungjin was trying to get a breather, but he couldn't do that. Monsters endlessly poured out between the pillars. Damn it! Is the future I saw yesterday even real? Sungjin continued to swing his swords even as he thought about it. It was because this was the best thing he could be doing right now. And after the chaos of battle continued for a while, the hunters heard the operator's voice from the cube. Chapter 21 cleared. With the voice, the corpses of monsters and dead hunters which filled the hunters' hall all disappeared. The remaining hunters shouted in joy. It's done! We won! It's over! The hunters shouted in happiness. Sungjin also gripped his fist. But at that moment, all the armor on the body, weapons in hand, and rings worn all vanished. Ah! Sungjin had no time to react. And the hunters were surprised for a moment. Congratulations! Humanity has overcome 21 ordeals and have proven their worth. With this, humanity will again be exempt from God's judgment for another 10,000 years. No one paid any attention to the operator by this point. It was because the raids were over. They were too busy with cheering. Yeah! We did it! They were too busy with celebrating. Meanwhile, Sungjin carefully checked his vest. The small cube given by the dragon was still there. So this is what it's for. A grin slowly formed on Sungjin's face. The operator continued to speak. Those who did not make an attempt and those slain during the raids will have their memories erased and be sent off to humanity's home planet, the Earth. But the hunters who are listening right now, the hunters who successfully completed the raid can choose to keep or erase their memories. The hunters who were cheering fell quiet after the announcement. Please decide within 1 minute if the memories are to be erased or kept. In the case no decision was made, it will default to erasing the memory before being sent back. The hunters looked among themselves. They were suddenly told to make a choice and they were having difficulty with deciding which fork in the road they would like to take. The hunters around Sungjin, especially the 9 chosen ones, stared at each other. Hildebrandt was the first to speak. For me, I think erasing would be for the best. If I return with these memories, my wife and daughter will surely notice a change in me. Beltran also chose to erase his memory. I would like to erase my memories as well. I thought I saw it all as a policeman. But the things here are all beyond my imagination. I don't want to continue having nightmares after going back. On the other hand, the monk Mahadas decided to take his memories along with him. These experiences were a great lesson for me. I have become stronger because of them. It would be unwise to lose them. Hiroaki was the same. Me too. My swordsmanship improved a great deal because of the raids. I will return with them. Edward crossed his arms and gave a simple reply. I'll take mine. It had been strange, yet quite an experience. Sungjin's answer was predetermined. I will keep my memories. And almost right after, Saran answered. Me too. I'll keep my memories. Rather than making a choice, Franz looked a bit disappointed. But, if they all lose their memories? Heroic saviors of the world. Nada also seemed disappointed by it. She bit her lower lip for a moment. Ha, me too. I was looking forward to quitting my job. Mustafa remained quiet and was looking around at the other hunters. Between them, Franz finally made a fist and made a decision. Oh well, why does it matter if people forget? I was one of the heroes who saved our species. I don't want to lose the satisfaction of seeing it through to the end. I'll keep my memories. Nada also made a decision. For me. I have to return to working in an office. These memories. I probably won't need them. No thanks for me. Just when it looked like everything was decided, Mustafa answered. I'll keep mine. Once the hunters were about done, the operator announced. Then once everyone is returned back to the earth, memories of each of the hunters will be set according to their choices. Returning to earth in 5 minutes. The hunters and Sungjin all began their last goodbyes. Stay well. It was nice working with you all. Everyone here is a hero. For real. Each of them approached Sungjin and gave their farewells. Beltran went first. You were truly a hero. I will lose my memories, but losing memory of you is most regrettable. Beltran SSI is also a hero. I hope that you can stay a hero and protect others. Good working with you. Mahadas came with his palms pressed over his chest. It was a great meeting between us, K. I do not know if the threads of fate will continue after this, but if we cross the paths once more, it will be a very welcoming meeting. Me too, sir. Nada wordlessly approached Sungjin and without a word she gave him a deep kiss. We don't have much time left, so this is all I can do. If we had more time I could have given you something better. Sungjin's face grew bright red. For a moment Sungjin felt someone stare at him. It was Saran, who was standing a bit away. Sungjin was stuck in surprise when Hiroaki butted in and said, Sensei, I'll come and visit you someday. Where do you live in Korea? Seoul. It was then that Franz butted in as well. Where in Seoul? If I run a part-time job to buy an airplane ticket. But instead of finishing what he was saying, he remembered something greatly important. Wait. Hold on, now that I think of it, none of us knows K-Nim's real name. Master Hunter K. What is your name? Are you going to keep it a secret until the end? Sungjin opened and closed his mouth a few times. Thinking back, the second the raid started, he had been hiding his name because he didn't want to grow close to people who might die. But now that the raids were over, he had no reason to continue hiding it. Mustafa also asked the same. That's right, Master Hunter K. We still do not know your name. Would you not please tell us your name since this is the last? Sungjin felt a bit strange. Mustafa had always been quiet. Previous Final 10 or now, he had never asked information about anyone else. Sungjin hesitated for a moment before he finally decided to open his mouth. My name is Sungjin. Sungjin Kong. If we ever meet in the real world, please search for me with this name. The hunters who heard his name repeated it among themselves to help remember. Then, the operator began a countdown. You will return to Earth in 1 minute. 60, 59, 58. Sungjin looked around with only a minute left. It was because there was one more person with whom he had not exchanged a farewell. Sungjin walked up to Edward, who was standing with his arms crossed a bit away. Sungjin offered his hand to Edward first. Edward wordlessly stared at Sungjin's empty hand and finally grasped it for a shake. It was all thanks to you, said Sungjin. Edward stared at him with a strange look, but Sungjin just grinned. He finished shaking his hand and turned away when he felt someone stare. Saran was looking at him with her eyes narrowed. Sungjin was about to say to her when she spoke up first. I'll be waiting at 28 Sapience in Cheongdam-dong, 1, until you come. Sungjin didn't add any more words and just gave a short answer. Okay. With only 10 seconds remaining, the hunters hugged and shook each other's hands and bid farewell. And then finally, they were teleported. To Earth. To home. Star. Seoul. Gangnam Station. Middle of rainy season in June. The sound of rain blanketed the land. Countless pedestrians walked on the sidewalk with umbrellas on hand as a radio played in the background. There was a shocking announcement from the British National Academy of Sciences. On May 12, that is to say about a month ago, they made an announcement that the International Atomic Clock has sped up by roughly 3 seconds. This event is being treated as a great mystery by the Academy. So, in order to understand this announcement, we have invited an expert on the topic, Professor Sungjin Hong. Welcome to the show, Professor Hong. Thanks for having me. In my perspective, it's not out of the ordinary for a clock to be off by 3 seconds. So what is the significance of the International Atomic Clock having sped up by 3 seconds? Could you please explain to us? The International Atomic Clock uses cesium atomic clocks. The seconds are determined by measuring vibrations of cesium. It is an ultra-high precision clock that takes roughly 3,000 years to speed up by 1 second. But last month, the cesium clocks were observed to suddenly and uniformly be off by 3 seconds. This phenomena is unexplainable by current science. As the radio continued, the pedestrians were walking and chatting with their lovers, friends, or family as they passed by. It didn't look like anyone was listening to the radio, but the radio continued regardless. Next, the world news. Abu Ali Mustafa, who was famous for being an owner of a football team, too, in England's Premier League, has arrived in Korea last night at around 9 p.m. Mustafa SSI is famous for being an heir to a royal family with a personal wealth of more than 300 trillion won, $250 billion, an overseas purchase of not just a football club but electronics company etc., and has recently caught the Korean media's attention. Ever since he came to visit Korea, his background has become a hot topic. There were many theories on why he might have come to Korea. Shopping around for electronics companies or buyout of an industrial site were some of the theories out there, but the suddenness in his visitation has sparked a theory that he's here for his personal hobby. Personal hobby, Yes, since a month ago, Mustafa had started going around the world and donating extremely high-value presents to people he's never met. By high value, along with real estate and car, it would amount to 100 billion won, $84 million. 100 billion? Yes. Wait, he's gifting people he's never met something that's worth hundreds of billions of won? Yes. And because of it, it has become world news as billionaires don't ask lottery. Until now, the lucky winners are Barcelona's Nada SSI, Hamburg's Hildebrand SSI, New York's Beltran SSI. Each time he had visited Spain, Germany, and America for seemingly no reason. So the theory is that he had come to visit Korea to do something similar, that a lucky person has been chosen from Korea, but listeners to the show may think this is a little immature of me, but I hope that's me. Me too. Ha ha ha. A refreshing laughter was played through the radio, but the sound of it was buried by the many cars that filled up Gangnam Avenue. And even now there were no one listening to the radio. Finally, we have entertainment news. Archery gold medalist CF Queen, voted #1 Korean sports star Saran Han, is currently head over heels in love. According to the Celebrity Insider report from Dispatch, she is in love with an ordinary man who is currently unidentified. Since 5 years ago when she won the gold medal and until now, there were no news of her being in a relationship. So many men had romantic, But then for the first time, someone walking on the sidewalk on Gangnam Avenue heard the radio and commented. Wait. Hey, will you be okay? It's okay, Appa. Why, is being in a relationship against the law? They were having a conversation like the many couples walking along the avenue. Oh, by the way, let's go to the zoo tomorrow. The zoo? The lady replied in a shocked voice. Because the umbrella they were sharing were still dropping thick droplets of rainwater. But the man did not seem to care. Yes, the zoo. I feels like it'd be great to go there when the rain stops tomorrow. But I checked the weather forecast just now and it said that it will be rainy all week. Weather forecast? But they're often wrong. AAE, still. How will you know they won't be wrong, Appa? She looked up at the sky. The sky was full of dark rain clouds. She reached out past the shadow of the umbrella to feel the rain. Look, Appa. When it's like this, do you really think tomorrow's weather will be clear? The man's gaze followed the hand of his girlfriend toward the sky. But he grinned and replied confidently. It will be clear tomorrow. For sure. Master Hunter KN-. 1. Dong is the Korea equivalent to neighborhood. Cheongdam-dong is the wealthiest neighborhood in Korea. 2. Soccer is the true football. 3. Remember, SSI is KR equivalent to JP-san. 4. For those of you checking my translation to Raw, the original name used by the author is an intentional misspelling of a real thing in Korea, to avoid copyright issues. A note by us, the translation team. Thank you all for reading our work. Thank you for the support, for your kind words, and for your patience. We would also like to thank the author from hell for agreeing to rewrite the ending and seeing it to the end, and the numerous people who have worked with us on this novel. This was our first novel from where we started, and seeing it to the end today brings back memories and gives us a sense of relief. The entire journey has been a learning experience. We will now be focusing on our other works on the site. Hope to see you there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.